Okay, I'm going to call the meeting of the Board of Game back to order. Before we start on proposals, is there anything from the department, Ryan?
No, Mr. Chairman, we're ready.
Okay, Amy?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No, good morning.
George?
No, sir. Good morning.
Cheryl?
No, thank you, Mr. Chair.
And Captain Johnson?
No, good morning.
Okay, we're ready to start off the consideration of proposals. Go ahead, Stosh.
Mr. Chair, move to adopt Proposal 116, implement a non-intensive management predator control plan within the Tok management area to benefit Dall sheep.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. I'd like to hear from the department.
One moment. We're readjusting. Thank you.
Yeah.
There we go. Okay, Proposal 116 was submitted by the Upper Tanana 40 Mile AC with the effect of implementing a non-intensive management predator control plan within the Tok management area for the benefit of Dall sheep. The department recommendations are neutral, and the Upper Tanana 40 Mile AC, having submitted this proposal, is in support. Okay. To start off with, sheep are not an IM species, and the board has not made a positive C&T finding for TMA sheep. At present, same-day airborne hunting is prohibited, the exception being the take of wolves using aircraft by permit. Non-IM predator control has previously been employed to reduce bear predation on musk oxen in Unit 26. However, there is no existing precedent for non-IM predator control of wolves or coyotes. The TMA or Tok Management Area, was created in the early 70s to provide trophy hunting opportunity in uncrowded, high-quality conditions. Permit issuance is governed by a conservative permitting matrix employed to meet TMA-specific management objectives, including the sustained harvest of 30 to 45 rams with a mean horn size of 36 inches or above and a mean age of above 8 years. Those harvests are managed to ideally be presented in uncrowded and aesthetic conditions. Those permit issuance matrices are in addition to full curl regulations, and overall hunting pressure has decreased in the TMA, though the proportion of participation has not changed substantively, as a consequence of fewer permits being offered in recent years. Discretionary authority has been employed to offer 10 permits per season over the last several seasons due to low survey counts. So between 2016 and 2021 in Unit 12, the majority of harvested rams were legal by full curl standards for at least one full season prior to harvest. Full curl regulations are employed in combination with the conservative offerings of permits in the TMA. This means that harvest is males only, and of the males, that older segment of the population, which constitutes a very small segment of the overall population. This harvest is seen as majorly compensatory and self-limiting during population fluctuations. This provides maximum hunting opportunity, in addition to permit availability being governed by population status and trophy matrices and harvested rams. In essence, harvest in the TMA is fairly conservative. Moving on to the sheep population, and during surveys within the Tok management area, overall sheep presence has declined in recent years by approximately 73%. This corresponds with a 75% reduction in observed legal rams. It's hypothesized to be the result of several successive harsh winters that occurred in the early 2010s. Those lambs that were born in those seasons would have been becoming legal around 2020 to 2021, and it has potentially been exacerbated by recent severe winter weather events. Within the Tok management area, success rates have ranged between 20 to 64% over the past 22 seasons. This graph depicts the 3-year moving average of success rates in the Tok management area between 2002 and 2023. The blue line depicts the trend in these 3-year averages. Recent years have seen a downtick in success, with the lowest annual values of success occurring over the past 3 seasons. So one of the management objectives for the Tok management area ram harvest is a mean age of above 8 years, depicted by the red band. Recent average ram age at time of harvest has fallen below this threshold with mean ages of 7.6, 7, and 7.8 for 2021, 2022, and 2023 respectively being observed. Averages in horn size have also trended downward in recent years. As you may recall, the trophy management objectives for the Tok management area call for a mean horn size of at or above 36 inches, denoted by the red band. 3 seasons have seen the mean values drop below that threshold, all since the harsh winters of 2020, 2021, and 2022. The proportion of legal rams out of all rams has also declined. This likely means a shift in demography towards a higher representation of younger rams and a lower representation of older rams in this population. Despite the noted declines in the population of TMA sheep, definitive causes, including the role of predation in local sheep population dynamics, are currently unknown. Past research has established that predation and lamb survival differ from region to region, with survival rates and the relative responsibility of predation for sheep mortality differing substantially. This graphic depicts survival of lambs within the Central Alaska Range, Chugach Mountains, and Eastern Brooks over a series of projects the department implemented. In those same projects, we can see that relative responsibility for predation events for lamb mortality varied greatly by mountain range. In the Central Alaska Range, 95% of mortality was due to predation. In the Chugachs, it was 49%, and Eastern Brooks was 75%. Additionally, the representation of canids and predation events varied from region to region. These graphics depict the percentage of predation events each predator species was responsible for. In the Eastern Brooks Range, between 2009 and 2011, predation-specific mortality was the major cause of mortality events in lambs. As you can see from this graphic, there was no coyote predation documented during that time period. However, wolf predation did account for 11% of all predation events. That was about 4% of the monitored lamb population was killed by sheep by wolves during that time period. Between 1999 and 2004, canids were responsible for about 58% of predation events. This equates to approximately 38% of the monitored lambs. And in the Chugachs between 2009 and 2012, canids were responsible for about 10% of predation events, which equates to about 4% of the monitored lambs. A couple of quick notes on ewe survival. In the Eastern Brooks Range between 2009 and 2012, 80% of total ewe mortality was caused by wolves, though ewe survival was generally high. In the Alaska Range between 1999 and 2005, 83% of total ewe mortality was caused by wolves, though again, ewe survival was generally high. And in the Chugach Mountains between 2009 and 2014, only 5% of total ewe mortality was caused by wolves. 85% of mortalities were the result of accidents, disease, age, and nutritional deficits. This period overlapped with a series of severe winter events. It should be noted that Prue and Lohites postulated that predation of sheep by coyotes was boosted by wolf control in the 80s, which could potentially impact efficacy of control efforts, particularly if coyote control proves to be challenging. Goodpaster, Mount Harper, and Glacier Mountain wolf control between 1997 and 2001 resulted in no significant changes to local sheep populations. though the overall number of legal rams locally fluctuated lower. It didn't significantly increase, though. Additionally, predator control in the 1970s in the Tanana Flats corresponded with a reversal in sheep population declines, though to a lesser extent than in caribou and moose populations. In summation, at present, Alaska Department of Fish and Game does not have data to confirm that predation is a contributing factor in the decline of the sheep population within the TMA, and we do not have data necessary to inform the effects of predator control on Tok Management Area sheep. In closing, extant wolf and coyote seasons within the TMA are relatively liberal. Currently, the harvest of fur is poorly incentivized, with high fuel prices and low fur values limiting public involvement in standard harvest practices. The additional effort required to obtain a permit for predator control may constitute another barrier to public participation and would likely yield little additional harvest. So a couple of notes about the Tok Management Area. Terrain and land ownership patterns are not well suited for aerial control in general, both in terms of harvest and retrieval. It's a fairly rugged area. Additionally, personnel and operational funding may be limited for additional Region 3 control efforts if department staff are involved. That will need to be assessed by the department and the board. The impacts of wolf and coyote predation on sheep populations are unknown, and no contemporary information is available for their influence on sheep populations within the TMA. Predator control may have secondary effects on other local big game populations, for example, the proximal Macomb herd and the local moose population. The department seeks board guidance on sheep population and harvest objectives in the Tok Management Area and other criteria that may be used as metrics for non-IM program achievement. If adopted, the department would conduct a feasibility assessment to gauge potential for achieving biological and management objectives for the sheep population prior to implementing control measures. This proposal was submitted by the Upper Tanana 40-mile AC with the effect of implementing a non-intensive management predator control plan within the Tok Management Area for the benefit of Dall sheep. The department is neutral on this proposal, and the Upper Tanana 40-mile AC, having submitted it, supports it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So at this meeting, we've heard an awful lot about potentially predator control involving sheep. And, you know, we've been thinking about it going into this meeting. And I've asked Mr. Perrett to provide a little input this morning, if you would, before your deliberations, just to give you some idea of some of the thoughts we have.
Ed.
Thank you, Ryan. So maybe two major themes for the division as we've thought about this. One is, you know, budgetary. An intervention of this magnitude, especially given the advice that the department would need to conduct this. It's something that we hadn't planned for, and it would be significant for us to sort of consider and try to figure out how to prioritize. Aidan alluded to that. We're already in the position of needing to potentially reprioritize some of our surveys and research based already on, you know, activities of the board through this week. So that's something that's really serious that we're going to have to think about here. A little bit of science, again, as we heard from staff and the public, you know, anything sheep-related does need to be viewed as experimental. We heard it both from the public and the staff that we really don't know. We've not walked down this road very seriously before. Aidan talked a little bit about some previous efforts that were not focused. They were just along the way. How did the sheep do when we were treating wolves for something else? And so he spoke a little bit about that. Again, as Aidan spoke to, sheep predation patterns tend to be really diverse. The things that affect ewes are not necessarily the things that affect lambs. And again, as he alluded to, if you change wolf dynamics, you could change coyote dynamics, and we don't really understand how that works. There's a bit of a body of literature out there about what's called mesopredator release. The smaller predators take advantage of the fact that wolves aren't around, and we heard that from the public as well, that coyotes tend to prosper in the absence of wolves. If we were to embark on a program like this, we would really want to learn as much as we could about it. I mean, again, we've not walked down this road before, and so we would really want to see a very robust program that would help us evaluate what we're seeing. Golden eagles are an issue. I'm not really going to speak to that much. You know, we have a few ideas for some non-lethal things, but they are hyper-experimental and only in our imagination at this time. Maybe a little bit of good news here. We've got 4 study areas in the Alaska Range that we can think about. We've got Denali National Park that's unhunted, untreated. We've got 19C that has some manipulation with regard to harvest right now. We've got 20A that is full crow management right now. And then this TMA that's before you here that we tightly control harvest there. And so there's some opportunities to think about what we could learn with different treatments, either within or across those study areas. So we're thinking about it ever since this proposal came up. We've been thinking about it. There's a lot more to think about.
Thank you. That was very helpful. So now we can think about it. Thoughts, James?
I'm just now starting to think about it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, sorry. Yeah, I mean, the department, you know, put forth some compelling, you know, information right there about potentially leaving things the way they are so we can see what effects across the state in the different areas where sheep populations are to see how it might help. So I don't know.
Dave?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To staff, thank you for your presentation. Oh, I might have missed it, but what are the numbers of wolves that are taken by trappers in this area or adjacent to the TMA? Do you have an idea on what your ceiling data shows on trapping?
Through the chair, Member Loring. I don't have the data with me at the moment. Harvest has been relatively modest in the area for the last couple of seasons. We have seen some wolves harvested this winter by trappers, but again, it's been relatively limited. The area that we're talking about in the Tok management area is majorly mountainous, and yeah, there's limited supply of local trappers. However, Jeff may have some better insight into the dynamics out there.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There are a couple of trappers that do hunt in the TMA, one of which is I spoke to you from the AC, Matt Schneider. He's actually an excellent airplane trapper and has reason to do it, so because he does guide sheep in there. But a lot of that country is difficult to access, so there isn't much incentive. So it is pretty limited, but there's it kind of ebbs and flows a little bit. There's a couple other trappers that depending on what else they have going on in their life, they'll go up there and do something, but it's pretty limited. Thanks.
Go ahead, Dave.
Thank you for that. And the way I understood it, listening to the presentation and the data you provided, and tell me if I'm getting this correct, is that can't really do much about eagles right now, and I know there's some thoughts on possible ways of doing that in the future. And they're a major predator for the lambs. Secondly, if we do take wolves out, you know, specifically directed at wolves, and we're going to maybe increase the coyote predation on sheep because the wolves and coyotes, the coyotes are going to survive more because the wolves aren't killing them. And then thirdly, wolf control may or may not help sheep. It would kind of a side effect, maybe help caribou and moose a little bit. So am I thinking the right way there?
Through the chair to Member Loring, I'm going to address your second and third points as far as golden eagle control or techniques to reduce predation by golden eagles. That's probably left for more senior staff than myself. For your second point, which correct me if I'm wrong, but you were wondering about the dynamic of wolves and coyotes, correct? Okay, so through the chair to Member Loring, this proposal did call for the control of both wolves and coyotes. Now, there's been some concern raised that coyotes being fairly elusive and solitary, aerial control may be challenging. And so, well, if this proposal was accepted as it stands, both would be targeted, since wolves are more gregarious and easier to track, more visible on the landscape. There may be a differential in the rate that we are able to remove them. And so it could, as Lincoln elaborated, could have some impacts on the local coyote population, but we don't really have a good understanding of what would happen there. With reference to the third point, yes, it's likely that predator control would have some impacts on the local caribou and moose populations. We've seen that throughout the region when predator control programs were implemented.
Thank you very much.
I have a couple of questions. I think this is probably for Jeff, but you know, if you're doing predator control here, you have to remove a large percentage of the wolves from the area in order for it to be effective, correct?
Mr. Chair, there's one thing I point out is our experiences primarily with other ungulate species. So it's, research has shown in the 70 to 80% removal rate is about what you need to shoot for to see a significant influence on survival for moose and caribou. Again, sheep, in theory, you would need to have a pretty significant
So
level of
the
removal.
follow-up to that is, given the terrain, land ownership patterns, et cetera, in the area, is it, in your opinion, practical to believe that you could get to an 80% removal rate?
Mr. Chair, so I have talked to some of the different area pilots and about their opinion, and based on our experience in the past, it would be challenging, but I think, especially with helicopters, it's quite effective, and probably, yes, we could with a certain amount of effort, but what level of effort, I don't know. And any sheep effort like this, no matter where you're at, you're in mountains, so that's gonna add an extra challenge. And depending on what the private landowners will support or not support, could also affect this, so it's, and we haven't approached them yet.
So, one more question. The IM programs that we currently have on the books and may be active where we're doing predator control or will be doing predator control, are any of them adjacent to a sheep population where the sheep population is likely to or potentially going to benefit from the predator control, which is being done for moose or caribou, or we could see an effect from that?
Mr. Chair, not that I know of, Aiden did speak to the Mount Harper and Tannehill Hills sheep population that was within the predator control area for 40-mile caribou, and we didn't see a impact there, but that's a unique kind of hill country population, unlike the mountains.
Okay, thank you. Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, staff, or the department, for giving us the information that we don't have enough information. And so I don't think we have enough information to take action on this plan or this proposal. But the department is, made aware that, and maybe encouraged to study that and narrow it down to find out what is, the predation on lambs in the area. How much of it's wolves, how much of it's eagles, how much of it's coyotes or other predators. So I don't think we need to take any action on this proposal right now until the department comes up with some more definitive information on what could be the possible outcomes, you know, and things like that.
Ryan?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Probably should have said something a little bit earlier just to help while you think about it, you know, clear some things up. While there's lots of questions out there, and we're a little bit in uncharted territory, you know, the department's more than lukewarm with the idea of figuring out how to do this. One of the things about the areas that we're talking about now, logistically, it's actually, unlike somewhere like 19C, it's doable for us. You know, we're not gonna have long flight times, we're not gonna have, you know, things like that where, you know, we're just spending a lot of money. But, you know, from our perspective, regardless of the action that the board takes on this, we're gonna continue down this road. We've heard very clearly from the public, we've heard clearly from others that there's a high interest in this, and we want to do it right, as Mr. Perret mentioned. You know, we're really talking about a 4-predator system. Things can change, it's going to be dynamic, but we're going to continue down this road.
Thank you. Additional discussion. I wanted to ask you one question. This is for Ryan. There's at least one sheep out of this every year that brings in a lot of money to the department. And I'm wondering if any of that money can be used for this. So it could be used for the studying anyway, so.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Indirectly, yes. You know, those monies go into the Fish and Game Fund, a pot that funds all the management and research work for all species. So indirectly, that does help. We can't earmark money like that.
I understand that. Any additional discussion, Dave?
Thank you. Just a short question to staff. Are there any programs or research projects out there right now on wolves where you're tracking their locations, either satellite or radio collar type thing, so you kind of have an idea of what's out there and how big the packs are and that type of stuff?
We have, at this time, for the record, I don't think I've ever said this, but Lincoln Perret, for the record, regional supervisor. But we do have one wolf study that's phasing out, another one that's basically done. So we don't have a lot going on out there. What I should say is that we do have 2 huge sheep projects, including in the Alaska range, coming up that should begin to give us quite a bit more data. Not necessarily in the TMA, but again, in 2 very important mountain ranges and adjacent. So the department is spending a lot of money on sheep right now.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to vote on this here pretty soon, I think. I intend to support this proposal. I understand that the department, if we approve this, the department may or may not actually get boots on the ground to do this for some time, but just letting you know that we support you doing the feasibility and moving forward to see if this works. That's all we can do at this point. We can't make you spend money or tell you not to, so go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to intend not to support this proposal. I think the department, I don't know what the goals and objectives are to be achieved. I like successful IM programs. I don't like the black eye or the court cases. And I think the department can still do all their feasibility study and come back to the board with a feasibility study that'll have goals and objectives in there. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Al. Any additional discussion?
Call the question.
Question's been called to.
Thank you. The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you. And Christie, would you pull the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on proposal 116. Mr. Fletcher?
No.
Ms. Cusack?
No.
Mr. Loring?
No.
Mr. Barrett?
No.
Mr. Cooney?
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
And Chairman Burnett.
Yes,
That proposal fails by a vote of 3 yeas to 4 nays.
thank you.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt proposal 117, allocate Tok Management Area sheep drawing permits.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Department.
Proposal 117 was submitted by the public with the effect of reducing the proportion of non-resident Tok Management Area sheep draw permits awarded to non-resident hunters accompanied by second degree of kindred family members. The department recommendation is neutral on this proposal. As mentioned previously, the Tok Management Area was created in the early 70s to provide trophy hunting opportunity in uncrowded, high-quality conditions. I'm not going to read through all of my notes, but if there are any questions afterwards, feel free to ask. Again, between 2016 and 2021 in Unit 12, the majority of harvested rams were legal by full curl standards for at least one full season prior to harvest. This graphic depicts the number of Tok Management Area permits issued annually, including governor tags. As the survey count has fallen significantly below our lowest trigger point detailed in our permit matrix, the number of permits issued has been further reduced beyond the lower threshold of 60 to 10. Current allocation of Tok Management Area draw permits allocates 10% of total permits to non-residents, with up to half of those being awarded to non-resident hunters accompanied by qualifying second degree of kindred family members. This proposal would seek to reduce that allocation from up to 50% to up to 20%. And it should be noted that the proposer, when asked, clarified that he intended this proposal to create a separate non-resident draw permit. Of the total number of permits issued between 2002 and 2023, non-resident permits awarded were awarded to 168 non-residents. So that's approximately 9.5% of the total allocation, so below 10% threshold. 44% of those were awarded to hunters who didn't report employing registered guides. And of those who reported hunting, approximately 37% did not list using guides. We can reasonably conclude that second degree of kindred allocation accounts for the majority of those. However, we did not require specific guide information prior to 2017, so some of the statistics are not available to us. In summary, of the 1,765 permits issued in this time period, 168 went to non-residents. Up to 74 of those were to second degree of kindred hunters, and 55 of those hunters who hunted with second degree or who received permits by virtue of the second degree of kindred allocation actually hunted. Since second degree of kindred allocation applies to each hunt period independently, it's applied to 50% of the total number of allocated permits when there are two periods, reducing total second degree of kindred allocation to less than or equal to 1% of total permit allocation per period. During years with a single hunt period, second degree of kindred allocation would be less than or equal to 2% of total allocation. During years when less than 100 permits are issued and the permits are divided into two hunt periods, or when fewer than 50 permits are offered during a single hunt period, no permits would be available to non-residents hunting with second degree of kindred family members under this proposal. Current distribution of 10 permits in a single hunt period is likely to remain until the population has increased, which would not provide for any second degree of kindred allocation if the proposal was adopted. Although harvest might increase slightly if this proposal is adopted because guided non-residents historically have had higher success rates than non-residents hunting with second degree of kindred family members, the increase in harvest should be minimal and should not result in any biological concerns. The board may wish to consider the ramifications associated with this proposal during years when low permit issuance is realized. Again, this department is neutral regarding this proposal because it seeks to address the allocation of non-resident permits, and the department has no biological concerns.
Thank you, board members. Not saying anything. This is a important trophy area, and we have a limited number of guides that can operate in this area, as I understand it. We're issuing only 10 permits, and so when we're issuing 10 permits, one or two of those are going to be to guided non-residents?
So there's not a limit of guides in the Tok
Oh,
management area.
practically
Mr. Chair,
limited
yes.
at this point. That's not,
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. But you are correct. When there are 10 permits issued, up to 10% may be to non-resident hunters. So up to one permit may be offered to a non-resident hunter. Since there's only one permit, we can't break that down any further. So there's currently no second degree of kindred offering.
okay, thank you. Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm leaning towards not supporting the proposal. I think when we get into super micromanaging some of these hunts, due to population influxes, it gets real messy. And, you know, I think that, you know, I'm one that's, you know, we got lower sheep populations, you know, due to the weather factors, and it's not from hunting. So, you know, I just hope that we get better weather, you know, a couple of years in a row that we have better weather, and, you know, sheep populations go up and things kind of go back to normal. So I don't think I want to monkey with the allocation right now just because of the low sheep population.
James?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm leaning towards exactly what Member Barrett just said, too. You know, I think in years when we've got, you know, many tags being given out in the TMA, you know, it might make sense to start messing with it. But for right now, with the low sheep numbers currently that we have, I don't really want to mess with it. And the department just said they're going to want to study things, too. So you start changing things around, and if you keep things constant right now, perhaps we're going to have better surveys in the future, so.
Jake?
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chair. So it's been years since I hunted up there in the Tok, but it was, whenever I hunted there, there was always, you know, 2 different hunt periods. Has that been since the inception of management there? Have you always had an early and a late season? And then also, if you could elaborate a little bit on how you break down the number of permits given in between the 2 periods?
Through the chair to Member Fletcher. No, that's only been in place for 10 to 12 years. And I'd like to clarify, I misspoke a moment ago. Its allocation is set at 10%, not up to 10%. So through the chair to Member Fletcher, did that answer your question?
Yeah, it did. And then, you know, in recent years, when you're only offering 10, you know, permits, do you break those up equally between those 2 hunt periods, or how do you do that?
Through the chair to Member Fletcher, at present, there's only one hunt period being offered. There have been various iterations of the duration of the various hunt periods. The current hunt period is quite long.
Thanks.
Okay, Dave?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To staff, we've had the 2024 drawing permits just recently. And are you still at up to 10 permits of this one also for this coming hunting season?
Through the chair to Member Loring, yes, that is correct, but again, it is set at 10 rather than up to 10. I misspoke earlier.
Okay, so we're 10 again for 3 years in a row now?
Through the chair to Member Loring, that is correct.
Okay, so thank you. So currently, right now, it's 1 non-resident and 9 residents getting tags in this area, except the governor's tag could go to either one, if there's a governor's tag in this area, correct?
Mr. Chair, that is correct.
Yeah, just to make sure that it's all understood on the record. Yeah. Go ahead. Are we ready to vote on this?
Call the question.
Question's been called.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The board share no concerns from the public regarding costs of private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you. Christie, would you poll the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on proposal 117. Mr. Hoffman?
No.
Mr. Cooney?
No.
Mr. Barrett?
No.
Mr. Loring?
No.
Ms. Husak?
No.
Mr. Fletcher?
No.
Chairman Burnett?
No.
Proposal fails, 0 to 7.
118.
Mr. Chair, move to adopt proposal 118 allocate a portion of the Tok Management Area sheep drawing permits to archery only, or create a new archery only hunting area.
Second.
Okay, been moved and seconded. Department?
Proposal 118 was submitted by the public with the effect of allocating a portion of Tok Management Area drawing permits to archery-only hunts or to create a new archery-only season. The department recommendation is neutral, and the Upper Tanana 40-mile AC supports this proposal. As mentioned previously, the Tok Management Area was created in the early 70s to provide trophy hunting opportunity in uncrowded, high-quality conditions. Between 2016 and 2021, the majority of harvested rams in Unit 12 are legal by full curl standards for at least one full season prior to harvest. At present, there are no harvest method restrictions for Tok Management Area draw hunts. Season dates currently run from August 10 to September 20, and there is a negative customary and traditional use finding for Tok Management Area sheep. The proposed regulation would allocate 20% of permits either to a 10-day archery early season or allocate 20% of permits to archery only during existing seasons. As mentioned earlier, success rates have declined in recent years. At present, there is no tenable way to reliably quantify success rates by harvest implement. We could attempt to cross-reference bow certifications to our hunter list, but that would not cover out-of-state bow hunter education certifications. And again, the proportion of rams legal at the time of surveying has trended downward in recent years as well. The department has no biological concerns with this proposal because the permit number will remain the same, and the requirement to harvest full curl rams should prevent overharvest from affecting sustainability of sheep populations. It's likely that allocating a portion of permits to archery hunters will result in lower success rates. And as a reminder, there are already multiple user-specific allocations in the Tok Management Area, given non-resident allocation rules. Proposal 118 was submitted by the public with the effect of allocating a portion of Tok Management Area draw permits to archery-only hunts or to create a new archery-only season. The department is neutral on allocation of sheep hunting opportunity between archers and hunters who use other methods of taking sheep.
Thank you. Board members? Go ahead, Al. I was just going to say what Al said on the last one. That is, there's no reason to mess with this when the numbers are so far down. Anybody using archery equipment has the same chance right now as someone using a rifle to get a permit. And there's not going to be a lot of crowding in the area. So the arguments for an archery only season and an allocation, I don't think is good at this time. And maybe if they're, when there's lots and lots of sheep, maybe we need to think about that. But now, I think this is not the time. Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And if there was potentially archery opportunity, I think there is a management plan for the TMA, and maybe that could be addressed prior to a proposal.
Okay, thank you. Additional discussion from board members. Are we ready for the question? Go ahead, Jake.
Sorry, thanks, Mr. Chair. One more quick question. We talked a little bit earlier about, different treatments to different areas. Some areas are open to, residents, some non-residents. Would it be useful information? Would this be a unique opportunity throughout the range to have a archery-only season early? Would it be enough different that it would maybe collect data from it?
Through the chair to Member Fletcher, it would be relatively unique. However, I would like to point out that over the last 20 years, we've only had reliable reports of one sheep being harvested with archery equipment in the Tok Management Area. There may have been more.
I'm the one.
Yeah, oh, fantastic. Yeah. Congratulations. Yeah. We do have a substantial number of reports are lacking in some harvest information, including methods and means. So there may have been additional harvest by archers. However, pressure has been exceptionally low.
Thanks.
Okay, any additional discussion? Dave?
Thank you. I'm intending to vote against this. I think that there are so few permits out there now, and even in the past when there's more permits, TMA is a really big area, lots of sheep habitat. And I think conflicts probably just don't occur. And if they do, I think they're very minimal. And archers can, if they do draw a permit, they can hunt with archery equipment during the regular season. So they still have that opportunity in a very remote area and might not even see any other hunters around. So with that, I'll be opposing this.
Okay, are we ready for the question?
Call the question.
Question's been called.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The board heard no concerns from the public regarding costs of private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Christie, would you pull the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on proposal 118. Mr. Cooney?
No.
Mr. Hoffman?
No.
Chairman Burnett?
No.
Mr. Fletcher?
No.
Ms. Cusack?
No.
Mr. Loring?
No.
Mr. Barrett?
No.
Proposal fails 0-7.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt proposal 119, set the sheep bag limit in Unit 12 for resident hunters based on the age of the ram harvested.
Second.
Been moved and seconded from the department.
Proposal 119 was submitted by the public with the intended effect of setting the sheep bag limit in Unit 12 for resident hunters based on the age of harvested rams. The department opposes this proposal, as do the Upper Tanana 40 Mile Advisory Committee. Within Game Management Unit 12, we currently have several active sheep hunts. The general season, which includes an early youth season and occurs in the light blue portion of the map, and the Tok Management Area drawing hunts, which are governed by an allocative matrix and horn metrics beyond standard full curl regulations, which occurs in the Tok Management Area depicted by the dark blue portion of the map. In response to recent population declines, the number of permits has dropped significantly over the past several years. Current resident regulations limit harvest of full curl rams to once per 4 years during Tok Management Area draw hunts and 1 per year in the remainder of the unit. It should be noted that as the proposed change is worded, it would actually liberalize opportunity in the Tok Management Area by negating the 4-year limit on draw for residents, but would penalize the harvest of rams in the remainder, which I believe is the intent of the proposal. There is a negative customary and traditional use finding for Tok Management Area sheep, and this proposal would add changes that for rams harvested at or above 8 years of age, the hunter would be eligible to harvest the next regulatory year. For rams harvested at age of 7, it'd be, they would miss a season, and for rams that are younger than 6, it'd be once every 4 regulatory years. Again, between 2016 and 2021 in Unit 12, the majority of harvested rams were legal by full curl standards for at least 1 full season prior to harvest. Per a 2022 Alaska Department of Fish and Game presentation on Dall sheep, annual participation in GS 000 hunts, so general season hunts, have remained relatively stable over the past 10 years, with a slight decline in recent years. This may be indicative of self-limitation by hunters. This graphic depicts the age of rams harvested during the Game Management Unit 12 general season by year. As you can see, the majority are 8 years of age or older, which is depicted by the dark blue portion of this graphic. The light blue it corresponds to 7-year-old sheep, and white is 6 or younger. Again, for Game Management Unit 12 general season hunts, this graphic depicts the proportion of rams younger than 8 at time of harvest. The trend has been increasing in recent years, approaching a proportion of 0.5 or approximately 50%. This graphic depicts the age of rams harvested in the Tok Management Area by year. Until recently, the majority are 8 or older, and the magnitude of harvest is much lower than that in the remainder of the unit. I'll call your attention to the y-axis, which is much smaller than we saw for the GS 000 hunt. Toke management area harvest of less than 8-year-old rams is generally lower in the toke management area than harvest occurring during the general season. There is a trend of increased hunting pressure in the Game Management Unit 12 remainder, with stable or diminishing numbers of rams harvested, resulting in moderating success rates. I should note that for 2023, the reports are still considered preliminary, as hunters who did not successfully harvest sheep may not have reported at this time. The toke management area has received most consistent survey coverage within Unit 12. Overall, sheep presence during surveys has declined in recent years by 73%, and again, as previously stated, with a corresponding 75% reduction in observed rams and legal rams. One of the management harvest objectives for toke management area rams is a mean age of 8 years or older. Having presented this graphic earlier, I won't go into detail, but you can see there is a downward trend. The proportion of legal rams to sublegal rams has also declined, as previously mentioned. And in closing, penalizing harvest of sheep on the basis of age may encourage hunters to age sheep in the field, a practice that has proved unreliable in the past. Some rams are difficult or impossible to age reliably by virtue of horn characteristics, by virtue of instinct annuli, brooming, etc., making this regulatory change difficult to enforce. Full curl regulations with additional regulations are in place and considered to be sufficiently conservative to protect the population in Unit 12. Furthermore, changing the frequency in which a hunter is eligible to hunt based on the age of a ram harvested in the previous season is unlikely to have any effect on future population trends in abundance. Proposal 119 was submitted by the public with the effect of setting the sheep bag limit in Unit 12 for resident hunters based on the age of the rams harvested. The department opposes this proposal because administration of changes may be impracticable and the aging of sheep is not 100% accurate.
Thank you. Board members, Dave.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could you go back to slide 150? And it really piqued my interest on the number of sheep reported as 6 or younger and even 7-year-old sheep. Was there any sheep seasons back in that time to where you're having 25% of the sheep at that younger age class? Any sheep or any ram seasons at all that would account for that?
Through the chair to member Loring, no, and this graphic is generated using state harvest data, and yeah, in Unit 12 during this time period, we haven't had any hunts of that nature.
Are we looking at this slide 150?
My apologies.
If you go back one more slide. I guess we're numbered different. Looking at proposal 119, the background GMU 12 GS harvest, 00 harvest, where it has, looks like unit wide for age class take by 8 years or older, 7 or 6 or younger. I was just curious what the reason is for the high number of 6 or younger sheep in that harvest, or 7 and 6-year-old sheep. It's an awful lot for sublegal take. So I was kind of curious if we had some other reason for that number of lower.
Through the chair to member Loring. So this is not sublegal take, this is just age. As I stated previously, a significant number of the rams in Game Management Unit 12 are legal by 1 year or more at the time of harvest. And so while on average across the state, full curl may be achieved on average around 8 years, this is legal harvest.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Jake?
Hey, thanks, Mr. Chair. You know, I really appreciate the author's, you know, thoughts here and stuff, but, you know, after talking to the department earlier and just by the fact that you can have three different biologists age sheep three different ways, it'd be really hard to enforce any of this stuff, and I'm not gonna support the proposal.
Okay, any additional discussion on this proposal, Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not gonna support this proposal. It complicates regulations, it's difficult to enforce. Harvest is not responsible for sheep declines, and judging the age of sheep in the field is not recommended, so I won't be in support of this.
Okay, thank you. Any additional discussion?
Call the question.
Question's been called?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Board has heard no concerns from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you. Christie, would you pull the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on proposal 119. Mr. Barrett? No. Mr. Loring?
No.
Ms. Cusack?
No.
Mr. Fletcher?
No.
Chairman Burnett?
No.
Mr. Hoffman?
No.
And Mr. Cooney?
No.
Proposal fails 0-7.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 120, increase the brown grizzly bear bag limit for residents in a portion of Unit 12.
Second.
Proposal 120's been moved and seconded. I'd like to hear from the department.
Proposal 120 was submitted by the public with the effect of increasing the brown grizzly bear bag limit for residents in a portion of Unit 12. The department is neutral on allocation. However, the department supports additional harvest opportunity, and the Upper Tanana 40-Mile Advisory Committee also supports this proposal. The current regulations for harvest within Unit 12 differ from nearby Unit 20E, and the proposed change would align the two seasons. If passed, this proposal would allow for the sale of grizzly bear parts permissible in a 2-bear bag limit area. The changes would apply to a remote area with no road access. If I call your attention to the map, the red area depicts the portion of Unit 12 that would be impacted by this proposal. As you can see from the highlight red road system, it's majorly inaccessible via road. The bear population within Unit 12 is not surveyed, and management is focused on providing maximum hunting opportunity rather than maximum sustained yield. This graph depicts Unit 12 harvest for the specific area affected by this proposal. Brown bear hunting opportunity was expanded in RY12 in Unit 12, which is noted by the red arrow, by allowing the harvest of brown bears at permitted black bear bait stations during open black bear baiting seasons. Despite liberalizations, harvest by residents in this area has been low, with increased bag limit not expected to substantively increase harvest in this area. And as previously stated, the department supports increased opportunity. Bear populations within Unit 12 are managed for maximum sustained hunting opportunity, and that liberalization of additional opportunities in a remote portion of the unit with historically low harvest is consistent with management goals. Furthermore, regulations that prohibit the harvest of cubs and sows with cubs provide additional protection for the reproductive component of the population, as well as dependent young until recruited to the adult age classes. The department supports expanded hunter opportunity because there are no biological concerns, but is neutral on the resident-specific allocative nature of the proposal. Again, this was Proposal 120 with the effect of increasing the brown grizzly bear bag limit for residents in a portion of Unit 12.
Thank you. Board discussion. Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, the way this proposal's written, this seems like it's taking place mostly on federal lands?
Through the chair to Member Barrett, that's correct.
And just to follow up, do you have an idea of why the harvest declined, after 2015?
Through the chair to Member Barrett, guiding participation was majorly responsible for that, but as you can see, there's a fair bit of variation anyway. There was a peak in 2004, but looking at general patterns in harvest in this area, it's been consistently low. The y-axis, as you can see, only goes up to, just shy of 20. So bear harvest has been very low in this area.
And one last question. If this proposal was amended to the entire unit, would you have concern with that?
Through the chair to Member Barrett, no, the department does not have any concerns associated with that amendment.
All right, thank you.
Okay, George?
Thank you, George Papasolis. In the federal subsistence brown bear hunts, they have to consume them, and that is a limiting factor this day and age. So you hear in many areas, there might be very liberal opportunity under federal subsistence regulations on federal lands, but they have to consume the animal, and there has been less participation in that in the last few decades. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, additional board discussion? Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. On what the department had told me that this could be sustainable unit-wide, I would like to amend Proposal 120 to include the entire unit of 12 for the hunting of grizzly bear, the grizzly bear limit for residents in this proposal.
Second.
Thank you. I think we all understand this to be applying this limit to the entirety of Unit 12. And we want to speak to that?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. When I had asked the department if this was, an issue with them, if it was unit-wide, they didn't have concern with it. I believe it'll be a sustainable harvest, and it'll provide some more opportunity to more accessible areas.
Thank you. Go ahead, Dave.
Thank you. On the amendment, I heard the department has no concerns also with any type of increase that's going to cause any issues with them. Participation or harvest levels are low, and I think moving to the whole unit would be sustainable. Thank you.
Thank you. And go ahead, Jake.
One just additional comment, it would also, spread out take too.
Okay, thank you. And make uniform regulations throughout an entire game management unit, so you don't have to worry about exactly where you are in it when you're hunting. So, go ahead.
Call the question on the amendment.
Question on the amendment?
On the amendment, Mr. Loring?
Yes.
Ms. Cusack?
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher?
Yes.
Chairman Burnett?
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Cooney?
Yes.
Mr. Barrett?
Yes.
Amendment carries 7-0.
The proposal as amended is now before us. Additional discussion from the board. Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think the board did a good building the record on the amendment, and I think all those reasons we amended it apply to the proposal as a whole.
Thank you. Additional discussion. I have a question for Ryan in this particular case. There's been a number of areas in the state where we've liberalized seasons and for bears and bag limits. And have we found that there was a large increase in take in any of those areas that has created a biological problem?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No, we have not. Many areas, and even at this meeting now, the board has adopted regulations to that. Oftentimes, we see a spike right out of the gate. People are excited, but after that, it settles right down.
Okay, thank you very much. Just be clear, we don't hate bears or anything. It's just, it's an opportunity for the people that are in the field and in the area. Go ahead.
Call the question on.
Question's been called.
Thank you. On the proposal amended, the board showed no concerns from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you. Christie, would you poll the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on Proposal 120 as amended. Ms. Cusack?
Yes.
Mr. Loring?
Yes.
Mr. Barrett?
Yes.
Mr. Cooney?
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
Chairman Burnett?
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher?
Yes.
Proposal carries as amended, 7-0.
Mr. Chair, I move to take no action on proposal 121 due to the action taken on 120.
Second.
Okay, we'll take no action on 121 with unanimous consent. No objection. Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, move to adopt proposal 122, lengthen the wolf hunting season in units 12 and 20E Echo by approximately 6 weeks to end on June 15th.
Second.
Okay, 122 has been moved and seconded. Department.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 122 is submitted by the Upper Tanana 40 Mile Advisory Committee. The proposal would change the closing date of the wolf hunting season in units 12 and 20E from April 30 to June 15, extending the season by 46 days. The department is neutral on this proposal because it has no population level conservation concerns. The local advisory committees mostly supported this. The Upper Tanana supported it, the Delta AC supported it, and Eagle ACS supported it with an amendment. However, the Fairbanks Advisory Committee did oppose it. The intent of the proposal is to provide additional opportunity to harvest wolves during most of the spring bear season. The closing date of the wolf hunting season in units 12 and 20E was changed in 2020 from a closing date of May 31st to the current closing date of April 30 to align wolf seasons over most of the interior and eastern Arctic region. The wolf population objective for Unit 12 is to maintain a population of at least 100 wolves, and for Unit 20E is to reduce the fall population to no less than 60 wolves. The current wolf population estimate for Unit 12 is 179 to 192, and the Unit 20E estimate is 213 to 230. Based on these estimates, the wolf populations in both units are well above minimum management objectives. During the last 10 hunting seasons, with a May 31 closing date in units 12 and 20E, a total of 7 wolves, 2 female, and 5 male were harvested. And that was in May. Since intense management became active in 2003, a total of 8 wolves were harvested statewide in June, including 1 female, 6 males, and 1 unspecified. Currently, the only other units that have a June wolf hunting season are units 9 and 10. Based on past information about wolf harvest in May and June, it's likely this proposed change would have little or no impact on wolf harvest in units 12 and 20E. Again, this proposal was submitted by the Upper Tanana 40 Mile AC, and the department's neutral on this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Board members. Go ahead, Dave.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation to the staff. It sounds like, the way I understand it is that they want to have an opportunity to hunt wolves based on folks being in the field for bear hunting and maybe coming across a wolf and taking it at the same time. So my question is, in your ceiling records or your records, are most of their bears in that area taken in the fall or the spring? Or what kind of percentage? And how many hunters are we expecting to be out there, incidentally taking wolves while bear hunting?
Through the chair, the majority of could you restate the question? I'm sorry.
Yeah, basically, are most of the bear hunters in the field during the fall season? Or are there very many in the spring season when they may have an incidental take of wolves under this proposal?
Okay, yeah, thank you for repeating that. The majority of the black bear hunters that are actually actively targeting black bears specifically occurs in the spring, primarily associated with bear stations. But there are always a number of hunters getting out just trying to spot and stalk bears as well. However, I just would not expect, based on our experience with having open seasons in the past during the month of May, and the additional foliage in June, I don't see anything different in June in the future. I don't see any harvest really at all. Maybe one or two a year.
Thank you.
Additional board discussion, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm gonna be opposed to this proposal. I think 8 months of opportunity is plenty. I'm a firm believer that, especially with wolves that are pack animals and have a family network, that it could easily be disrupted during the denning season, and the females and pups rely on other wolves to bring them food at that time. So I'm just gonna stay consistent. I think the end of April is a fine date.
Thank you, Al. I'm going to agree with Member Barrett on this one. There is opportunity, as the department said, there would not be significant additional opportunity if this were provided, plus it is disruptive to their behavior. Any additional discussion? Dave?
Thank you. Based on Member Barrett and Chairman's comments, I agree with both of those. I'll be opposing this proposal also.
Call the question.
Question's been called on proposal 122.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On 122, the board shared no concerns from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you. Christie, would you poll the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on proposal 122. Mr. Fletcher?
Yes.
Chairman Burnett?
No.
Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Cooney?
No.
Mr. Barrett?
No.
Mr. Loring?
No.
Ms. Cusack?
No.
Proposal fails by a vote of 2 yeas to 5 nays.
Mr. Chair, I move to take no action on proposal 123 due to the action we just took on 122.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that we take no action. Without objection, we'll take no action by unanimous consent.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt proposal 124, lengthen the martin trapping season in units 20 Echo and 25 Bravo by 2 weeks to close March 15th.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Department?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 124 was submitted by the Eagle Advisory, Fish and Game Advisory Committee. The proposal would lengthen the martin trapping season in units 20E and 25B by 2 weeks to end on March 15. The department is neutral on this proposal because it does not create a biological concern. The Upper Tanana, Delta, Fairbanks, and Eagle Advisory Committees all supported this proposal. The current martin regulations for units 20E and 25B are a season date of November 1 to February 28 with no bag limit. There is a positive, customary, and traditional use finding for all fur bearers and fur animals in all units with a harvestable portion including martin. The Board of Game has determined that the amount reasonably necessary for subsistence is 90% of the harvestable portion of the population. If this proposal is adopted, the martin season in units 20E and 25B would be extended by 2 weeks and end on March 15 instead of February 28. This proposal would misalign some fur bearer seasons, but align others. Martin are a valuable fur bearer species that contribute to trapping activities in Alaska. According to the 2021 Alaska Trapper Questionnaire, martin is ranked as the second most important trapping species in Region 3. Chronology of harvest traditionally aligns with snow cover and freeze up, which increases access by snow machine. Fluctuations in harvest and trapper effort is linked to fluctuations in fur prices, gas and equipment prices, and other factors unrelated to martin abundance. The department does not have abundance estimates of martin in Region 3. However, trappers who responded to the Trapper Questionnaire for Region 3 indicated fluctuations in abundance over time. Extending the trapping season may result in higher take of adult and juvenile females that could affect reproduction and recruitment rates. Additionally, pelt quality of martins begins to diminish in March. This may decrease the value of martin caught in March. Again, the proposal was submitted by the Eagle Advisory Committee, and the department is neutral on this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Board members. George first.
Sir, I have new information. George Pappas, OSM. Last night was posted online, the Federal Subsistence Board's meeting materials for this upcoming meeting was made available. And if you look at our PC or 84, our comments reference proposal number 50 on this one. And just for your information, new information here, the proposal is going in front of the board, is Federal Subsistence Board is also to extend to the 15th of March, but OSM supports this. The Western Interior Alaska Subsistence Regional Advisory Council opposed it. The Eastern Interior Regional Advisory Council did support it in fall 2023, but in winter 2024, they supported it with modification to include 20E and 25B. That's new information. Unless you were waiting up all night for that email, most folks probably aren't aware of that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. You were waiting up all night for the email, right? Okay. Discussion from board members. I don't know if no one else is going to say anything here. Well, while Elle's looking to decide what to say, I'm going to say I'm not going to support this. I think a marten is a valuable fur animal, and extending the season when fur quality may be diminished is probably not in the best interest, but I want to hear from our trappers on this. Go ahead, Jake.
I'm not a trapper, but, you know, just to build the record a little bit, we had a lot of public testimony that it, you know, goes right along with your statement. I don't think I'm going to support this as well.
Go ahead, Stosh.
Yeah, thank you. I'll add a little too. This marten trapping season's been in place for a long time, and I think we have it dialed in. I'm going to leave it the way it is.
Okay, Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do recognize that the local ACs, including Fairbanks, you know, were in favor of this, and only a few that were in support or opposed to it. But I'll be opposed to it on a couple reasons. One, to mention 25B in the federal regulations. 25B is primarily all federal land, and 20E is primarily all state land. So there's not a super real conflict with federal regulations. And, you know, the people that trap in that area are generally federally qualified anyway. So if they do have trap lines on federal land, they'll get a little advantage. And, you know, I'm a firm believer that, you know, after February, you're catching more females and pelt quality really starts to diminish. So for those reasons, I'll be opposed to it.
And I note that the Alaska Trappers Association opposes this, and they should know about trapping and fur quality, so. Additional discussion from the board members?
Call the question.
The question's been called on proposal 124.
Thank you. On proposal 124, Mr. Chairman, the board showed no concerns from the public regarding costs of private persons. This regulation is adopted.
Thank you. Christie, would you pull the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on proposal 124. Mr. Hoffman?
No.
Mr. Cooney?
No.
Mr. Barrett?
No.
Mr. Loring?
No.
Ms. Cusack?
No.
Mr. Fletcher?
No.
Chairman Burnett?
No.
Proposal fails 0-7.
Okay, thank you, and I want to give a big shout out to the Toke folks here. They've done a great job presenting to us, and we appreciate your hard work and the thoroughness of your presentations, especially on intensive management. So with that, we're going to take a break, and we'll come back and we'll start on Delta area proposals next. Thanks.
you're hot when that's ready.
Okay, Annie, let me know when we're ready. Okay. All right, call the meeting back to order. And the meeting is we're back on the record. Department staff ready? Do we have a Delta area overview? Yes, okay. So we're ready for that.
Chairman Burnett, members of the board, a brief staff introduction. Today we have our area biologist Bob Schmidt with us. He will be presenting the area overview as well as staff comments for all the proposals relative to the Delta area. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, hello, members of the board. As Jason mentioned, I'm Bob Schmidt, the Delta Area Biologist. This is the Delta Area Overview, and a copy of this presentation can be found in RC4, tab 5.1. Unit 20D is depicted on this map. It's kind of in the south central part of Unit 20, sandwiched between 20A and 20B. To the north and west, which are managed by the Fairbanks office, and 20E to the east, which is managed by the Tok office. Here's a winter shot of the Delta area office in downtown Delta. So here we have the staff of the Delta area office. On the left, we have myself, and I'm the area biologist, as mentioned. I've been with the department for 10 years, and in my current position for 7 years. Before that, I was the Delta Junction Bison Range Manager. On the right, we have Ellie Mason, who is a Fish and Wildlife Technician 3, and her position is a shared position between wildlife conservation and sport fish. She has been in her job for almost 11 years. We do currently have one vacant position in the Delta office, which is the Bison Range Manager position. We hope to have this position filled soon before the start of the 2024 field season. Clint Cooper, who is now the Kramer's Refuge Biologist in Fairbanks, just vacated this position in December after serving as the range manager for 6 years. A closer look at Unit 20D. Delta Junction is 100 miles southeast of Fairbanks. It totals just over 5,600 square miles, and the land ownership is mostly state and private land except some of Fort Greely Donnelly Training Area. The Tanana River bisects the unit, creating what we often refer to as Unit 20D North and 20D South. A closer look at the 20D communities. First, up there in the upper left on the screen, we have Fort Greely, and that has a population of about 500 year-round individuals. And this is made up of active Army personnel and Department of Defense civilians who live on the installation. There are often many more personnel stationed at Fort Greely on a temporary basis from other Army installations around the state, including Eielson Air Force Base, and there are also oftentimes soldiers coming up from the lower 48 as well. Moving to the right, there are about 800 people that live within the city limits of Delta Junction. Most people, however, live outside of town, and these areas are known as Big Delta and Deltana. These areas collectively have a population size of about 3,200 people. Next, we have Healy Lake, which is a small village basically right in the middle of Unit 20D with a current population of around 20 people. And then moving further down the highway, we have Dry Creek, which has about 100 people and is located off of the Alaska Highway, basically halfway between Delta and Tok. Lastly, on the bottom, we have Dot Lake, which has about 80 individuals and is located on the far southeastern side of Unit 20D near the Unit 12 boundary. So Southern Unit 20D, pictured on the top of the slide, encompasses the lowlands of the Tanana River Valley and the eastern Alaska Range, as well as the private agricultural lands, which totals about 100,000 acres, that was developed in the late 1970s and early 1980s. The private agricultural land has hunting opportunity for bison, waterfowl, and small game. Access is good in 20D South with the Richardson and Alaska highways bisecting the unit, as well as many trails and secondary roads. Northern Unit 20D, on the bottom of the screen, encompasses the hills of the Tanana uplands and lowlands along several major river valleys. Access into this area is poor. The area is mainly accessed via boat on some of the rivers and a few remote airstrips. Next is a look at the Fairbanks non-subsistence area. As you can see from this map, there's only a small portion of southeastern Unit 20D that is outside of the Fairbanks non-subsistence area. For ACs, we've got the Delta AC, which serves Delta Junction, Fort Greely, and Dry Creek. And then the upper Tanana 40-mile AC, which is in Tok, serves Dot Lake and Healy Lake. Special use areas in 20D, we have 4 that the Delta Area Offices manages. There's also the TMA that you've heard about that extends into 20D, but that is managed by the Tok office. First, looking at the Delta Junction Bison Range, this is about 138 square miles and totals approximately 90,000 acres. About 2,700 acres of this is cleared. That's located in the left portion of the map, depicted there with the purple and then the 2 field complexes. This area is managed to produce bison forage to reduce bison conflicts in the Delta Agricultural Project, and in doing so, small game and moose greatly benefit as well. We also have the Bison Range Youth Moose Hunt, now called the Bison Range Controlled Use Area. That's on the 2 field complexes. This made bison habitat management easier and provided the youth with a good opportunity to harvest moose. There are 10 permits issued annually for this hunt. And there was over 80% success rate before antlerless hunts were canceled after the severe winter of 2001-2022. The board will hear 3 proposals that seek to make changes to the Bison Range Youth Hunt structure. Looking at the next special use area of the Delta Junction Management Area on the left side of the map, this is about 278 square miles around Delta Junction. This is managed to allow limited moose harvest around Delta, and it was formerly the Delta Junction closed area until 1996. This includes the DM795 hunt and the 2023 harvest for both DM790, which is the overall Delta Junction Management Area, and then the 795, the Disabled Veterans Hunt, was 9 for the harvest in 2023. Usually we issue around 20 permits for DM790 and 6 permits for DM795. The next special use area, moving down the highway and to the south of Delta Junction, is the Delta Controlled Use Area. This is 1,680 square miles, and it encompasses portions of Southwest 20D, 20A, and a little portion of 13B. This is managed to provide uncrowded and walk-in hunting, mainly for sheep, but it also applies to the Macomb Caribou Hunt. And the dates that this is in effect is August 5th through the 25th. And the last controlled use area on the right side of the map to the east toward Tok, we have the Macomb Plateau Controlled Use Area in southeast 20D. This is about 304 square miles, and there is no motorized vehicles allowed in this area August 10th through September 30th. This is managed to protect core Macomb caribou calving habitat and to provide walk-in hunting for sheep and to regulate caribou harvest during the RC 835 hunt. Next, looking at the species in the Delta area, first I'll talk about the Delta bison herd, which ranges southwest 20D, the area in dark green on the map. The herd calves in the southwest portion of the range along the Delta River on military land. Then the herd migrates to the Delta Junction Bison Range usually in July, which is just south of the Alaska Highway marked on the map. Most of the herd ruts on the Bison Range in August, and after the rut, the herd migrates to the north to the private ag lands. Then the herd winters on both the ag lands and the Delta Junction Bison Range before again migrating back to the Delta River in the spring. A little more on Delta bison. The herd size is managed by a drawing hunt. The population objective is 360 animals pre-calving, and this is based on the most recent recommendations from the now inactive Delta Bison Working Group, and the last plan that was created was the 2012 Interim Management Plan. There are over 40,000 applicants per year to hunt Delta bison, making it the most sought-after draw hunt in Alaska. And we issue 80 to 140 permits per year. The current population estimate is approximately 400 bison, which is slightly above the population objective due to hunters being a little less successful in the 2023-2024 hunting season than anticipated. Although the current hunting season doesn't end until March 31st, so there could be a little bit of harvest still. As mentioned, the Delta bison are managed under a management plan. The most current one is the 2012 interim management plan, but plans have been around since 1980. After the completion of the 2012 interim management plan, the Delta Bison Working Group became inactive. However, this most recent plan is what the department still currently considers for management direction. The 360 pre-calving management objective is a product of many discussions based primarily around agricultural conflict. Agricultural conflict is also what drove the creation of the Delta Junction Bison Range in 1979, which is maintained to create alternative habitat in an attempt to divert bison away from agricultural fields, particularly prior to the fall crop harvest. Agricultural conflict was far less through the 2010s than the previous decades, being many farms constructed high tensile fences to keep bison away from agricultural interests. However, the severe winter of 2021-2022 once again resulted in increased concern over bison. The deep crusted snow led bison to use roadways and unfenced agricultural feedlots, which resulted in many conflicts with the public. Bison, along with many other species in the area, suffered from the difficult winter. Bison in particular declined by approximately 40%, which was the largest natural mortality event recorded in the 96-year history of this population. However, through conservative management, as previously mentioned, the population is again meeting management objectives and is actually slightly above management objectives. Prompted in part by the difficult winter of 2021-2022, local individuals have promoted the idea of expanding the Delta Junction Bison Range, and staff are working on a federal aid grant that would match funding provided by DNR in order to expand and enhance habitat management on the Delta Junction Bison Range. Work could begin on this project as early as fall 2024. One aspect of the DNR funding speaks to the desire to increase herd size beyond the current management objective of 360 bison, with the goal of increasing the social carrying capacity for bison through the expansion of the bison range. An increase in herd size would therefore result in increased hunting opportunity and harvest opportunity. Some management activities for Delta bison include aerial surveys, sex and age composition counts, which have long been done from the ground with a spotting scope. We are using some photo census technology for that now too. We keep an active sample of radio collars. We do disease surveillance. As mentioned, we manage the bison forage on the Delta Junction Bison Range. We administer the drawing permit hunt, and we have been doing genetics investigations. And lastly, we always closely work with the Delta ag producers, keeping them in the loop about bison management activities. We assist them with bison hazing efforts away from agricultural infrastructure and notifying them about bison distribution throughout the growing season, just to name a few. Average hunter success for the past 10 years for Delta bison is 80%. The board already heard one regional proposal regarding proxy hunting with bison. Some issues is conflict with the private ag lands on the Delta Ag project and the high tensile fencing in general. Bison, moose, and other wildlife become entangled in it, or cows and calves, both for moose and bison, can become separated from one another. There's also the risk of exposure to domestic bison and other livestock, and then military training and bison calving range. Moving to black bear, we have an extrapolated population estimate of 750 black bears. The harvest objective is not to exceed 15 bears south of the Tanana River and 30 bears north of the Tanana River. Some current regulations, harvest ticket is required to hunt black bears in this area, but sealing is not required. There is a 3-bear annual limit with no closed season, and the black bear baiting season is April 15th to June 30th. The 2022 harvest was 19 bears, and most of the black bears are harvested over bait in the spring. Some management activities include registering bait stations, issuing harvest tickets, and responding to nuisance bear complaints. There are no proposals regarding black bears, and some issues we face with black bears are lack of population estimates. Moving to brown bears, we have an extrapolated estimate of 181 to 210 bears for Unit 20D. The harvest objective is 5 to 15 bears per year, with no more than 45% female harvest. The harvest objective is currently being met with a current harvest rate of 6 to 8% for the past 10 years, with an average of 50% of those being females. About 25% of the harvest is from 20D north over bait. Some new research that has been conducted suggests brown bears can be harvested at a higher rate, and we'll get into that more in the board. Here's some proposals on 20D brown bears. Current regulations are there's no resident tag fees. The season is August 10th to June 30th. Baiting is allowed in Unit 20D North since regular 2017. The bag limit is 1 bear per year in 20D, and sealing is required. A little bit more on brown bears. Some sealing that some activities, management activities that we do are to seal bears in response to nuisance bear complaints. The board will hear 3 proposals regarding brown bears in 20D specifically, and 2 regional brown bear proposals, which you guys already heard. Some issues include lack of current population estimates and high hunting pressure coupled with the ease of access in southern Unit 20D. Moving to caribou, this map shows the range of the Macomb caribou herd, which is depicted in gray. The herd ranges from the Delta River on the west side to Erie Creek on the east side in Unit 12. The IM population objective for the Macomb herd is 600 to 800 caribou, and some current population estimates are in 2019 we estimated 802 caribou. 2021 we had 604 caribou. In 2023 we had 555 caribou, with an ANS to 10 to 40. I would like to note that there has been natural fluctuations in the Macomb herd like all caribou herds tend to experience. Prior to 2008, this herd often ranged in size from 500 to 800 caribou. After 2008, the herd got as high as 1,800 caribou in 2010, which is the largest count ever for the Macomb herd. And since 2010, herd numbers have typically been around 1,000. In recent years, the population has dipped a little more, with likely some amount of winter mortality as a result of the severe winter of 21-22. I'd also like to note that all survey data for the Macomb herd are from minimum counts. A little bit more about Macomb caribou. This map shows the hunt area, which is different than the range map you just saw. So this shows the hunt area of RC 835 in green, the Macomb controlled use area in hashed white, and the Delta controlled use area in hashed red. 95% of the harvest takes place in either the Macomb controlled use area or in the Delta controlled use area, which is both by walk-in hunters earlier in the season or by motorized hunters in the last 2 days of the season when motorized vehicles are allowed within the Delta controlled use area. There are no caribou north of the Alaska Highway during the hunting season. Our IM harvest objective is 30 to 50 per year, and as mentioned, the hunt is conducted by registration permit RC 835, August 10th to August 27th. The harvest quota has ranged from 30 to 70 over the past 10 years, and the season was closed early by emergency order in 2016, 17, 2020, and 2023. A little bit more on Macomb caribou. Our management activities include aerial population and composition surveys, hunting season distribution surveys, and maintaining an adequate sample of radio collars. In 2023, we deployed the first ever GPS collars onto this herd. Before that, they were always VHF collars. We issued the registration permits, and the hunt administration that comes with that. There are no proposals regarding Macomb caribou, and some issues we face are avoiding over-harvest of a small road-accessible herd and protecting this habitat. Moving to moose, this map shows all the different moose seasons in Unit 20D. I know there's a lot going on this map, and it may be hard to read, but I'll walk you through it. The main point here is to show that there is a lot going on and not that big of an area for moose hunting regulations. There are 8 hunting structures in Unit 20D, plus the antlerless drawing hunt in Unit 20D Southwest. These 8 structures include 3 General 20D North hunts, all of which are any bull, 3 General 20D South hunts, which are all antler restricted, and we have the DM 790, 795 hunt, the Bison Range Youth Hunt, and I already mentioned the DM 791 antlerless hunt. A little more on moose. So moose have been identified as an important human consumption IM. Intensive management was first adopted in 1995 for this area. The 20D moose population is doing well. We did see a dip in the population after the severe winter of 2021-2022, but the population is already rebounding. We also got some nice fires spread across the entire unit in 2023 that were much needed in parts of the unit as habitat was aging out of being quality forage available for moose. There is an IM population objective for Unit 20D of 8,000 to 10,000 moose. Currently, there is about 3,930 moose in Unit 20D South and 3,685 in 20D North, which gives us a unit-wide estimate of 7,615 moose. 20D has an IM harvest objective of 500 to 700 moose. Average harvest from 2015 to 2022 is 240 moose with an average success rate of 25%. This is the unit-wide bull harvest, including draws. We are harvesting about 20 antlerless moose per year as well. We were harvesting that many before all the antlerless hunts were canceled the last 2 years. Some management activities for moose include general hunting, drawing, and registration permit hunts, annual GSP population estimates, annual aerial twinning surveys, periodic browse surveys, periodic short yearling weights, disease surveillance, and attending public meetings. The board will hear 4 proposals regarding moose in 20D. Some issues include balancing high moose populations with high hunting pressure and controversial antler restrictions and antlerless hunting, exposure to livestock diseases, and moose-human conflicts. Moving to sheep. Doll sheep in the Delta Controlled Use Area is the first sheep population I'll talk about in 20D. I pretty much covered this in the special use area slide, but I'll touch on a couple points again. The Delta Controlled Use Area is south, east, and west of Delta Junction and is primarily in Unit 20D, but it also includes portions of 20A and 13B. The first season, DS-203 is August 10th through the 25th, and motorized vehicles are not allowed as the controlled use area restrictions are in place. The second season, motorized vehicles are allowed, and the season dates are August 26th to September 20th. An average harvest of 39 sheep per year from the 2 hunts combined, which is a 37% success rate from 2016 to 2023. Harvest has been less since 2020. Around 70 permits a year were issued for each hunt up until 2020. The last 3 years, we've issued less permits amongst a drop in sheep population numbers. The permit reduction is not for biological reasons, as we have the full crow regulation in place that already limits the harvest to a sustainable level. Rather, the reduction in permit numbers is intended to keep hunters' satisfaction and success rates up amongst the smaller sheep population. 40 permits were issued for each hunt in 2023 and 2024. We do survey the entirety of the Delta Controlled Use Area annually if weather permits. All counts are minimum counts, and they more closely resemble a trend count rather than a true population estimate of the entire area. while we are in the midst of a below-average period for sheep numbers in the Delta-controlled use area, with the long-term average being around 1,200 sheep, numbers have been around where they are now in the past, including in the early 1990s, after a series of severe winters. Then again in 2013, when we observed 625 sheep after a very deep snow year and late breakup that year. After 2013, numbers did again get over 1,000 sheep, with a high of 1,400 sheep observed in 2019, and some more recent counts are 951 sheep in 2020, which is the pre-severe winter of 2022, and then 679 sheep in 2023, and that was 2 years post the severe winter of 2021-2022. The next sheep population that the Delta area manages is Mount Harper. Doll sheep in the Mount Harper area includes portions of Unit 20D, 20B, and 20E, and totals 240 square miles of sheep habitat. A minimum count survey is conducted in this area every 2 to 3 years as weather and funding allows. The area has long averaged approximately 100 sheep observed during the survey. Here I went back to 2005 to again show this population has also been this low in the past. In 2005, there were 49 sheep observed, 81 sheep in 2014, 52 sheep in 2020, and 28 sheep in 2023. The high counts between 2005 and present were 107 in 2011 and 104 in 2016. Normally, we issue 4 drawing permits for this area. However, only 2 were issued in 2024 to again help boost hunter success. Hunting can occur outside of the draw area with a harvest ticket. The last 5-year average success was 25%, and only 2 people hunted in 2023, and neither of those folks got a sheep. Some management activities for Dall sheep, including sealing horns, conducting aerial surveys, and disease surveillance. The board will hear 6 proposals regarding sheep, 4 for the Delta-controlled use area, and 2 for Mount Harper. The board also already heard 4 regional proposals that could affect sheep management and hunting in Unit 20D. Some issues are protecting habitat, severe winter weather, impacting sheep populations, and disease concern between domestic sheep, goats, and Dall sheep. Moving to small game, we have several small game species in Unit 20D, including ruffed grouse, sharp-tailed grouse, spruce grouse, snowshoe hare, and 3 species of ptarmigan. We also have lots of waterfowl and lots of waterfowl hunting in the area. The sandhill crane migration is particularly impressive. Each May and September, 3/4 of the world's lesser sandhill crane mid-continental population, which numbers over 500,000 birds, passes through Delta Junction. Hunters travel from far and near to take advantage of this, along with other waterfowl species. It's a popular area for all residents and non-residents for small game hunting. Management activities for small game include sharp-tail and ruffed grouse populations surveys. These are monitored annually. Ruffed grouse numbers are increasing within their 10-year cycle. We also conduct ruffed grouse habitat management in Southwest Unit 20D, mainly on the Delta Junction Bison Range. There are also small populations of willow and rock ptarmigan monitored annually. Hare numbers are also monitored annually, and they are currently at the lower end of their cycle. We also assist the waterfowl, the ADF and G waterfowl program with banding efforts, and assist USDA with avian influenza sampling occasionally. There are no proposals regarding small game. Some issues include high hunting pressure coupled with ease of access. For wolves, Unit 20D has a population objective of 15 to 125 wolves. The 2018 population estimate, which is our most current survey, estimates that there are 105 wolves in 30 packs in Unit 20D, and that the population is likely increasing. Portions of northern 20D are in the upper Yukon-Tanana wolf control area. However, this is not currently active. Some management activities include Sealing pelts, aerial surveys, which are done in the late winter when conditions and funding allow. And the wolf survey that we do is a minimum count. There are also trapper interviews conducted to estimate population size and distribution. There are no proposals regarding wolves specifically. Some issues include the role of wolves in Unit 20D intensive management. The 20D wolf harvest. So I should note that wolves are managed as a game species and a fur species. And the average wolf harvest for the past 6 years, 2017 to 2022, is 35 per year. 7 via hunting, and the hunting season runs August 10th to April 30th, and 28 wolves harvested via trapping, and the trapping season runs October 15th to April 30th. As you can see on this graph, the winter months see the most harvest during the open trapping season. January has the highest harvest, followed by December and February. The shoulder seasons have very little harvest, with only 2 wolves harvested in April and 1 in August for the reporting years. There has been no wolves harvested in these years in May, June, or July. For fur bears, the emphasized species in fur harvest include beaver, coyote, lynx, marten, red fox, and wolverine. Management activities include sealing furs, trapper questionnaires, fur bear human conflicts, this is mainly beaver. And there are 3 proposals regarding fur bears that the board already heard. Those are region-wide proposals, and there are no issues regarding fur bears. The Delta office continues to deal with a diverse array of challenging and controversial issues, but it continues to be a unique and rewarding place to live and work. And this concludes the Delta area overview, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Questions from board members? Stosh?
Yeah, thank you, Robert, for that overview. That was pretty interesting. I was curious, on your bison range, I didn't realize that it was, is that, it's roughly 20 by 20 miles that 350 bison stay in? And do they ever cross the Tanana or Delta rivers?
A little bit, minimally. They don't have a very big range, really. They go on the west side of the Delta River in 20A occasionally, and then up along the Tanana and, over by Healy Lake a little bit, but pretty much that area that I showed on the map is kind of where they stay, which is about 20 miles by 20 miles.
Additional questions from board members? Go ahead, Jake.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chair. I noticed on slide 16, some of your brown bear data, you don't have any like skull size information there. During the sealing process, do you measure skulls there?
Through the chair, yes, we do, and I'll get into that data in the actual proposals.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Robert. That was a good overview. On the Macomb caribou counts or caribou, do you have any collars on the Macomb caribou?
Yes, Member Barrett, through the chair, as I mentioned, we do. We try to keep 10 to 20 collars out. They were all VHF collars until 2023. Now we have 10 VHF or GPS collars out there as well.
And so, do you see any mixing with the Nelchina? Because you're so close to 12, and I attended one of your AC meetings, and there was some concern about Macomb caribou heading just over the border into 12.
That is possible, but we don't have that data yet. So we'll be looking at that with these GPS collars.
All right, thank you.
Okay, any additional questions? Thank you for your overview. And now we can go on to the Delta area proposals.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 125, change all general season harvest ticket moose hunts in Unit 20 Delta to a registration permit.
Second.
Proposal 125 has been moved and seconded. Hear from the department's analysis. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. A copy of this presentation can be found in RC4 tab 5.2. So this proposal 125, would require a registration permit to hunt moose instead of a general season harvest ticket for all of the general season moose hunts in Game Management Unit 20D. and require that harvest be reported within 14 days from the close of the season. The department does recommend that if this proposal is adopted, that the board amend the reporting requirement to 15 days after taking a moose, or 15 days after the close of the season, to match all other Region 3 moose registration permit reporting requirements. This proposal was submitted by the Delta AC. The department supports this proposal, and the Delta AC unanimously supported this proposal. So some issues that we have going on here is that for harvest tickets, they're often not returned, and there's no penalty for not reporting, and effort data is unclear. Hunters are supposed to report within 15 days of harvest, even on a harvest ticket, or from the end of the season, but this is generally not enforced. Some people don't report at all. It's reported very late. There's no way to track when multiple units were hunted, therefore hunter effort data also lacks. In summary, there's multiple insufficiencies with a harvest ticket. One registration permit would be required for all Unit 20D hunts if this proposal was adopted. The board will also hear Proposal 171 later in the meeting that the department put in for all Fairbanks area management GMUs. If this proposal was adopted, there would be a separate registration permit to hunt moose in the Fairbanks managed units. There are also surrounding units that would still have a harvest ticket, like Unit 12 and Unit 13. There are also other registration permit hunts nearby, such as RM 865, and federal permit hunts to the south of Delta in Unit 13. Thus, if hunters were wishing to hunt in multiple areas within a 100-mile radius of Delta Junction, they would need 5 or more different permits for moose hunting. If this proposal was adopted, permits would only be available at ADF&G and online, or at vendors that can issue permits digitally. There has been instances in the past where vendors didn't return overlays to the department until a year or more had passed, and instances when overlays have been lost in the mail. Having vendors issue permits only via the department's online system would take away the risk of paper copies being lost or not returned. Note that it would still be possible to issue a limited number of paper copies in selected communities if requested, if there is an unreliable vendor with internet capabilities. Some department considerations. ADF&G has no biological concerns with this proposal and supports it. It would help ADF&G gather better data and more accurate data to also maximize harvest to help meet Unit 20D intensive management goals. Timely and accurate report data would also greatly improve the ability to make management decisions. There would also be a big change to Unit 20D moose hunting regulations if this was passed. Using a registration permit for these reasons differs from some of the long-standing uses of registration permits, which includes reserving registration permits for populations or hunts that need to be monitored closely. Typically, there's an associated quota and the hunt is subject to early closures and late openings, so desired harvest levels can be achieved. This table shows all the current regulations in Unit 20D. It's complex, and I'll walk the board through it. I mentioned some of this in my overview, but I'll dive into it a little bit deeper here. There are 6 total harvest ticket hunts in Unit 20D. As I said, 3 are in the north, all of which are any bull for both residents and non-residents. 3 20D south hunts, which includes 1 antler restricted hunt for residents and non-residents, 1 any bull resident-only hunt, and 1 any bull hunt for residents with antler restrictions for non-residents. There are also 3 bull moose drawing hunts and an antlerless draw hunt, all within a 5,600 square mile area. The proposed regulations would include turning all the harvest ticket hunts into registration hunts. So instead of the HT and the handy dandy, you'd have an R, and all the hunts in the table I just showed would now be R for registration. Hunters would be required to report harvest within 14 days of the close of the season. But the department does prefer using the standard 15 days language if adopted, which is after harvest or 15 days after the close of the season. Hunters would receive several reminders to report and eventually would be placed on the failure to report list if they don't comply, which would make them ineligible for any drawing or registration hunts the following regulatory year. All seasons and bag limits would remain the same. Some background, Unit 20D is highly accessible and has one of the highest moose densities in Alaska, in particularly the southwest portion of the unit. It also has some of the highest hunter effort and harvest for its size in Alaska. During 2018 to 2022, an average of 832 hunters hunted annually with an average harvest of 196 in the general season hunts, making for a 24% success rate. There is a positive C&T for moose in Unit 20D outside the Fairbanks non-subsistence area. ANS is 15 moose north of the Tanana River and 5 moose south of the Tanana River. Some more background, the population objective, the intensive management population objective for 20D is 8,000 to 10,000 moose and a harvest objective of 500 to 700 moose. These objectives are for the entirety of Unit 20D, but most moose and harvest are in Southwest Unit 20D. It's important to note these IM objectives are the original ones adopted by the board after the intensive management law passed in 1994. These objectives, especially the harvest objectives, are likely unobtainable. When we've met population objectives, it's been at the lower end of the 8,000 to 10,000 range. Recent wildfires in 20D North may improve unit-wide habitat quality. The only years the harvest objective was met was in 2007 when 500 plus cows were harvested, and in 2008 when nearly 400 cows were harvested, in an attempt to reduce the densities to more sustainable levels. The 20D South population has dropped by nearly, or did drop by nearly 40% in 2022, but it is already rebounding as of 2023, with an estimated 5,092 moose in 2023. The 2021 Unit 20D North estimate was 3,688. 20D North has not been surveyed since 2021. It is, however, very likely that that population is following similar patterns to 20D South, with a population reduction in 2022 and now increasing, especially with significant habitat increases in the area through abundant wildfires over the past 20 years. The current unit-wide population estimate of 7,621 moose is the 2023 Southern Unit 20D estimate combined with the 2021 20D North estimate, which are the department's most recent population estimates for these different areas. So the effects and conclusions on this proposal, all Unit 20D harvest ticket hunts would become one registration hunt. Adoption of this proposal would help the department gather better effort and harvest data, which would help maximize moose harvest and meet intensive management goals. ADF&G has no biological concerns with this proposal and supports it. If adopted, ADF&G would provide educational outreach to ensure hunters are aware of the change to longstanding regulations. So again, this proposal changes all harvest ticket moose hunts in 20D to registration hunts, changes the reporting requirement. This was submitted by the Delta AC. The department supports this proposal, and the Delta AC supported it unanimously.
Thank you. You did say that you would prefer a 15-day reporting period. That's the only change that you would ask for? Is that correct?
That is correct, Chairman.
Okay. Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. because if it would become a registration hunt, I believe the department has that discretional authority to separate out how many days it needs to be reported, you know, versus the proposal coming up that's adding, you know, the rest of the unit 20. What I'm saying is if we just added 20D to the other proposal, which has all the other units, that you have the ability to request when that reporting period has to, harvest, or registration permit has to be submitted.
That's my understanding, Member Barrett, that we could set the date, you know, how long you have to report, but all other registration hunts are 15 days. And to touch on your first comment about combining it with the proposal coming up, that was something that was talked about, but the Delta AC did make a note that they'd prefer to keep 20D separate. Just a note on that.
Ryan?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Member Barrett is correct. We do have that discretionary authority to change it, and we likely would. However, this proposal came to you at 14 days, and we wanted to highlight that.
Okay, additional, go ahead, Al.
Just one thing, it's not on the topic of the proposal, but you brought it up in your slides, that you said that the current IM objectives are very old and seem somewhat unachievable. Is there a reason the department didn't bring a proposal forward to have the board revisit the IM objectives?
Go ahead, Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through Chair Member Barrett. I think we actually wanted to see how these next few moose proposals go, and moose are a pretty hot topic in the Delta Junction area. You'll likely see that, though, I would suspect, in the next couple cycles anyway.
Thank you. And would the registration hunt help you with making that determination?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, it will. I mean, the data that we get from registration hunts, permits, excuse me, is much more accurate.
Okay, additional discussion, Dave.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To public safety, this is a big change in how we currently do reporting. And staff said there's no penalty for not reporting on a harvest ticket. I think there probably is, but why is that not enforced, the harvest ticket reporting? It seems like it hasn't been enforced for years, but there is a provision to enforce it. So can you help me with that?
Yeah, through the chair, Member Loring. So 5 AAC 92050 covers most permit hunt reports, but it's specific to permits. So when you read through the regulation, it's nowhere do I ever see harvest tickets mentioned. It talks about drawing permits, registration permits, tier 2, tier 1. So that's a partial reason. There's really no specific penalty clause for it. Second, I would say, and I don't want to speak for the department too much, but I think the effort that would be involved in trying to capture all of the ones that aren't reported on, I know the effort the Department of Fish and Game goes through just for registration hunts is massive. I can't imagine the extra effort and staff they would need to try to tackle harvest as well.
Good, Dave.
Thank you on that. So what type of enforcement action? It'd be kind of nice to kind of move into this slowly and not drop the hammer that first year because it's such a big change. Because all of a sudden, if you don't report, then you're done for any drawing or registration, so you can't even hunt any moose at all the following year, which is a pretty big penalty for failing to report. Is there any thought about maybe moving into this slowly and having a year or two of, sliding into the big hammer being dropped, so to speak?
Go ahead, Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and through the chair, Member Loring. Registration permits are widely used across the state. I realize, this would be a significant change for this area. I suspect there's many members of Delta Junction listening in right now and others as well. And we have, roughly 4 months, I guess, 5 months before the hunt starts. And I believe that Bob mentioned, education efforts if this is adopted.
Thank you, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just like to add into that also the department has the authority, their discretional authority not to impose a failure to report and have done so in other parts of the state.
Thank you. Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I would just ask procedurally how you would like to go, since this is just a separate unit. It's the separated one out from all of 20.
I know there is a later proposal that would do that. I think we should act on this one or not act on this one and, I mean, vote this one up and down and then go on, and then we can, it will already be included when we get to the other one.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Roger, to the staff or maybe to Ryan, on Chairman Barrett's last comment about not imposing a penalty for failed reports, that's something that actually could happen? Because I am concerned about that, especially when we're talking about not only this proposal, but the next one, we're talking about thousands of hunters that hunt in those two areas in 20A and 20D.
Through the chair, Member Loring, it is possible. We use that authority mainly in places that we operate joint permits with, the one I'm most familiar with is with the Forest Service in Southeast. I suppose we haven't discussed it, but there's room for that discussion.
Okay, thank you. Any additional discussion on the proposal?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I attended several AC meetings with the area biologist that was at most of those meetings. And, they explained it that, yeah, there would be an ease into this. They generally give 2 notices, for people to turn in their reports. And, so, yeah, they're gonna work their way into it. It won't be, we're gonna enforce failure report on the very first day.
Okay, thank you, Dave.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And if this does pass for this unit and also the rest of 20, my concern, I haven't seen it yet, is that when a person applies online for either registration permit or drawing permit, if they're blacklisted for whatever reason, that doesn't show up, at least I haven't seen it, on the application. And the application, and tell me if I'm wrong, but the application goes through, you pay your money, and then you never get the permit in the back end. So is there a way that the software can be adjusted to not accept an application because of a failure report, either a drawing permit or harvest or a registration permit, that prevent people from, going through the whole process and then losing their $20, $30, $40, $100?
Go ahead,
I'm
Ryan.
concerned about that.
Yeah, through the chair, Member Loring, there's always a way. I mean, I'm sure there's a programmer out there that could figure it out. But where does the responsibility stop with the hunter? Everybody, if you are on the FTR list, you know it. I mean, I think that's true. I mean, we reach out, as Member Barrett had mentioned, we send 2 letters. We also send emails, reminder emails, multiple, coming up to the report day. And in a lot of offices, people actually sit down and make phone calls. So yeah.
Okay, thank you, Ryan. Additional discussion from board members on this? Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I intend to support this proposal. It took me a long time to work it through my mind, but, the board relies on current data heavily, and I think this is only a benefit to future boards.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I also intend to support this as well. I mean, as the department laid out in their briefing there, that their IM population objectives and harvest objective numbers were, I think, almost 30 years old. And, they said that it's most likely unattainable at this point. And so they're asking us to help them get more updated data. And through this process, local AC supports it, the department supports it. And I think as a board, at a future date, when that IM information comes before us, it might help us make a future decision a lot easier. So I intend to support this.
Thank you. Any additional discussion, Al?
Just one more thing, one of my pet peeves. Will I be able to apply online for a registration permit and not have to provide my driver's license number?
Through the chair, Member Barrett, I believe the driver's license number is still required.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think Member Brett might suggest that you think about alternative means of identification, but that said, go ahead, Dave.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be supporting this proposal also for the reasons that the data that the department's gonna get is being a lot more thorough than what they currently get with harvest ticket reporting. And that data definitely can be used, for direct management purposes on the right, with a lot of confidence. And so I like that part. I would request that the department do look at the possibility of having a stopgap on that application process if somebody is blacklisted and just not taking the money without telling them they're blacklisted, even though
Okay.
there's plenty of opportunity to be warned ahead of time. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional board discussion prior to voting on this proposal?
Call the question.
Question's been called.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On the proposal in front of us, the board showed no concerns from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you. Christie, would you poll the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on proposal 125. Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Cooney?
Yes.
Mr. Barrett?
Yes.
Mr. Loring?
Yes.
Ms. Cusack?
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher?
Yes.
Chairman Burnett?
Yes.
Proposal carries 7-0.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt proposal 126, reauthorize the antlerless moose hunting seasons in Unit 20 Delta.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Department.
Yes, proposal 126 reauthorizes the antlerless moose hunting season in Unit 20D. This was submitted by the department. The department supports it. The Delta AC supported it pretty much unanimously, and the Fairbanks AC supported it unanimously as well, 15-0. So the issue here is Unit 20D antlerless moose hunts must be reauthorized annually. This allows the continuation of the southwestern Unit 20D antlerless drawing hunts. There are 30 permits awarded annually for all the different hunts, which include the bison range, youth moose hunt, the disabled veterans hunt, DM 795, and the southwestern Unit 20D DM 791. Permit numbers are changed annually based on most recent population estimates, nutritional status, and winter conditions. Antlerless hunts were not held in 2022 or 2023 due to the severe winter of 2022. We are planning to take about 15 antlerless moose in 2024 between the different hunts. Registration hunts are also retained and codified in case the department determines that it is necessary to quickly reduce or maintain the moose population by increasing the antlerless harvest. The department would also like the Board of Game to develop an allocation order between the 3 active antlerless drawing hunts in southwestern Unit 20D. There is currently no allocation order for the 3 antlerless hunts, and in the event there are not enough moose to hold all 3 hunts, we don't have direction on who gets the permits. Right now, it's all or nothing. The board will hear 3 additional proposals that seek to make changes to all Unit 20D antlerless hunting structures. Some background, the Board of Game adopted intensive management for Unit 20D in 1995. The IM population objective is 8,000 to 10,000 moose. The IM harvest objective is 500 to 700 moose. By 2006, the population in southwestern Unit 20D increased to 5.6 moose per square mile. We had a moderately low twinning rate and a moderately high browse utilization. In summary, the moose population was unsustainably high, so it was intentionally brought down via antlerless hunts. At the time, this was the highest moose density in the state. Some more background. Antlerless moose hunting is only conducted in southwest 20D, the area in orange on the map. This area is defined as south of the Tanana River and west of the Johnson River. This area has the highest moose density and population growth. Extensive agricultural land clearing and wildfires over the last 40 years created an abundant, high quality of moose habitat. The population showed nutritional stress prior to the 2021-2022 winter due to a continued high density of moose in aging habitat. The 2022 winter set several records with overall snow depth, duration, and a rainstorm in late December, which blanketed the snowpack in a 2-inch layer of ice. Antlerless hunts continue to be a contentious subject in the community, so the department consistently keeps the public aware of moose nutritional data and moose management plans to justify the need for antlerless hunts. But we occasionally lack local support, even with all this data, to have these hunts. This slide is the bull and cow harvest of 2002 to 2022 for all Unit 20D. While the graph is unit-wide for bulls, all antlerless hunting is conducted in Southwest 20D only. Most bulls are harvested in the southwest portion of the unit as well. Bull harvest increased in 2013 and has remained stable since. It did decrease a little in 2022 after the severe winter. The average bull harvest 2002 through 2022 is 187 bull moose harvested per year. This is an approximately 25% hunter success rate during this time frame. After moose began showing signs of nutritional stress in the early 2000s, antlerless hunting began in Unit 20D in 2006, and antlerless permits were intentionally bumped up significantly in 2007 and 2008 to bring the population down quickly. Over 1,000 cows were harvested from 2006 through 2009 in Southwest Unit 20D in an area just over 1,200 square miles in size. Registration antlerless hunts ended in 2009, and since then less than 30 cows per year have been taken annually via drop permit. Cows accompanied by a calf were not permitted to be taken in any of the antlerless hunting that has taken place in Unit 20D. Again, there was no antlerless hunts in 2022 or 2023. As mentioned, the Southwest moose density was reduced by antlerless hunts. The Southwest 20D population estimates were around 3,000 moose in the early 2000s. Then they skyrocketed to over 7,500 moose by 2006, with a density of 5.6 moose per square mile. The population was brought down to about 4,000 moose with a density of about 3 moose per square mile, and it has stayed around this mark since. The population did dip in 2022 after the severe winter, but in 2023, we were back to about 3,500 moose with a density of 2.8 moose per square mile. The population has been very stable from 2010 to 2020 after the large antlerless hunts concluded. Bull cow ratios and calf cow ratios ranged from the mid-20s to the low 30s per 100 from 2010 to present. The bull cow ratio management objective for this area is 30 bulls per 100 cows. Some data that we collect to determine when antlerless hunts should be used. First, we have twinning rates. Twinning rates are managed according to the 2-year average. Over 20% twinning means no antlerless hunts because we want the population to grow. Population is not limited by habitat. Less than 20% twinning, we reduce population growth by having some antlerless hunts to stabilize the population to help improve nutritional indices before the population becomes nutritionally stressed. Population is limited by habitat in this scenario. Under 10% twinning, even more antlerless hunting is needed to reduce the population size as nutritional stress is present. We also look at the weights of 9-month-old calves and overwinter browse utilization. So here's a look at the 20D twinning data in more in depth. This graph shows the twinning rate for Southwest Unit 20D 2001 to 2023. The green dashed bars at 10 and 20% represent the management thresholds I just discussed in the previous slides. And the black line across the bars is a 2-year trend line, as 2-year averages are what's used to make management decisions. Since 2015, the twinning rates for Southwest 20D have been in a declining trend. We do expect twinning rates to gradually start improving with the reduction in the population after the 2021-2022 winter. It can take a few years for twinning rates to respond after a big change in the population size, which is likely why we haven't seen a response yet. The 2022 twinning rate was 13.7%, and the 2023 twinning rate was 8%, making our most recent two-year average twinning rate 11%. We plan to manage for stable population growth, which will mean harvesting a few cow moose annually. Ideally, we'd like to keep things right in the middle of these thresholds of around 15% twinning. As mentioned, we look at female short yearling weights. This is another good metric to look at nutritional indices. The most current short yearling data for Unit 20D is from 2019 when we weighed 47 female short yearling moose and the average weight was 367 pounds. In 2020, we again weighed 37 short yearling females and the average weight was 344 pounds. Below 385 for short yearling females is considered to indicate nutritional stress, and below 365 indicates extreme stress. Other moose populations around the interior with lower moose densities often have weights around 400 pounds or more, 400. In Unit 20D, we weighed female short yearlings in 2010, 12, 19, and 2020. In all these years, the weights averaged below the 385 threshold and even approaching the 365 threshold. We expect the next time we weigh calves, which will be in the next 1 to 2 years, numbers will be much improved after the 40% reduction in the population over the winter of 2021-2022. You'll notice from the graph that weights were much better in 2012, which was 2 more years post-population reduction through antlerless hunting versus 2010, which was immediately following the reduction and moose hadn't had time to recover. Another thing we look at is browse. Fire, riparian disturbances, which are from flood or ice scour, logging, and land clearing, increase deciduous woody forages. Moose need disturbance of some kind to maintain these woody forages, which is their winter food source. Preferred moose browse species are willows, poplar, aspen, and paper birch. The browse survey measures the percent offtake of these particular woody species. Offtake is known as moose consumption of the overwinter twig biomass, or how much they consume. How much they consume from the prior summer's growing season. The picture on the bottom right demonstrates the technique used. There has been significant changes in browse offtake among the surveys in the years mentioned. This graph shows the browse surveys that were conducted between 2007 and 2023. And then it also shows how moose densities through time compared to the percent browse offtake in relation to the densities. So the 2007 browse survey equaled a 25% biomass offtake, and this is 13 years after the 1994 Hajdukovic burn and 8 years after the 1999 Donnelly burn, which are the last 2 big fires in the area. These 2 fires created a significant portion of the available moose browse in Southwest 20D, which was 5.6 moose per square mile. The 2010 survey, which that equaled 15% offtake, and this was on the same basic habitat, but after antlerless reduction of 41% through those antlerless hunts I mentioned. And at 2010, we were at a 3.5 moose per square mile density. In 2022, our browse survey measured 41% offtake, and this is on approximately the same density since 2010, but on habitat mostly 25 years of age after the disturbance. And then in 2022, we had 3.3 moose per square mile. The 2023 survey, we had a 22% offtake, so it went from 41% to 22% offtake. And this was at a lower density for 1 year on the same habitat And this was after that severe winter, and we were at 1.9 moose per square mile at that time. 25% and above offtake is considered moderately high removal. 35% and above is considered very high removal. As you can see, we were well above both the 25 and 35% thresholds in 2022. In summary, there is lots of similarities between 2007 and 2010 data compared to the 2022 and 2023 data. High browse removal rate, which came down quickly after a population reduction. Just in one example, the population was brought down through antlerless hunting, and the other example, it was brought down via winter mortality. Twinning and weight data also showed similarities. So in summary, Unit 20D had a very high moose density of approximately 5.6 moose per square mile. There was 1,054 cow moose harvested from 2006 to 2009. Moose densities were then reduced to 3.1 moose per square mile. Since 2009, there's been fewer than 30 cow moose harvested per year. The current moose density is at 2.8, which seems to be a much better density for the habitat, as nutritional indices are already improving post the severe winter of 2021-2022. No antlerless hunts were held in 2022 or 2023, but about 15 are planned for 2024 between the different hunts. Permits will only be issued via drawing in special hunts until data collection suggests there is a need for further reduction. The department would like the board to consider developing an allocation order between the 3 active antlerless drawing hunts that are in regulation for Southwest 20D, which include the youth hunt, YM792, the disabled veterans hunt, DM795, and the antlerless drawing hunt for the entirety of Southwest 20D, which is DM791. Note, the next proposal, 127, asks to remove the DM791 hunt from regulation, so the board may wish to hear proposal 127 before establishing an allocation order. This issue arose in 2022 after the 40% reduction in the population after that severe winter the previous winter. And the department felt it could still allow 5 to 10 antlerless moose to be harvested through the youth hunt, but there would have then not been any available for the DM791 hunt. We, however, learned we could not have an antlerless hunt for one hunt in regulation but not the others. It was all or nothing. So we canceled the DM791 hunt completely and took away the antlerless component from the youth hunt and disabled veterans hunt, which closed all antlerless hunting in Unit 20D. Developing an allocation order for the different antlerless hunts would allow the department to hold some hunts in the future and not others if there was again a time that there wasn't enough surplus antlerless moose to hold all the hunts. We are requesting reauthorization as a management tool. Again, this proposal reauthorizes the 20D antlerless moose hunts submitted by the department. The department supports, the 2 ACs that voted support it unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you, Board. Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. A question for law. This proposal is only asking for a reauthorization, but within their presentation, they were asking for an allocation issue. Would we be able to satisfy the department's request for an allocation with the upcoming proposal, 127? Could that be amended?
This one could be amended.
Through the chair, Member Barrett, yes, and I believe that's what you're hearing Bob suggest, is that because if you do an allocation now, what you do in the next proposal could make you redo it again anyway. So you could hold off on that.
Thank you, Al. Additional discussion?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Looking at your twinning rates and your short yearling weights, and I think, it's easy to blame the winter event of 21-22, but both charts show a decline in both short yearling weights and twinning rates prior to the snow events, which would indicate, a habitat issue out there. And, I don't know, you should have seen a bump, you know, since then. If you didn't have a habitat issue, you should have seen your short yearling rates bump back up a little bit and your twinning rates bump up by now. It doesn't take 5 or 6 years to start showing that.
Member Barrett, through the chair, we have not weighed calves since that winter, and there's only been, a couple of years of twinning data.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, and I appreciate a very thorough presentation, given the location of this antlerless hunt, but we rarely see that much of a presentation for an antlerless hunt. So, again, I appreciate it because of where we are. Any additional discussion from board members? Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you. All the ACs that were authorized to vote for that antlerless hunt supported it. So the board will support it.
Well, I hope so. I agree with Al that we can support this. It's a good tool for the department. Any additional discussion?
Call the question, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Al. The question's been called.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding costs of private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Christie, would you pull the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on proposal 126. Mr. Cooney?
Yes.
Mr. Barrett?
Yes.
Mr. Loring?
Yes.
Ms. Cusack?
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher?
Yes.
Chairman Burnett?
Yes,
Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
Proposal carries 7-0.
thank you.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt proposal 127, expand the hunt area and change the bag limit for the Unit 20 Delta Youth Moose Hunt YM 792 and eliminate the drawing hunt DM 791.
Second.
Thank you. Been moved and seconded. Department?
Thank you. So this proposal does a lot to it seeks changes to several of the regulations and establish hunts in place for Southwest Unit 20D. The proposal seeks to expand the hunt area, change the season dates, and change the bag limit to 1 moose based on the order drawn for Unit 20D Youth Moose Hunt YM 792 and eliminate the DM 791 drawing hunt from regulation. This proposal was submitted by the Delta AC, and the department is neutral on the allocative components of this proposal, and it supports some of the other elements of the proposal, but not others. If the board wished to adopt this proposal, the department would suggest creating 2 separate drawing hunts instead of 1 as requested. We would request 1 youth drawing permit for antlerless moose only and 1 youth drawing permit for any bull moose. The department, or the Delta AC, submitted and supported this proposal unanimously. Some issues. Currently, there are several draw moose hunts in place for Southwest Unit 20D that have antlerless as part of their bag limit. We have YM 792, which is the youth hunt, which currently only takes place on the Delta Junction Bison Range fields. There's DM 791, which is the antlerless drawing hunt for the entirety of Southwest Unit 20D, except for the Delta Junction Management Area. And there's DM 795, which is the disabled veterans hunt that takes place in the Delta Junction Management Area. DM 791 is exclusively antlerless, and antlerless is only part of the bag limit for YM 792 and DM 795. Under current regulations, the department can't have 1 antlerless hunt and not the others. The department would like the board to provide an allocation order for the various Unit 20D antlerless hunts if there are not enough moose to have all the hunts. When the antlerless portion of the YM 792 hunt is removed, finding a legal moose, which would be bull only, with spiked fork, 50-inch antlers, or 4 or more brow tines on at least one side in the 4-day hunting window authorized per permit, is very difficult within the current YM 792 hunting structure or hunting area, thus making the hunt fairly low quality. Success rates for this hunt with antlerless hunting average 75%. Success rates without antlerless hunting for this hunt average 30%. Current YM 792 antler restrictions puts unnecessary stress and burden on youth, which are often first-time hunters. This is particularly true when the antlerless portion of the hunt is not held. The department needs antlerless hunts to effectively manage the Unit 20D moose population. Who harvests these moose is allocative. The bull component adds opportunity for youth, up to 10 bull permits, administered as a permit condition for a portion of successful applicants, and number of permits is to be determined by ADF&G. However, it is administratively difficult to implement a stacked bag limit within the same drawing hunt. There is no precedence for issuing permits like this, and current ADF&G systems are not set up to be able to do this. Antlerless hunts continue to be a contentious subject in the community, so the department consistently keeps public aware of the moose management plans for the area and presents information to justify the need for antlerless hunts. But even with that, sometimes still lacks support to have these hunts. ADF&G has no biological concerns for turning this hunt into any moose hunt as requested, except cows or calves accompanied by a calf. There is some concern about hunting bulls this late in the season, but that can be alleviated through the department's discretionary permit authority. If too many bulls are being taken, we have the ability to issue less permits or close the season early. There are also some concerns about allowing any bull take within the Delta Junction management area, which has long been managed as a trophy bull area in this highly developed and accessible area. The DM 795 Disabled Veterans Hunt is an exception to this. This hunt was developed to provide veteran hunting opportunity in this highly accessible area, despite these veterans sometimes having severe disabilities. In addition, the hunt fits nicely with the fact that it's conducted primarily on Army land and has even had Army personnel help the hunters with their hunt. To be eligible for the DM 795 hunt, you need to have 100% service-connected disability and be a recipient of a Purple Heart. These regulations were developed to aid in the management, or the current moose season on the bison range controlled use area were developed to aid in the management of the Delta bison herd and Delta Junction bison range. So we would like the board to consider ensuring these prohibitions stay in place if this proposal is adopted. And that's the, that where you can't hunt out there with a harvest ticket and the motorized restrictions. Some more department considerations. Youth hunt opportunity would be expanded, and ADF&G would have the tools necessary to meet management goals. Regulations would be simplified by eliminating the postage stamp of YM 792 within the larger area and having one bag limit for the entire area. However, the bull component does make this a little bit trickier. The department recommends 2 separate drawing hunts to address this issue. Here again are the regulations for Unit 20D. We're going to just focus on the areas in the red boxes. This proposal would make changes to the 3 hunts in the red boxes on this table, plus the DM 791 antlerless hunt, which is not on this table. So in total, this proposal affects 4 different hunts, but YM 792 and DM 791 are the main ones affected. The first red box is the YM 792 youth hunt that takes place on the bison range fields. Codified language for this hunt reads, resident and non-resident hunters. 1 bull with spike fork or 50-inch antlers or antlers with 4 or more brow tines on at least one side, or 1 antlerless moose per lifetime of a hunter by youth hunt drawing permit only. Up to 10 permits may be issued. A person may not take a calf or a cow accompanied by a calf September 1st through the 30th. If antlerless hunts are not held, this hunt becomes an antler-restricted bull hunt. Motorized vehicles are not allowed for hunting on the bison range fields from July 1st or September 30th. Note, the motorized restrictions are a separate regulation under controlled use areas 5 AAC 92.040. So any action taken specifically to this proposal, which are all under 5 AAC 85045, would not affect the controlled use restrictions on the bison range. But changing the YM 792 hunt structure could open the door for general season moose hunters to hunt this area during the general September 1 through 15 moose season on foot if they wish to do so, unless the board specifically prohibits this. There are also several permit conditions associated with the YM 792 hunt that I'd like to point out. Each hunter is assigned a 4-day hunt period during September 1st through the 30th, based on the order drawn, and these dates are typically over a weekend, Friday through Monday. Each permittee must be accompanied in the field by a licensed Alaska resident adult at least 21 years of age. The non-resident youth accompanied resident adult must be a parent, step-parent, or legal guardian. Bag limit counts against the bag limit of both the youth permittee and the accompanying adult. The second larger red box on this table of regulations is the Delta Junction Management Area, and there are 2 hunts within it, DM 790 and 795. For these hunts, codified regulation reads, resident hunters, 1 moose every 4 regulatory years by drawing permit only. A person may not take a calf or a cow accompanied by a calf. This is for the DM 795 disabled veterans hunt. This hunt also becomes an any bull hunt when antlerless hunts are not held. Or 1 bull with spike fork or 50-inch antlers or antlers with 4 or more brow tines on one side by drawing permit only. This is for the DM 790 permit hunt. Up to 30 permits may be issued between these 2 hunts, and the season dates are September 1st through the 15th. These hunts are both open to residents and non-residents, and the only difference is a spike fork is not part of the non-resident bag limit. Lastly is the DM 791 hunt, which is not on the table. For DM 791, regulations read, residents only. 1 antlerless moose by drawing permit up to 1,000 permits may be issued in combination with that portion in the Delta Junction Management Area. A person may not take a calf or a cow accompanied by a calf October 10th through November 25th. Note that the fact that we have not been harvesting antlerless moose in the Delta Junction Management Area is only a permit condition. The season dates for DM 791 on years we've held the hunt have been October 10th through the 16th. The proposed regulations seek to expand the YM 792 hunt area to the entirety of Southwest 20D, including the Delta Junction Management Area. The proposal also seeks to change the season dates to September 16th through the 25th. It would also change the bag limit to 1 moose for a portion of the successful applicants and antlerless for the remaining successful applicants per lifetime for the YM 792 hunt. Again, calves or cows accompanied by a calf are prohibited to be taken. Some more proposed regulations. It would seek to allow ADF&G to issue up to 100 permits for this hunt. It would remove DM 791 from regulation. All other regulations that currently apply to the YM 792 hunt structure would remain in place. The access and hunting restrictions on the Delta Junction Bison Range should also remain in place. The proponent didn't specifically point out the access restrictions or general season hunting on the Bison Range fields, but I just want to make sure the board knows that these regulations exist and they were put in place to aid in the management of the Delta Bison herd and Delta Junction Bison Range. Changing these regulations could have a negative effect on bison and bison range management. Some more proposed regulations. The proponent requested in any moose bag limit for up to the first 10 successful applicants, meaning these 10 applicants would have bull as part of their bag limit, and then the remaining applicants could only harvest an antlerless moose. Here I've put in an example scenario from the proposals to try to make better sense of this. So the scenario goes, ADF&G has determined approximately 30 antlerless moose should be harvested and determined up to 10 any bulls could be harvested, any moose. The department would then issue 40 permits and the first 10 could harvest a bull if they desired. The remaining 30 successful applicants could only harvest an antlerless moose. However, this is not perfect, because with this, we assume these first 10 would harvest bulls, but in the event they did harvest cows, we wouldn't want to issue an absolute maximum number of cow permits to ensure we didn't harvest too many cows. So if we wanted a maximum of 30 cows harvested, we'd only want to issue 30 permits. There would be some guesswork with this, especially starting out. The affected areas. This proposal seeks to expand the YM 792 hunt to the geographical footprint of DM 791 and add in the Delta Junction Management Area. The map on the screen shows the affected areas. The overall bigger red polygon is the DM 791 hunt area, except the DM 790 or Delta Junction Management Area is excluded. That's the area in hash. The Bison Range Youth Hunt Area is part of this hunt. On the left side of the red polygon I mentioned, we have the hashed DM, the Delta Junction Management Area, and the only hunting that's allowed there is via drawing permit during the regular September 1st through the 15th hunting season for 50-inch 4-brow tine bulls or spike fork, or the antlerless portion, or we'll get into that. 6 any moose under DM 795 permits awarded annually as well during the same season dates of September 1st through the 15th. In the middle of the screen, in purple with red arrows, is the Bison Range Fields, which are the current boundaries of YM 792. The only hunting here is via youth permit, 50-inch 4-brow tine, spike fork, or antlerless, and it is about 2,700 acres in total between the Panoramic and Gerstle fields. Hunters can also hunt within the fields during the antlerless DM 791 antlerless hunt. So some background on YM 792. The map on the right depicts the Bison Range Fields or the Bison Range Controlled Use Area / YM 792 hunt area. This area is about 20 miles southeast of Delta Junction, and the total acreage of the two fields combined is about 2,700 acres. This hunt was created in 2002 to aid in the management of the Delta Junction Bison Range as an any bull hunt. The hunt was changed to an antlerless hunt with antler restrictions in 2006. This was one of many antlerless hunts initiated in Unit 20D in 2006 to help reduce the moose density in the area that was over 5 moose per square mile at the time. This hunt is limited to a maximum of 10 draw permits to qualified youth. Lastly, there's about 800 applications received annually for this hunt. Some more background on YM 792. Hunters are assigned a 4-day hunting period based on the order drawn over a weekend to deconflict with Delta Junction Bison Range management activities. Antlerless moose were included in the bag limit 2006 to 2021. Cancellation in 2022 and 2023 after a 40% decline in the Southwest 20D moose population from the severe winter of 2021-2022. Hunters averaged only 30% success in 2022 and 2023 versus a 75% success in 2006 through 2021. The 2023 survey showed population rebounding and antlerless component to YM 792 will be restored in 2024 with 8 tags planned. Some background for the DM 791 hunt. From 2010 to 2016, when DM 791 was created, the only antlerless harvest in Southwest 20D was from YM 792, average of 6, and 1 from DM 795. DM 791 was established in 2016 to further aid in antlerless harvest when populations again began showing signs of nutritional stress. 21 moose was the highest harvest ever from this hunt and that was in 2021. This was also the highest overall antlerless moose harvest in Southwest Unit 20D. Since the large antlerless hunts concluded in 2029, with 28 total antlerless moose being harvested in 2021. Similar harvest levels were planned for 2022 and beyond, but antlerless hunts were canceled after the severe winter. Okay, so now some background on the Delta Junction Management Area. The Delta Junction Management Area was established in 1974 at the request of the Delta AC to close hunting around Delta Junction when the moose population was low. It was then known as the Delta Junction Closed Area. As you can see from the map, the Delta Junction Management Area encompasses all the developed land around Delta Junction and Fort Wainwright Donnelly Training Area lands. It was renamed the Delta Junction Management Area in 1996 to allow for a limited, high-quality bull hunt in the highly accessible area. DM 795 was established in 2010 to allow for disabled veteran hunting opportunity. To qualify for this hunt, you must have 100% service-connected disability and be a recipient of a Purple Heart. On average, 20 permits for DM 790 bull moose, there's antler restrictions, are offered, and there's an average harvest of 11. And on average, there are 6 permits for DM 795, that's any moose, and there's a 95% success rate on that hunt since establishment, and only 1 antlerless moose has ever been harvested under DM 795. Some background, we've seen some of these already. 20D has a IM population objective of 8,000, 10,000 moose. Harvest objective of 500 to 700 moose. In 2020, we had a southwestern 20D population estimate of just over 4,000 moose. In 2022, after the severe winter, that decreased to about 2,500 moose. And then in 2023, we were back up to about 3,500 moose in Southwest 20D. There is a positive C&T for moose in Unit 20D outside of the Fairbanks non-subsistence area. However, the affected area by this proposal is all within the Fairbanks non-subsistence area. The Southwest Unit 20D is highly accessible and has one of the highest moose densities in the state and some of the highest hunter effort in Alaska for its size. And it is important that the board consider the prohibition of general season moose hunting and the use of motorized vehicles within the bison range controlled use area so that these regulations stay in effect to benefit bison management. And I'd like to remind the Board of Game a regulation already exists to have an any bull draw in Southwest 20D for all residents, but it has not been implemented. This is for the area outside of the Delta Junction Management Area and Bison Range Controlled Use Area. In summary, this proposal consolidates hunts within Unit 20D, expands the youth hunt antlerless hunting area, changes the season dates, and makes all antlerless hunting in Unit 20D, except for DM 795, available only to youth hunters. Deleting DM 791 from regulation would help with antlerless allocation order among hunts. The allocation order between antlerless hunts is needed. There is no biological concern with this proposal. However, draw structure and permit allocation as requested would be administratively difficult to implement. And this provides for a high-quality hunt to youth, and the antlerless component of the proposal helps the department meet management goals. Lastly, I'd like to point out that the board may wish to take no action on proposals 128 and 129, which seek to make changes to the current YM 792 hunt structure if this proposal is adopted. And with that, this proposal seeks to make the changes just outlined, submitted by the Delta AC. The department supports with amendments, neutral on the allocative components, and the Delta AC unanimously supported this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Board members. Al.
I'll just get things going and point out that antler restrictions not only affect the stress and burden on the young people, it also affects me too.
Thank you, Al, for that, but if we get back to the proposal, any comments? Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm in support of this proposal. It was somewhat complicated, but was able to follow along with it, and I'm working on amendments, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, we'd like to take a short of these while you finish that amendment, or does anyone else have a discussion on this? Go ahead, Jake. Go ahead.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chair, and forgive me because I'm not terribly familiar with these hunts. So the DM 795 hunt, the disabled veteran that has like a Purple Heart, if they're a non-resident, do they have to purchase a $600 non-resident moose tag, or do they get to afford the opportunity that we give our active duty military up here and maybe only purchase the $25 brown bear tag to be used on it?
Go ahead, Cheryl.
Through the chair, Member Fletcher, there is a statute. The legislature decides all these things about licenses, and under the PID statute, a 50% disabled veteran does not need a license. They get the PID.
And does that include the tag?
That I'm not sure about, but this guy who knows more is checking.
They're looking on for the answer to that. Al?
So just to be clear, when the department is asking for amendments of 2 youth drawings and 1 antlerless and 1 any bull, we have to assign those to drawing permit numbers? Or?
Well, I think they've assigned the drawing permit numbers, but,
So that's the amendment you're looking for then?
yeah, if Natalie could respond to Jake's question here.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. For the record, Natalie Weber with Division of Wildlife Conservation. I'm hoping Cheryl will confirm what I'm about to say here, but I believe Member Fletcher asked about the non-resident tag prices for those that participate in hunt. And if that's accurate, I don't believe the provision mentioned applies to non-residents. So non-residents who win that drawing permit hunt are required to purchase the full price metal locking tag.
Go ahead, Jake.
Would it be possible if to amend this proposal to include non-resident disabled military that draw the DM or the DM 75 tag be afforded the same prices as active duty military?
Nope.
No.
If I could, that's a legislative prerogative. We have no authority on the tag prices and is.
I plan on going to the legislature about it.
Yeah. And, in fact, I'm not. Additional discussion on the proposal. Al, you ready?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to amend Proposal 127 for allocation purposes that we have 2 youth hunt drawings, 1 antlerless and 1 any bull, as the department requested in their overview.
Second.
Amendment's been moved and seconded. Would you like to speak to that?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it was pretty clear from the department's overview and comments that they ran into some complications without having that allocative authority, and so they came to the board to fix that.
Thank you. Additional discussion on the amendment?
Call the question on the amendment.
Go ahead, Dave,
To
before.
the department, would this amendment alleviate your concerns about the, your comment here about administratively difficult to implement? Is that going to solve that problem?
Through the chair, that solves part of it. So just, I guess, when you guys vote, you should also take up, if you're willing, the other aspects of this, because there'd still be, you know, I guess if you just outright get rid of DM 791, then I believe that would do it. So yeah, whatever hunts are still in the books, when this clears, we would like an allocation order between those. So what I'm understanding is if you were to amend this to have a youth drawing hunt through all of Southwest 20D, there'd be that one, and there would be the disabled veterans hunt. And then those two would still need an allocation order.
Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. That got slightly messy. I would just request an RC from the department on what they're really wanting.
Yeah, I would not, I think with that, I think we should set this on the table until we receive an RC with written direction on what works and doesn't work and what's necessary in order for this to go. And then with that, I think we need to set this, table this one and the next two and until we get that RC. But first, we have an amendment on the floor, and we'll need to dispose of that amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would, with concurrence with the second, remove my amendment.
Thank you, Member Barrett. With that, I would entertain a motion to table 127, 128, and 129 until we get an RC from the department that clarifies what's necessary for 127.
Mr. Chair, I move to table proposal 127, 128, and 129, time certain to this meeting.
Second.
Thank you. Is there objection to the tabling motion? I can do that on tape. So with unanimous consent, those will be tabled, and then we'd move on to the next proposal. But since it's actually just like 3 minutes to 12, no, it's 6 minutes. We can do one more.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt proposal 130, award up to 10% of the permits for the DS-203 and the DS-204 to non-residents and remove the allocation between guided and non-guided non-residents.
Second.
Proposal 130 has been moved and seconded. Is the department ready to move forward on that? Well, let me ask you one other question. How long will your,
So 130 is about 10 slides, but 130 and 131 kind of go together.
okay, so let's hold these until after our lunch. The motion is on the floor, but we're going to recess for lunch till 1:30. Thank you. Okay,
It's coming on.
okay. The screen is lighting up, but we're back on the record. And when we went to lunch, we had proposal number 130 before us. And we're ready for the department presentation. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Proposal 130 awards up to, and I've got that underlined, that's the premise of this proposal, is those two words, up to 10% of Delta-controlled use area sheep permits DS-203 and DS-204 to non-residents and remove the allocation between guided and non-guided non-residents. This proposal was submitted by the Delta AC. ADF and G is neutral on the allocative components of this proposal, and it supports clarifying discrepancies under 5 AAC 95057, number 5 and number 6. The Delta AC unanimously supported this proposal. So what we're trying to do here is resolve the unintended consequences of the passage of Proposal 149 at the 2022 statewide Board of Game meeting. Proposal 149 created a separate draw hunt for second degree of kindred sheep hunters in instances where there was an allocation for non-residents. Thus, meaning the department had to use a whole number in order for the draw to work. So an even 10% non-resident permits were allocated in 2023 and now 2024 versus the up to 10% language, which is already in regulation. We'll get into these differences more in a moment when we discuss the current regulations and proposed regulations. The current regulations gives a segment of non-resident sheep hunters a higher probability of drawing a sheep permit than residents, and that segment is guided non-residents. 2023 was the most non-resident sheep permits ever awarded in the Delta-controlled use area, and the most to guided hunters. Before the passage of Proposal 149, most Delta-controlled use area permits went to the second degree of kindred hunters, and now only 20% can go to 2DK hunters. Guided hunter tags went undersubscribed in 2023. The next proposal, which is 131, was submitted by the author of statewide Proposal 149 and asks for the 10% used in 2023 to become permanent. So basically asking for the opposite of this one. Some department considerations. The department has no biological concerns with the current Delta-controlled use area sheep population and regulations, as sheep hunting in the Delta-controlled use area is managed through the conservative full curl harvest management strategy. There is also no biological concern with the proposed changes, as the proposal only addresses allocative issues and regulatory language. This is an allocated proposal, but regulations under 92057, number 5 and number 6 should be addressed. Precedent existed prior to Proposal 149 to have set allocation between guided non-residents and 2DK non-residents. This was in the TMA, where 10% of the permits went to non-residents and a maximum of 50% of those went to 2DK non-residents. Subsection 1 was omitted, and TMA remained unchanged with the passage of 149. So this slide is the current regulations. It's a little wordy, but I wanted to make the board aware of all the regulations and then point out the specific language within Regulation 5 AAC 92057 that resulted in both this proposal and the next being submitted. I'll focus on subsection 5 of 92057, as that is what this proposal applies to. But for context, subsection 1 under section B is the TMA, and the 20% 2DK allocation does not apply to the TMA. Subsection 2 is Unit 13D, subsection 3 is Unit 14A, subsection 4 is 14C, and then of course subsection 5 is what's in front of us here. Subsection 6 is what was created after the passage of Proposal 149, and that was at the statewide meeting, and this breaks up the non-resident permit allocation between guided hunters and 2DK hunters. There's also a negative C&T for Delta controlled use area sheep. The proposed regulations are, as written in the proposal, are to follow subsection 5 under 92057 by allowing up to 10% of the Delta controlled use area sheep permits to be issued to non-residents. The proponent asked to omit subsection 5 from subsection 6, which would remove the allocations between guided non-residents and 2DK non-residents for the Delta controlled use area. So as I said, this all changed with proposal 149 a couple years ago, and I'd like to note that the department's system prior to the passage of 149 of including both residents and non-residents in the same drawing pool and then screening to ensure not more than 10% non-residents were drawn is no longer possible because proposal 149 specifically asked to create a separate drawing hunt for guided non-residents and second degree of kindred non-residents. For the 2023 and 2024 draws, the department created 2 new hunts for the Delta controlled use area, one for guided non-residents and one for 2DK non-resident hunters, which is what was asked for. 10% of the available permits were awarded to non-residents. 20% of those 10% went to 2DK non-residents. The up to language under subsection 5 could no longer be used, and the newly created subsection 6 was followed. Some more background. The 13-year average, 2009 to 2022, number of permits allocated to non-residents preceding proposal 149 was 5.1%. 2023 had 73 applicants for the single 2DK permit and 1 qualified guided non-resident application for the 7 available permits. The 6 unclaimed permits went undersubscribed, which was the first time a sheep permit went undersubscribed in Alaska. This resulted in 1% drawing probability for 2DK non-residents, 100% draw probability for guided non-residents, and a 1% probability for residents on both DS-203 and DS-204. Undersubscribed or under the old system, non-residents may have not received any permits and may have received a max of 8 like they did in this case, but more likely, using the 5.1% above, they would have received 4 permits. From 2009 to 2022, the percentage of 2DK applicants among all non-residents ranged from 29.3% to a high of 97.1% and averaged 72.8% annually. The author of proposal 149 stated in his proposal, at the time, less than 15% of non-resident sheep hunters were 2DK hunters statewide. This is not the case for the Delta controlled use area. The passage of proposal 149 also seems to have gotten the guides' attentions, with the number of registered guides in the area going from 2, one of which doesn't offer sheep hunts, to 4 after the proposal was adopted. So in summary, this proposal 149 changed the resident, non-resident draw rates. This would clear up regulation discrepancies under 92057. 2DK and non-resident hunters have a greater history of participation in the Delta controlled use area sheep hunts than guided non-residents do. And guide usage increased after the adoption of 149 in the Delta controlled use area. This proposal seeks to eliminate non-resident allocation between the 2 user groups, guided non-residents and 2DK non-residents. Again, this proposal is asking to use the up to 10% language that was used prior to passage of 149 to issue sheep permits in the Delta controlled use area. This was submitted by the Delta AC. The department is neutral on the allocative components and supports clearing the discrepancies up between number 5 and 6 under 95057. Delta AC unanimously supported. Thank you.
Thank you. Those permits that were undersubscribed, did were they later subsequently awarded to guided sheep hunters?
Yes, they were, Chairman.
Okay. Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think during public testimony and through RCO 43, are you guys issuing, when the non-resident names get drawn, are you issuing those all in one hunt of the two that you have choices for?
Member Barrett, through the chair, the way the draw system in that proposal, so that proposal asked for two separate draws, so we had to break them up. So we did the non-resident guided under one of the hunts and the non-resident 2DK under the other hunt. So one was during the 203 timeframe and the other was through the 204, then this year they switched.
Would it complicate things since you've had a couple more guides move in there? Well, two, because two aren't guiding sheep. To split that up so they're not in the field at the same time, but, you know, one's hunting the early season and one's hunting the later season?
I don't think, so like crowding isn't an issue. The reason the AC submitted the proposal, they just didn't like the fact that there was actually a greater probability of non-residents getting drawn than there was residents. That was the issue. The crowding wasn't an issue.
Well, I was kind of getting at, you know, separating the guide operations out, so they're not in the field at the same time.
Again, I don't
Okay.
think it matters.
Thank you.
Okay, additional board discussion. We have to do something on this issue, really, because otherwise we have a weird system in this particular case where the department is following the regs in one way and not following, with a result that's different than what was contemplated when the regs were written. So the 10%, maximum of 10% in a single draw is quite different than guaranteeing 10% and having a separate draw. So we have regulations that are in conflict, and there's two ways to settle it. One, we do it the way the department did it this year, or we have them go back to the way that they were doing it before. I'm not sure that there's another alternative, and the two proposals, 130 and 131, offer us those two choices. So, you know, what are other, Jake, what's your thought on this?
Well, thanks a bunch, Mr. Chair. I know since we have a choice between the two proposals, I think the proposal 131 will have more probability of me supporting it. I think it makes for a valid, small, you know, guides to have a valid business. I don't think there's a biological concern in here. There isn't an overcrowding concern. So if that's what you're asking.
So you would not be inclined to support this, but Dave, what do you think of this proposal?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wasn't part of the last statewide meeting, so I didn't hear a lot of that stuff, so I'm still trying to digest what's going on here, so give me a few more minutes.
Okay, yeah, go ahead, Al.
So, yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the way I look at this is one proposal's got up to 10% and the other proposal's having a hard 10%. And that's the difference between the two proposals.
That's correct, and also in the way it works, because you can't separate guided and 2DK if you're doing the up to and have any reasonable expectation for things to work.
So the 10% hard, you're able to separate out the 2DK.
Right.
you
Yeah,
go.
and this one you're not. And as I recall the discussion on 149, I think we probably didn't talk about this area, but the intent was to make sure that guide operations were able to have a fairly stable number, a more predictable number when a draw occurred. I don't know that that's not the goal in this area with the original up to 90%. And I don't recall when that up to 90% language was put in originally, or how long it was in that way, do you? Okay, so that's been in place for some time with the up to 10%. And this is a popular resident hunting area. So anyway, it's what we need to talk about. Go ahead, Dave.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To the staff, in either scenario, either up to or guaranteed 10%, the 2DK allocation is still going to be very low. It's still going to be one or what's happening there on the different allocations on both scenarios?
Yeah, so through the chair, if it's up to 10%, those could end up being all 2DK, they could end up being all guided, it could be some combination. If it's a hard 10% like it is now, and with the number of permits we're issuing, that equals one 2DK permit.
Okay, that helps, thanks.
James, what's your thought on this?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, it definitely was an unintended consequence, I think, and I don't like that. I don't think I realized it last year when we did it. So I would like to see it changed, but I haven't made up my mind on whether or not it's this one or the next one. But I think the language has to be changed, yeah, back to up to 10%, instead of a maximum of 10%.
Okay, Al, do you have any thoughts on this one?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm still trying to absorb RC 43, where it seems like, when the non-resident guided permits are issued, they're all issued in either the early season or the later season. And, how many permits are we talking about, currently then?
So currently, we're issuing 80 permits, so then 10% of that can go to non-residents, which is 8, and 20% of that to the 2DK, which is 1.
Right. And so the 7 permits that we're talking about, anecdotally, I've been told that, they all end up in one hunt, either the walk, the first hunt or the second hunt. Could the department split those out as, you can't split 7 evenly, but, 3 in one and 4 in the other?
Yeah, I'd like to defer that question to Natalie or Ryan maybe about how that could maybe work.
Through the chair, Member Barrett, I would be very uncomfortable doing that, and specifically, 'cause, the primary thing is we haven't heard from the guides on this potential option. And I think that we would need that input for sure.
I was referencing RC 043, which came from a guide.
And that isn't the subject of the proposal, but it is related to the same draw hunt. And so it is available for discussion under this, but go ahead, Dave.
Thank you. Well, they're studying that. To the staff again, prior, what type of interest have you had from 2DK non-residents? And as far as issuing permits, was it, were they getting most of them or part of them, or can you tell us that?
Yeah, through the chair, I outlined that in my proposal, but it was primarily 2DK usage, very little guide usage, and I can find the exact numbers here. It was a high, so yeah, the percentage of 2DK applicants among all non-residents ranged from 29.3% to a high of 97.1%, with an average of 72.8% annually. So on average, before Proposal 149, 73% of the non-resident participation was 2DK hunters.
So With that information, thank you for refreshing my memory on that. If we go with 31 and it drops to 1 under the current scheme, and so it'd be nice to have maybe 2 or a little bit more participation from 2DK and still give the guides a solid number to work with so they can, plan their seasons. So I'm not sure how we would work with that, so.
Go ahead, Jake.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chair. Like, over the last 5 years, have you guys had any sublegal sheep taken out of this area?
Through the chair, yeah, there's always a couple, 1, 2, it's small, but there's always some.
Do you differentiate if they were guided or non-guided, the sublegals?
I don't have that data in front of me, but there's been such little guide usage. I don't recall of any guided illegal or sublegal take, or 2DK for that matter. So yeah.
Thanks.
So there's not a long history of guide use in this area as a major component, is that correct?
That's correct.
So, if we look at the board's policy on resident, non-resident, looking at history when we're splitting things up, the maximum 10%, the draw giving non-residents would make a lot of sense, to be consistent with long-term policy, instead of creating more guided clients in this area. But we have a couple of existing businesses who were relying on having a better handle on how many might be drawn for guided based on what happened in 141, even though it's not certain that it was intended to apply to this area originally, or that the board intended to apply it. So it's a fairly complicated discussion, but we need to make a decision one way or the other.
So keeping up with that conversation, Mr. Chairman, now that we do have 2 guides in the area, that may lessen if we use the up to language, which seemed like a little bit more beneficial for 2DK. They potentially, it could be some more unintended consequences because there's actually somebody guiding and a non-resident would be interested in going in there. So I'm kind of leaning towards the 10% hard
Okay.
10%.
So any other discussion on 130, what your intent is? I've heard from some people that think that we want to go with the intent of 149 and
If I could offer something, Mr. Chairman, like,
Go ahead.
One example, the TMA, they've had that breakdown for a while, and they're using, a different percentage that go to 2DK. So there's a different percentage that
Yeah,
maybe
that-
the board would be interested in too.
Yeah, and that would be dealt with in 131 if we wanted to do that. Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one thing, does the department have the discretional authority to split up those non-residents into 2 separate hunts? We're talking about basically 7 permits right now today. Are they able to put 4 in one season and 3 in the other? Or are they obligated by
Natalie?
something?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So when it comes to allocation like this, which we are extremely uncomfortable in, and these very, very heavily allocated, limited number of permits, when we're in situations like this, we rotate those throughout the existing seasons or areas. So in this case, we have an early season and a late season. So in the drawing supplement for this year, the 7 went to the early season because last year they went to the late season. So that's the kind of thing that we're dealing with. We need to make sure that our percentage allocation to match the regulations stays together. So we would love it if you would fix that for us so we didn't have to do that, so that the public had something consistent and reliable to look at into the future. And so the guides could also offer their clients the same thing. So the department has taken those steps to make sure that what we have is in compliance with the regulations and is equal, not necessarily the same year to year, but rotates through those hunts that we have available. So I'm struggling to answer your question now. That's just the way we've done it.
Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you. So that is slightly complicated. And if it was the boards to choosing to fix it, we would have to create a separate drawing hunt for the early and the later season. Is that what you're saying to me, Natalie?
Through the chair, yes, anytime we can have something very concrete and specific, it is much easier for us to implement and for the public to follow along.
Thank you.
Okay, and to be clear, any change we make here is not going to be effective until the next year cycle. It won't be for this year, this hunting season, it's for the next year's draw. Go ahead, Dave.
Thank you. If we vote up 131, does that then take no action on 130, excuse me, if we vote up 130, does that take no action on 131 based on what we did on 130?
Yeah,
Probably the case.
and
And then if we go to 131, we still have the opportunity to manipulate some of those figures if we vote down 130.
yes, we can pass or fail either one and adjust the other one accordingly. So,
Thank you.
go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you. Great conversation. So I intend not to support this proposal. I think we have some more flexibility in the upcoming proposal, so I'm not going to support this one.
Yeah. You know, the local ACs supported this. The Anchorage AC opposed this one. The professional hunters support this, and a number of individuals on both sides. Based on the history of use here, I'm going to support 130 at this time. So that's, go ahead, James.
Yeah, I'm inclined to support this as well, just because the language is different. I'm nervous about voting this down and then potentially not having any option to only vote for the next one. So I'm inclined to vote for this one.
Thank you. Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and that's why I was on the fence, and when it came to this proposal, wouldn't potentially offer more 2DK hunts, where the next proposal that would change it and definitely give some more 2DK opportunity. And I don't know if, I guess I should ask those questions when the AC were up here on what their intent was of supporting 130.
Okay. We've heard from most of the board members on this, and I think if we pass this one, it takes care of the other ones. So, go ahead.
Okay, so you're asking for a straw count?
No, I'm asking for a vote.
Well,
Yeah,
so-
but I want intent, is what I would like
Yeah,
to hear.
my intent, I'm with Member Brett on this one here. I think I'm more inclined to support 131 rather than this one.
Okay. Go ahead, Natalie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the question came up about how the Delta Controlled Use Area allocation was originally created and put into regulation. And we've had a lot of discussion on the conflict that we have in regulation between numbers 5 and number 6. And if you read all of number 5, the last part of it says that non-residents do not have to meet the requirements in A of this section. And A is the section that requires the applicant at the time they submit the application to say they will be accompanied by a guide or not. And that's in regulation because when the allocation occurred, the number of guided non-resident hunters was not as great as it is in some other areas. So that's the conflict that we have here in place. So Delta Controlled Use Area, most of the non-resident hunting that occurred when that allocation was set by the board a number of years ago was not from guided hunters. So when the board adopted Proposal 149, which required those hunts to participate in what we call the guide-client contract agreement, that's where the conflict comes from. So whatever you guys decide is fine, but we do have a little bit in regulation that we need to clean up so that we can make sure we are implementing these hunts the way that you intend them to be done.
Exactly. Okay, we've heard from a number of people, and I want people to go ahead. Are we ready for the question?
Not quite yet, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
I'm gonna make it a motion to amend proposal 130 to have the department, as much as possible, equally split the non-resident permittee winners, or make available two different drawing hunts. I want to separate them out so the non-residents are, as much as possible, equally split between the early season and the later season.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded, Al.
Yeah, so, with some, in RC and some public comment, I think, having all 7 non-resident guided hunters in one hunt or the other hunt, and I appreciate the department, they were rotating them annually, one to the other, that you could still separate those out and only have, 3 guided hunters in one part of the season and 3 guided hunters in the second season.
Thank you. Have amendment second. Any additional discussion on the amendment? Go ahead, Dave.
Because I'm still unclear whether that's something the department is comfortable with doing, and they said they could, but it seems pretty complex for you. Just, well, maybe 2 more separate hunts. Could you help us with that?
Yeah, I'm not comfortable with that amendment to this proposal. I think if you did that to 131, then you have a separate non-resident draw. And if this proposal passes, you don't have a separate non-resident draw, and you can split the non-resident draw into 2 seasons if you do it the other way. It makes it better for predictability, because if your goal is to deal with RC 43, I think you're better off amending the next proposal.
Yeah, yes, Mr. Chairman, I realize that, but I'm not much of a gambler. And if we pass the 130, we'll take no action on the next one. So that was my thought process.
Right.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. We have the amendment before us. Any additional discussion on the amendment? Go ahead, Jake.
I guess to speak on that a little bit, do resident hunters, more resident hunters apply for a certain time frame due to the fact that they try to avoid competition with guides?
Through the chair, when this non-resident thing got put on, it didn't add any permits. It's just, now instead of being 80 permits, there was 72 and 8. And then as far as who applies for what, it's very even between the 2 hunts.
Thanks.
Okay.
Call the question on the amendment.
Question on the amendment. Christie, would you pull the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. On that amendment, which I'll restate per my notes, but I know I don't have it entirely accurate. But equally split out the non-resident permits or permit winners to the early and late seasons. Does that capture well enough? Intent, okay. Mr. Cooney?
No.
Mr. Barrett?
Yes.
Mr. Loring?
Yes.
Ms. Cusack?
No.
Mr. Fletcher?
No.
Chairman Burnett?
No.
And Mr. Hoffman?
No.
Amendment fails by a vote of 2 yeas to 5 nays.
Okay, the proposals 130 is before us. I think we've had a robust discussion, and I hope people understand and know what we're voting on and vote accordingly. So are we ready for the question?
Call the question.
Question's been called on 130.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The board heard no concerns from the public regarding costs of private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you. Christie, would you pull the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on proposal 130. Mr. Hoffman?
No.
Mr. Cooney?
Yes.
Mr. Barrett?
No.
Mr. Loring?
Yes.
Ms. Cusack?
No.
Mr. Fletcher?
No.
And Chairman Burnett.
No.
Proposal fails by a vote of 2 yeas to 5 nays.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt proposal 131. allocate 10% of the Delta Controlled Use Area sheep drawing permits to non-residents.
Second.
131's been moved and seconded. I think we had pretty much went over this in your previous thing, but say anything you want to add to that?
Yeah, it's all the same data, so it's just, now it's a hard 10% in front of the board.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll ask Natalie the question. I'm at a loss for words on how I'm supposed to word, how to word allowing or getting the department to split, I'll use the example, the 7 permits and as much as possible equally into 2 separate hunts. I would have thought we could have had some discretional authority from the department on that one, but apparently not.
Through the chair, I'm going to ask for some help from Cheryl as well. Our problem is the number of permits that we have to work with and the 10% to non-residents and of those 20% to non-guided non-residents or whatnot. We're working with such a fine number of permits, even when there are 80 issued, that we run into this honestly allocation issue between the two. One possible route would be to split the actual hunt itself in 85,055 into an early season and a late season. Right now, we are using our discretionary authority, I believe, to have the hunt, to split the hunt. One for the early non-motorized and the late motorized, but if we split it there and the board adopts an allocation for 10% of the 10, 20 to that, we would have a little bit better chance, I think, but I haven't crunched the numbers on that one to see how it would turn out either, but I think it's a little
Go ahead,
cleaner
Al.
than this.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So that's slightly going out of the scope of what this proposal's asking, and we put enough on the record that, the next cycle, authors can do another proposal. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so we have before us here, and I want to know if anyone has an interest in changing the allocation between 2DK and guided. If that's the case, it could be done at this point.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There has been a long history of 2DK use in this area, and we're not talking about resident, non-resident percentage, we're talking about percentage within the non-resident pool. And if we go with 10%, we're basically all but eliminating the 2DK especially with a smaller number of permits. And so I'd like to entertain the possibility or get some more input on maybe an 80-20 split, 80% guaranteed to the guiding side of it and 20% to the 2DK.
Through the chair, I think that's what it is.
That is what it is in this proposal, is.
It's already 80-20. Yep.
Okay, I guess I was looking at the.
So as
the
long
RC,
as there's
so-
at least 5 permits, there'll be a 2DK. If there's less than 5, there won't be.
Apologize, I was looking at the RC.
Yeah,
Had
okay.
different numbers, thanks.
For context, you might have changed it earlier than me, but TMA was always 50%. Just another example.
Yeah, I don't know how other people feel about this, but I think going to 25%, which allows you to have a TDK down to, down to 4, and still it's 2 at 10, because you can't do 2.5. So, that would, that might be a better for the 2DK here, and still have the guides have a better idea of what they could have and plan their businesses. Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, so we don't have a whole lot of dead air. I'm in support of this proposal currently, and unless we can come up with another separation, I think that's, the numbers that we have, the hard 10% would still provide an opportunity for 2DK, and sheep numbers go up a little bit, the second degree of kinder will benefit from those opportunities.
Okay, thank you, Al. Any additional discussion on this? Go ahead.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I'm gonna support it as well. The vast majority of the permits here go to residents. A hard 10% gives the department pretty, a pretty good direction on what the board here is wanting to split and make up, and it also makes a couple of the small guiding operations up there be able to have a valid business.
So this would actually work just the way you did it this year? So it would actually, as a practical matter, make no change to the way the department has administered this. Additional board discussion? If not, are we ready for the question?
Call a question.
Question has been called.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The board has heard no concerns from public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you. Christie, would you pull the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on proposal 131. Mr. Fletcher?
Yes.
Ms. Cusack?
Yes.
Mr. Loring?
Yes.
Mr. Barrett?
Yes.
Mr. Cooney?
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
Chairman Burnett?
Yes.
Proposal carries 7-0.
Okay, we want to take up 120. Right. And do we have the RC for 127?
Mr. Chair, I move to take proposal 127 off the table.
Second.
Moved and seconded, 127's before us, and we have already seen the department presentation on this. We were waiting for an RC, so perhaps someone could explain what that RC says, and, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You're looking for RC 51.
Okay. So there's two parts to there's really two parts to the RC. There's RC 51 and 52 that go along with this. So members had a chance to review this, and if you could explain what, someone from the department could explain on the record what this does.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, so RC 51 is what we submitted based on the proposal, the discussion, everything we heard. And just to walk the board through what you have in front of you, and I'm sure you'll have additional questions, but to just jump right in it, you have in front of you the codified language for the portion of Unit 20D that we have in question. And if you'll just going through page 1, if you'll bear with me. So we have the portion of 20D west of the west bank of the Johnson River, south of the north bank of the Tanana River, except the Delta Junction Management Area and the Bison Range Youth Hunt Management Area. And I've already found the first typo. Anyway, bear with me. So in going through this, we did change a few things to expand the area. So anyway, in this portion of it, you'll see that we removed the existing antlerless drawing permit hunt, and instead we added a one bull youth hunt with up to 10 permits in combination for the entire area that we'll be talking about. Season dates September 1 to September 25, and that is for residents only. Second youth hunt in the same area is an antlerless moose hunt. Again, once per lifetime. 100 permits may be issued total with the area right here in front of you we're on, and the combined total area that we're talking about. Same season dates, September 16th to September 25th. And so we did that way people can apply for either one of those that they want, or both. the hunters will then know exactly what they're getting. So if you want to apply for the bull youth hunt, that's the one you put in for. You want to apply for the antlerless, you can put in for that one. But there will be no change in bag limit if you're awarded that permit. So in the same area, no changes to the existing antlerless registration hunt that takes place later in the season. And then no changes to the existing non-resident harvest ticket hunt. And no changes to any of the other non-resident hunts in the area also. And then moving on to the bison range controlled use area. And keep in mind, this one was intended to keep motorized hunters and other hunters out of that bison range area, so we didn't chase the bison out of there back into the farmers' fields. So in that one, we are also adding that same, that one bull per lifetime youth drawing hunt will be in there also, September 16th to September 25th. And also, the existing antlerless youth hunt that was in there is now changing to a straight antlerless youth hunt. Same season dates as requested, September 16th to the 25th, up to 100 permits total. And that's the only changes in that part of this puzzle. Moving on to the Delta Junction Management Area. So that same youth hunt, the one bull, season dates September 16th to September 25th is there. We can issue, as written, up to 10 permits for this entire area in question, so that's all one hunt. It just takes place in 3 parts of the codified. And the same with the antlerless youth hunt. So same thing, up to 100 permits total for all of these. Season date September 16th to September 25th. So again, you have 3 areas codified right in front of you, but it is essentially one hunt. So there would be one drawing hunt for bull for youth hunters, one drawing hunt for an antlerless moose for youth hunters, all for residents only, September 16th to September 25th. And the only part that's changing for everybody else is the removal of that larger antlerless drawing permit hunt, which was causing some confusion. So that is RC 51, what you have in front of you right now.
Okay. And RC 52, which goes along with this, is the board's recommendation on allocation of the antlerless moose when there's insufficient moose to hold all the 3 of the antlerless hunts that are in this area. And we would allocate the first to the youth drawing hunts, second to the antlerless component of the veterans hunts, and third to any hunts which are open to other applicants. In that priority order.
Chairman, if I may, and just a reminder, so that last example, DM 791, that's the one that may go away if you, depending on how you vote.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
But that would be our guidance to the department if those 3 exist. So, okay. Go ahead, Al.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to amend Proposal 127. And that amendment would be to adopt the language found in RC 051, which lays out the allocation and the removal of a draw hunt and summarizes all the action that the board's taken within this proposal.
Thank you.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? I intend to support the amendment. It's what we discussed earlier, and I think it's a clarification of what was intended in the proposal originally. We will finalize the findings, and those will be signed at the end of the meeting. So, discussion on the amendment? Go ahead, Ed. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I think it captures the essence of the proposal well, and I'm going to support the amendment too.
Thank you. Dave?
Thank you. Earlier on, the waters were pretty muddy, but this makes them pretty crystal clear as what the department's comfortable with, and I'll be supporting it also.
Thank you. Any additional discussion on this
Call the question.
amendment? Question on the amendment, Dave? On the amendment.
No cost statement.
Yeah.
Yes.
We're on the amendment, so there's no cost statement on the amendment. Yeah, okay. Go ahead.
On the amendment found in RC 051, Mr. Barrett,
Yes.
Mr. Loring,
Yes.
Ms. Cusack,
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher,
Yes.
Chair Burnett.
Yes.
And Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Cooney?
Yes.
Amendment carries 7-0.
Okay. With that, the proposal is before us. Any additional discussion on the proposal? Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think with the language we found in RC 51 clarifies the board's intent on what'll happen down in there. There was opposition to it with the ACs in the valley and Anchorage, but I think with this new language, I think a lot more ACs would be supporting something like this. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, additional discussion on the proposal?
Call
We
the
had-
question.
Yeah,
as amended,
question's been
Mr.
called.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. After listening to additional discussion, the board has heard no concerns from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you. Christie, would you poll the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on Proposal 127 as amended. Ms. Cusack?
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher?
Yes.
Chairman Burnett?
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Cooney?
Yes.
Mr. Barrett?
Yes.
And Mr. Loring?
Yes.
Proposal carries as amended 7-0.
Mr. Chair, I move to take no action on proposal 128 and 129 due to the action on 127.
Second.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt proposal 132, allocate 20% of the resident-only late-season Delta-controlled use area sheep drawing hunts DS 204 to archery only.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Department?
Yes, thank you. This proposal allocates 20% of the resident-only late-season Delta-controlled use area sheep drawing hunt permit DS 204 to archery only. This was submitted by the public. The department is neutral on this allocated proposal, and the Delta AC unanimously opposed this proposal. If adopted, 20% fewer permits would be available to hunters wishing to hunt sheep with a rifle during the DS 204 hunt. Overall, hunter numbers in the field would remain the same. The proponent cites using this as a management tool to maintain permit numbers under lower population cycles, since archery hunters will be less successful. It is true that archery hunters are less successful. However, this population is managed under full core regulations, and the department has no biological concerns with the current management structure and permit allocation. When permits are lowered, it's often more of a result of hunter satisfaction by reducing hunter crowding and providing for aesthetically pleasing hunting conditions when there are fewer sheep on the mountain, rather than for biological reasons. This proposal would not help with hunter crowding. Sheep harvest would likely decrease, and I'd like to also note hunters can already use archery equipment if they choose in this area. Some considerations: there's no biological concerns with the current management structure and permit allocations. This area is managed under full curl regulations. This is an allocated proposal, and there are also no biological concerns with the proposed regulations. Sheep hunting in the Delta controlled use area, as you know, is managed under two drawing permits. The early season no motorized 203, the late season DS 204 motorized vehicles are allowed. Up to 150 total permits may be issued between the two hunts. The use of archery equipment is already allowed. Non-residents must be accompanied by a licensed guide or a second degree of kindred resident relative. Also, aircraft may not be used to locate sheep or direct hunters to sheep during the open sheep hunting season. There's a negative CNT for Delta controlled use area sheep. The Delta controlled use area is the area in the red polygon south of Delta Junction. I won't walk you through all the history, I've already done that. But some management objectives are to manage for a population of approximately 1,800 sheep, manage for a mean annual harvest of at least 35 full curl rams with a mean horn length of at least 36 inches, and to manage for a mean age of harvested rams of at least 8 years old. Here I got a couple graphs that I'll walk you through. The top graph is the minimum count survey data for the Delta controlled use area for both total sheep and lambs from 2012 through 2023. The blue line is total sheep, and the green line is lambs. The bottom graph is the number of sheep harvested, 2013 through 2023, for both hunts. The red portion of the harvest is the DS-203 early season harvest, and the green portion of the bars is the late season DS-204 harvest. In 2013, we observed a very low number of sheep, 625 total sheep observed. And the population more or less increased until it peaked in 2019 at 1,420 sheep, which is one of the higher numbers of sheep documented during the history of this survey. Since 2020, we've been on a downward trend, hitting the bottom at 666 sheep observed in 2022, and the 2023 survey numbers were nearly identical. The low lamb numbers of 2013 and 2014 would be available for harvest approximately 8 years later in 2021 and 2022. These low lamb years resulted in less sheep being available for harvest in 21 and 2022. And this was further compounded by the 2021-2022 winter, which brought that record snowstorm that we've heard a lot about. The 2023 winter was also an above average snow year. 2022 and 2023 lamb numbers were the worst they've been since 2013. The high for lamb numbers in this data set was in 2019 with 340 lambs, and the low was in 2013 with 55 lambs, and then another low, 66 lambs in 2023. As mentioned, the bottom graph is the number of sheep harvested by hunt. The average success rate for this data set for the two hunts combined is 39%. The number of sheep harvested has been declining since 2020. In 2023, hunters harvested nearly the same number of sheep as 2022, but hunters had a higher success rate in part due to less permits being offered in 2023, which resulted in less hunters in the field. Hunting conditions were also more ideal in 2023 than they were in 2022. The 10-year average harvest for the two hunts combined is 36. We had a high of 56 in 2019 and a low of 17 in 2022. The harvest is always very similar between the two hunts. Lastly, I'd like to note there has been no successful DS-204 archery hunt reports in the last 20 years. This graph shows the number of permits that have been issued, and it's historically averaged around 70 permits for each hunt. The blue bars are for the DS-204 hunt, and the orange bars are for the DS-203 hunt. Even in the early 1990s, when populations really took a hit due to a series of bad winters, each hunt had 75 permits and the population recovered. We have slowly been reducing permit numbers annually since 2021, reflecting sheep declines and reduced success. In 2023, each hunt was reduced to 40 permits, which was the biggest reduction ever. Permit reductions were not because of biological concerns, but rather to give hunters that drew a permit less competition pursuing less full-crow rams on the mountain. This seemed to work, as 2023 had nearly the same amount of sheep harvested as 2022, but a much higher success rate. I'd also like to note the current draw odds are 1% for each hunt for residents. Some more background: Delta Controlled Use Area sheep hunting is conducted under a draw as well as the full crow regulations, and the full crow regulations are a male-only harvest. Only older males are being harvested, and this is a very small segment of the overall population, and it is a compensatory component. The average horn size has also not decreased in the past 10 years. The average is 35 inches. Average horn length in 2013 was 33.5, and in 2023 it was 34. The age has also been stable too, with an average age over the last 10 years being 8.2, with a high of 9.1 in 2018 and a low of 7 in 2022, 7.4 in 2023. So in summary, this is an allocated proposal. As proposed, opportunity is reduced for hunters wishing to hunt sheep with a firearm. 99.9% of hunters report using a firearm. Sheep harvests would likely be reduced if adopted. No biological concerns with DCUA sheep using full crow regulations, and no biological concerns with the proposed regulations. Recent permit conditions are a reflection of hunter satisfaction, not biological concern. This proposal does not address hunter crowding. Again, this proposal seeks to allocate 20% of the DS-204 permits to archery only. Thank you.
Thank you. Board members, I'll weigh in on this one. We have a declining sheep population, reducing opportunity for our rifle hunters in these areas is not something I'm going to support or making this type of change at this time. So I'm not going to be supporting this. Other board members? Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. All the ACs that commented on this proposal were opposed to it, and I'll also be opposed to it. But I have one question. Was that picture of those sheep taken in the Delta Control Use Area?
It is.
Be more apt to go put in there. I think I see a fanning ram in there.
Okay, Dave?
Thank you. With the numbers, percentages that the proposer asks in his request, with the earlier 70 permits, we're talking about 14 permits to archery at 20%, and then with the 40, we're talking about 8 permits to archery, and with the 40 permits issued, which is pretty significant reduction in rifle hunters. And 99% of those applicants are rifle hunters, so chances of an archery person getting permit goes way up on the odds, I think, because of the number of people that put in, so I won't be supporting it either for those reasons.
Okay, thank you. Any additional discussion on this proposal? Are we ready for the question?
Call the question.
Question's been called.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On this proposal, the board has heard no concerns from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Okay, Christie, would you pull the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on proposal 132. Mr. Fletcher?
No.
Ms. Cusack?
No.
Mr. Loring?
No.
Mr. Barrett?
No.
Mr. Cooney?
No.
Mr. Hoffman?
No.
Chairman Burnett?
No.
Proposal fails 0-7.
Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt proposal 133. Allocate 20% of the resident-only early season Delta controlled use area sheep drawing hunt DS-203 to archery only, or create a new early season archery only hunt.
Second.
Thanks. Been moved and seconded, Department?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's pretty much all the same data, just a couple changes. It's 20% to the early season, so the same as the last proposal, except not talking about the early season. And then the proposer proposed having the hunt either during the existing time frame or proposed a new time frame of August 1st through the 10th. That's the only changes.
Okay, thank you. Board members? Go ahead, Jake.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, there's some, my opinion on this, you know, there are some places where archery-only hunts work and some places that they don't. I think that we have some opportunity in the state for archery-only sheep hunts already, and I'm not gonna support it.
Thank you. Go ahead, James.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to thank the department for their brief summary of the slides here. And I won't be supporting this either for the same reasons that we stated on the last one.
Okay, any additional discussion on this? Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. All the ACs that commented on this proposal were opposed to it, and there were 4 persons, public comments that were supportive of it, and I don't intend to support this proposal.
Thank you, Al. Any additional discussion?
Call the question.
Question's been called.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The board showed no concerns from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you. Christie, would you pull the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on proposal 133. Mr. Hoffman?
No.
Mr. Cooney?
No.
Mr. Barrett?
No.
Mr. Loring?
No.
Ms. Cusack?
No.
Mr. Fletcher?
No.
Chairman Burnett?
No.
Proposal fails 0-7.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt proposal 134, change the time frame for which a person can be awarded Mount Harper sheep drawing permit DS-206 in units 20 Echo and 20 Delta to 1 permit every 4 regulatory years or once per lifetime.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It was interesting digging into this. This hasn't been touched since 1984. Here we go. This proposal changes the time frame for which a person can be awarded a Mount Harper DS 206 drawing permit to one permit every 4 regulatory years or once per lifetime. This proposal was submitted by the public. The department is neutral. The Delta AC did not take a vote on this proposal. Last thing I want to say is this photo is a Mount Harper sheep photo. This habitat is very unique sheep habitat, which I'll get into more later in my presentation. There's some issues. All hunters, regardless of residency status, would only be allowed to receive a DS 206 permit every 4 years or once per lifetime if adopted. Overall hunter numbers in the field will remain the same. This is already a very difficult permit to obtain, with the maximum of 4 permits ever given out. Already very limited amount of people drawing this permit more than once. Since 2017, when the draw structure changed to being able to apply for a hunt up to 6 times, no hunter has drawn this permit twice. And even before that, it appears it is very rare in an instance where somebody has drawn this permit more than once. And only 4 non-residents have ever won this permit, going back all the way to the beginning in 1984. Again, this would not reduce harvest. Some department considerations. There's no biological concerns with the current Mount Harper management structure and permit allocations. There are full crow regulations in place for this area. This population has historically existed at low abundance. This is an allocated proposal. There's no biological concerns with the proposed regulations. There is some precedent for 1 sheep every 4 regulatory years, and this would be the Tok management area. The TMA example does apply to both residents and non-residents, but this is only if you harvest a sheep, not simply drawing a permit. Current regulations, this area, the hunt number is DS 206 and it's portions of Unit 20D and 20D, north of the Alaska Highway and north and west of the North Bank of the Middle Fork of the 40 Mile River, including the Joseph Creek drainage. For residents, it's 1 ram with full curl horn or larger by draw permit. Non-residents, it's 1 ram with full curl horn or larger every 4 regulatory years by drawing permit, and you must be accompanied by a licensed guide or 2DK resident relative. This next bullet I've underlined, it's a statewide regulation where no applicant may win the same hunt 2 years in a row, so you already can't get it back-to-back years. Aircraft may not be used to locate sheep or direct hunters to sheep during the open sheep hunting season. Hunting is allowed outside of the DS 206 draw area with a harvest ticket. However, I'd like to point out Yukon Charlie Preserve, which is immediately to the north, was closed to hunting in 2023. There's a negative C&T for sheep in Unit 20D within the Delta Controlled Use Area and Tok Management Area, but there is no C&T finding in the Mount Harper draw area. The proposed regulations, again, would allow residents and non-residents to be able to get a DS 206 draw permit either once every 4 years or once per lifetime. So this map shows the hunt area, and I'll walk you through it. So the red polygon on the map is the DS 206 hunt area northeast of Delta Junction. The DS 206 Mount Harper sheep drawing permit structure has been in place since 1984 and was established to limit hunter numbers and provide aesthetically pleasing hunting conditions in this more easily accessible area of the Tanana Hills that is known for large trophy rams. This area is accessed by fixed-wing aircraft, and the area outside of the DS 206 hunting area is largely inaccessible even by aircraft. This is 240 square miles of sheep habitat on the boundary of units 20D, 20B, and 20E, and bordered by Yukon Charlie Rivers National Preserve immediately to the north. Sheep are not present in most of the hunt area. The population is comprised of numerous small, discrete groups of sheep separated by areas of unsuitable habitat. This is very atypical sheep habitat with more rolling alpine hills with forested drainage separating them versus steep mountains like the Alaska Range with contiguous habitat. The topography and habitat likely limit the population in this area. The orange polygon on the map is the core range with Mount Harper starred in the middle of it. The area in black is secondary range where sheep are also often observed. It is not uncommon to observe sheep in the timber between these alpine areas, likely traversing from one alpine area to another. Some management goals and objectives for the area are to maintain a harvestable population of adult sheep, fluctuating with historical levels of abundance and the carrying capacity of available sheep habitat, and to provide opportunity for up to 50 hunters annually to harvest mature rams in the Mount Harper drawing area, Glacier Mountain Controlled Use Area, and the Tanana Hills General Hunting Season Area. So here we have some Mount Harper, Tanana Hills sheep minimum counts. This area has long averaged approximately 100 sheep during surveys, and numbers have declined in recent years, with 52 sheep observed in 2020 and 28 sheep in 2023. The high for this data set is 110 sheep observed in 2018. Surrounding areas that are surveyed, such as the Glacier Mountain Controlled Use Area and Yukon-Charlie Rivers National Preserve, have shown similar declines. These declines can be linked to the last couple of winters, which have above average snow, freezing rain, and a late breakup. Some harvest statistics and permit statistics. So number of permits has been 4 from 1984 through 2023. We issued 2 permits for 2024. The 2024 permit reduction is not biological, but rather it is again intended to increase hunter satisfaction. Since 2017, the average number of applications is 817. 766 of these are for residents and 51 non-residents. This is a draw probability of 0.4%. Since 2017, when the draw structure changed to being able to apply for the same hunt up to 6 times, nobody has won the permit twice. Before 2017, data is much more sparse, but it also appears that very rarely, if ever, has someone drawn this permit more than once. And in the history of this hunt, going back to 1984, only 4 non-residents have ever drawn this permit, and they were all prior to 2012. The average horn length for this area has been 37.5 inches for the past 10 years. The average age for the last 10 years has been 9.4, and the average of 1.5 rams harvested annually with a 50% average success rate. Some more background. Again, this area is managed with a drawing permit and under Full Crow regulations, and you already saw what the Full Crow regulations entail. So I'll skip over that. In summary, it's an allocated proposal. Drawing multiple permits currently is very unlikely. In subsequent years is currently prohibited. Sheep harvest would remain the same if adopted. There is no biological concerns with using the full curl management strategy with current permit distribution or as it is proposed. Recent permit reductions are a reflection of hunter satisfaction and not biological concerns, and this proposal does not address hunter crowding complaints. Again, this proposal changes the time frame in which somebody can be awarded a Mount Harper DS 206 draw permit. Thank you.
Thank you. I note that if we do take action on this, the subsistence section would be prepared to give us a C&T analysis at the next cycle meeting for this area. There is no finding at this time for this area. So anyway, discussion. Go ahead, Amy.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just was going to point out that there's no C&T determination for both 20D and E, so we would be prepared to do that at that time.
Right, thank you. Go ahead, Dave.
Mr. Chairman, to the staff, looking at the harvest statistics, you have older sheep populations being harvested with a really nice average horn length. So I'm sure there's some over 40-inch sheep in there that are being harvested. And would you consider this to be a trophy area similar to what the TMA would be considered? Is that kind of how you're looking at that?
I don't know if I can compare it to the TMA, but it's a trophy area, and you know it's known for its large rams, so that's all part of why it was established back in '84.
Follow up on that? Or?
Yeah, I do. And looking at the proposals, I'm not interested in making a one a lifetime, but I think maybe changing it to 1 sheep every 4 years instead of just drawing a permit every 4 years. So I'd like to make an amendment if I could. Although we haven't had much discussion on this permit, I might want to wait a bit for other members to weigh in, and I'll make that amendment.
Okay, additional discussion on this? Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this time, I'm not gonna support this proposal. I don't think it's gonna, increase anybody's odds greatly. It's a desirable permit area, and, I'm willing to keep it the way it is currently. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I think we heard in testimony that there was, or in your report, that 4 permits were with a 0.4 chance of winning, so approximately 1,000 applications for the 4 permits. And the probability of someone getting it several years in a row is pretty low, especially because it already has a 2-year requirement. So I think we're pretty good on that. It's possible, you know, people do win the lottery more than once. Go ahead.
Thank you. It's not like, you know, your neighbor winning the Delta Bison permit a couple different times in his lifetime, and we never have it. I don't think that's the same situation here, so. I think on some of the other comments I've heard from the board, I'll go ahead and not make any type of amendment.
Al?
Thank you. I would also recognize that in general comments, we did have public comments addressing the C&T outside the Toke management area and the Delta control use area.
Thank you. Additional discussion on the proposal.
Call the question.
Question's been called on the proposal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On the proposal for Mount Harper, the board shared no concerns from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you. Christie, would you pull aboard?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on proposal 134, Mr. Cooney?
No.
Mr. Barrett?
No.
Mr. Loring?
No.
Ms. Cusack?
No.
Mr. Fletcher?
No.
Chairman Burnett?
No.
Mr. Hoffman?
No.
Proposal fails 0 to 7.
Mr. Chair, move to adopt proposal 135, close Mount Harper sheep drawing hunt DS 206 in units 20 Delta and 20 Echo to non-residents.
Second.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This proposal is very similar to the last with the data. In fact, that's pretty much all the same. It's just the proposal, this proposal is to close the Mount Harper DS-206 sheep draw hunt to non-residents. All the other data is gonna be the same, and I can show anything that's requested.
Do we have a number of non-residents versus resident applicants for this hunt?
Yeah, that's in here. Let me pull that up. Okay, yeah, it was in my last proposal. So, average number of applications since 2017 is 817 total, with 766 of those being residents and 51 non-residents.
Okay, thank you. Additional discussion on the proposal? Go ahead, Jake.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chair. Would this ever be something, you know, that we would look at as in the statewide level as like a Super 7 raffle or a governor's tag or potential for anything like that?
Through the chair, Member Fletcher, I suppose we could. It is a very popular resident hunt through the drawing system, and we'd want more sheep on the ground, I think, before we would do it, but it's not outside the possibility.
Thanks.
Thank you. Go ahead, Al.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to like that, Member Fletcher. It's not that good. But on proposal 135, I'm not interested in supporting this proposal. I think there's some opportunity for resident or non-residents to participate in that. And I think things have been going rather well out there in the Mount Harper area. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. As I recall, there haven't been a lot of non-resident tags pulled ever.
Yeah, hardly like on a handful ever.
So, and each one that does brings value and provides employment for Alaskans, so I'm good with leaving it the way it is. Additional discussion on the proposal?
Call the question.
Question's been called and proposal,
Thank you. On 134, the board showed no concerns from the public regarding cost to private persons if this regulation is adopted. 135. On 135.
okay, Christie, would you pull the board on?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on proposal 135. Mr. Barrett?
No.
Mr. Cooney?
No.
Mr. Hoffman?
No.
Chairman Burnett?
No.
Mr. Fletcher?
No.
Ms. Cusack?
No.
Mr. Loring?
No.
Proposal fails 0-7.
Mr. Chair, move to adopt proposal 136, allow brown bears to be taken over bait in 20 delta south of the Tanana River and require a registration permit.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. There are 3 related proposals here for bear baiting in Unit 20, and I suspect that most of your slides will relate to all of them.
Yeah, I'll summarize. So I'll go through the first one, and the main differences is the first one asks for the entire duration of the spring season and then require a registration permit. The next 2 ask for the same dates, just to do away with the registration permits. And then the department has some amendments to those 2 proposals, but this one we support as written.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
So this proposal allows brown or grizzly bear harvest at bait stations in Unit 20D South, and this is south of the Tanana River, during the current baiting season and require a registration permit. This proposal was submitted by the public, and the department supports the increase in opportunity and is neutral in baiting as a method. The Delta AC unanimously supported this proposal. And last, I'd like to point out that this proposal does not address same-day airborne, but typically same-day airborne is allowed when baiting is allowed. So if this proposal was to be adopted, the board may wish to address same-day airborne as well. Grizzly bear harvest is currently stable in this area. The overall harvest is near the current upper limit of the management objective, and the female harvest is near the upper limit of the management objective as well. However, there are no Unit 20D specific data, as estimates are old and based off extrapolations of nearby units. Bears are notoriously hard to survey. The Unit 20D current harvest objective is 5 to 15 bears per year. The 10-year average harvest is 12 bears, and that's a 6% harvest rate, and that's based off the extrapolated densities. Recent research by Brockman et al. And McClellan in 2016 suggests that grizzly bear populations in good habitat can sustain human-caused mortality rates at 10% or more, as long as reproductive females and their dependent offspring are protected. This would mean we could harvest 10 to 15 more bears compared to the current 20D harvest. The authors of these papers also note that 15% harvest exceeds a conservative harvest approach when managing for a stable population. There is concern that harvest under a baiting season till the current closure date of June 30th without a registration permit, even with an increased harvest management objective, could still exceed sustainable limits, especially of females. Some more department considerations. Bait stations are concentrated in highly accessible areas in the proposed area. Some possible strategies to ensure brown bears or grizzly bears are not over-harvested would be a shorter brown bear hunting season, and that could mean taking away time away in the fall or spring or both for all grizzly hunting. Or we could have a reduction in just the baiting season, which would mean closing the baiting season for grizzly bears May 31st or whenever the board wished, in this area, being a higher percentage of bears are taken in the month of June in this part of interior Alaska. So a season closure of May 31st would stop a lot of potential harvest. Alternatively, with a registration permit, the department would have the flexibility to make this decision on an annual basis, and therefore some years the season could potentially stay open past May 31st. With a reduction of the spring season, this could apply to only grizzly bear baiting, or it could apply to all grizzly bear hunting past May 31st, or whatever date the board decides to use for a closure date. And finally, a spring hunt via registration permit is what this proposal is asking for. The registration permit would not affect fall opportunistic hunters that take a bear while out targeting other species. The spring season comes after the fall season, so the spring quota would be quote-unquote the leftovers from the fall. The department would recommend a unit-wide registration permit for spring bear hunting, whether baiting or not, as that would simplify the regulations the most, and then the department would have independent quotas north and south of the Tanana River. However, a registration permit with a quota could be implemented on any portion of the unit. Unit 20D South currently has different grizzly bear hunting regulations from all surrounding units, including 20D North. The next two proposals ask for grizzly bear baiting in this area without a registration permit through the current baiting season, which ends on June 30th. This map gets us orientated to the areas we're talking about. The area north of the Tanana River, which is depicted on this map in green, baiting has already been allowed since 2017. The area south of the Tanana River in yellow is the proposed area. This map is attempting to depict the access of 20D South. It's zoomed in and it shows the extensive trail network in the proposed area. This is only a start, as it's impossible to digitize every trail. These are the main ones, and there are also many more trails not on the map, and the map also doesn't depict all the secondary roads like agricultural roads and the army roads. The Tanana, Johnson, and Robertson Rivers, along with several airstrips, also all provide access into the proposed area. The current regulations are for residents and non-resident hunters may take one grizzly bear per year, August 10th to June 30th. Cubs or sows with cubs may not be taken, and non-residents need to hunt with a guide or a qualified 2DK relative. Harvesting a brown bear over bait and same-day airborne is allowed in Unit 20D North only. The bear baiting season in Unit 20D, as mentioned, is April 15th to June 30th, and grizzly bear sealing is required. The current grizzly bear population estimates in this area are 185 to 220 total bears, and it's 76 to 86 in Unit 20D South, and 109 to 134 bears in Unit 20D North. As mentioned, these extrapolations are estimates done in neighboring units. The 20D South estimate is based off work in 20A in the early 1990s, and the 20D North estimate comes from work done in 20E in 1987 and then again in 2007. Both studies there had similar results. This graph is busy, and I'll take a second to walk the board through it. So the blue bars on the graph represent the actual number of bears harvested 2010 to 2022 unit-wide, and the red numbers on top represent the percent female take within the harvest, and the years circled in red are the years we exceeded the recommended 45% female harvest. The orange box to the right represents the years baiting has been legal in Unit 20D North, and the average harvest over bait in this area for these years is 4 bears annually. The green horizontal dashed line represents the upper harvest management objective of 15 bears. As mentioned, we also strive to not have a more than 45% female harvest. The purple line way on top of the graph at 25 represents the new increased harvest objective the department plans to implement based on the research completed by Brockman and McClellan. The new objective would allow a harvest of at least 10 more bears per year, most years. The department would still need to use caution with the rate of female harvest and the overall harvest because it still could go beyond S25 as well without mechanisms in place to control the rate of harvest. Also, I should note that an average of 70% or more of the harvest occurs in the proposed area. On average, female bears are harvested in 20D at 6 years of age, and on average, male bears are harvested at 5 years of age. Overall, average age at the time of harvest is 5.5, and a harvested bear age has not decreased in the area over the past 20 years. Skull size has also been very stable through time. Average female skull at the time of harvest is 18 inches, and the average male skull is 19.5 inches at the time of harvest. Some more background. The Unit 20D baiting season is 1 month longer than Units 20A and 20B, with the overall hunting season being nearly 2 months longer. An August 10th opener and June 30th closure with no restrictions may be unsustainable. Grizzly bear harvest initially spiked when baiting was allowed in neighboring GMUs, but later did level off. Bait station registration also increased when brown bear baiting was allowed. It nearly doubled in 20C, for one example, from 48 to 90, but this also leveled off a bit as well after a few years of baiting, but remains higher than pre-brown bear baiting numbers. Unit 20D South bait stations are currently scattered through the lowlands where black bears are more often found, but this could shift to higher elevations where grizzly bears are more often found. So some additional harvest would be sustainable based on recent studies, but harvest could still go beyond these guidelines. However, if harvest could be tracked or stopped through a registration permit, it would be a safeguard to overharvest. Anecdotal reports do suggest more grizzly bears in Unit 20D than current estimates reflect. There's an ANS of 1 to 2 bears for 20D outside of the Fairbanks non-subsistence area. 75% of Unit 20D bait stations are south of the Tanana River. Most baiting occurs along developed roads and trails or along river corridors. Some residents currently travel to adjacent units to bear bait where grizzly bear baiting is legal. This could shift to 20D south if baiting is legalized in this area. This topic is a persistent issue with 5 proposals in 2017 to allow grizzly bear baiting in Unit 20D, one of which was adopted for 20D North. There was 1 proposal in 2020, and now there are 3 proposals in front of the board in 2024. There are also adjacent areas that have similar proposals. Most notably, the Fairbanks area has 4 proposals to make changes to surrounding units 20A and 20B grizzly bear regulations by either increasing the spring season by 2 weeks to June 15th or to June 30th, and to have the fall season open August 10th. So in summary, more harvest appears to be sustainable based on recent research, but caution still needs to be exercised, especially for female harvest. Limited grizzly bear population data in this area. The department recommends a conservative harvest strategy due to the uncertainties of this population. 20D South is well developed with good access. There is high public interest in grizzly bear baiting and increased hunting opportunity in this area. Registration permit hunt would be the most conservative management approach, but a spring grizzly bear baiting season with a closure date of May 31st would also likely be sustainable. A registration permit for brown bear baiting would be a way to meet public desire to have increased brown bear harvest opportunity while making sure harvest objectives are not exceeded. Registration baiting could be in any portion of the unit the board sees fit. Again, this proposal asks to allow grizzly bear baiting in Unit 20D South with a registration permit. Thank you.
Thank you. If this were to pass, would it make Unit 20D north and south consistent?
Chairman, if you did it as, in my comments are how we suggest it, where you just made the whole unit a registration permit and then we have separate quotas, because we don't have a concern at all north of the river, but we understand, you know, having simplified regulations. So independent quotas might be a way to go. But if the proposal was adopted just as written, then it would be different from what's in 20D North.
The difference would be the registration, huh?
Exactly.
No quota. You don't have a quota in the north at
No,
this time
no.
because you don't have a registration.
Correct.
Nothing to track. So, but the season dates, and the whole unit would be open for bear baiting?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Board members? Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple things that caught my attention. One, the incredible high female harvest over, well, what data that we have for the last 6 years, you know, with an average of 47% female take. Normally, that's a super big red flag. And you have a 6-year-old average age that are females taken currently. But they're still harvesting bears, so how confident are you on your bear population? Because you would start seeing some decreases with high female harvest like that, skull sizes or whatnot.
So, yeah, Member Barrett, we haven't noticed any decreases in those skulls or age. They're are low, but it's been that way for a long time. And the estimate's old. It's what we have to go off of. It's outdated for sure.
So if we went to a registration permit even, and you believe yourself that maybe the population's low, how cautiously would you manage that registration permit?
We'd have to talk about that, but the current, 15 bear upper threshold, I mean, that seems to be sustainable, and based on the data that I presented here, we could maybe go up to 25. So I guess we'd, just have to meet somewhere there in the middle and see, if we notice some changes.
Thank you, Robert.
Thank you. With bear baiting, would you expect to see an increase or decrease in female harvest?
Well, data suggests that when you bait, people are more selective. So I would hope female harvest would go down.
Okay. Thank you. Board members? Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thought, Robert, you said that on page 131, that gold box was when bear baiting was allowed.
Yeah, that's when baiting was allowed in 20D North.
Right, and then that significantly has a high female harvest.
Still.
However, just for a point of clarification, Member Barrett, there was only 4 bears on average taken in the northern part of the unit. So that female component also represents bears that were taken via traditional spot and stock methods.
Additional discussion? Jake, what are you thinking on this?
What, with this registration hunt, do you foresee you not being able to open up a fall season?
Through the chair, again, the spring season comes after the fall season, the way the regulatory calendar works. So there will always be a fall season, and then the spring is the leftovers.
As far as talking to hunters who participate in this, that we've had a lot of testimony about hunters that consume bear. Do you have any experience with people preferring to consume a spring bear compared to a fall bear?
Through the chair, in this area, very few people salvage grizzly bear meat, but from what I've heard is, yeah, they tend to prefer spring meat, but that's, it's a very low number of people that even salvage the meat in this area.
Thanks.
Thank you. Additional board member comments, questions? Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. What are your thoughts on same-day airborne? Is this an area that there's a lot of bear baiting, or would there be if they were allowed to?
Member Barrett, this area is so accessible, people don't access this area via airplane. I mean, they can, but they're using four-wheelers, even highway vehicles. That's how people are getting into this area.
Thank you. I'll just follow up. I intend to support this proposal with the registration, so that department can track it and actually close it off if they start seeing indications that there may be over harvest.
Thank you. Go ahead, Amy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to add that we do have some harvest and use data for brown bears for subsistence, and people do use them for food.
Yes, and thank you. Dave?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Back to staff. On that Brockman research, if we do increase the percentage a little bit, is that going to affect the female harvest, you think? Or what's your thoughts on that?
So the main concerns here are, looking at female harvest. We have a high rate, but in other areas where people bait, they do tend to target larger bears, which are males. So, yeah, I don't see that being an issue. And then that's part of the registration permit. The Brockman research says you can go up to 10%, which we are currently at 6%. But there's some thought that we could even go beyond the 10%. So the registration permit allows us to shut it down if it goes, crazy high.
Thank you. Additional board discussion, Al?
Yeah, just one more thing, Mr. Chairman. Traditionally, in Unit 20, for all the years I've been involved with the AC and in management a little bit, the grizzly bear population always seemed to be underestimated. And when liberalization of grizzly bear seasons and baiting was authorized, the department kind of realized that too, that, there was lots of extra bears out there.
Okay. Al, would you be interested in making an amendment to require a registration permit area-wide in this one?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I propose to amend Proposal 136 to add a registration permit unit-wide for Unit 20 for grizzly bear baiting.
I think for clarification, you might want to say Unit 20D only.
Unit 20D, not Unit 20.
What'd you ask me?
Well, unit-wide is what I asked you.
Excuse me, I withdraw that and I will restate it. Amend Proposal 36 to require a registration permit for Unit 20D for grizzly bear.
Been moved and seconded. Discussion on the amendment. I heard from the department that a registration permit area-wide would be useful for this, or actually unit-wide. So, Dave?
Thank you. I heard the same thing from the department. They feel really comfortable with that registration permit and would give them flexibility on how to manage the hunting season better, whether to close it earlier or leave it open, and depending on, may say female will take that type of thing. So, thank you.
Thank you. Any additional discussion on the amendment?
Call the question.
On the amendment? Christie?
Thank you. On the amendment to Proposal 136, Mr. Lauren,
Yes.
Ms. Cusack,
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher,
Yes.
Chairman Burnett,
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman,
Yes.
Mr. Cooney,
Yes.
and Mr. Brett.
Yes.
The amendment carries 7-0.
Okay, the amended proposal is before us. Any further discussion on the proposal as amended? Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll support this. I think we're taking some precautionary actions, allowing grizzly bears to be taken over bait in a new area. And I think this is going to provide some more opportunity for bear baiters.
Thank you. And I would note that there's a lot of AC support and public comment support for this proposal. We ready for the question?
Call the question.
Question's been called.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The board showed no concerns from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you. Christie, would you poll the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on Proposal 136 as amended. Ms. Cusack,
Yes.
Mr. Lauren,
Yes.
Mr. Barrett,
Yes.
Mr. Cooney,
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman,
Yes.
Chairman Burnett,
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher.
Yes.
Proposal carries as amended, 7-0.
Mr. Chair, I move to take no action on Proposal 137 and 138 due to the action on 136.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. We take no action on 136 and 137 with unanimous, there's no objection. At this time, we're going to take a break, and when we come back, we'll be in the Galena area. We're going to have some AC testimony at that time, as well as the area presentation. Thank you. Okay, I want to call the board back to order, the meeting back to order. So if I could get people to stop their conversations so we can all hear. Go ahead with the Galena Management Area Overview. And after you're done, we're going to go to our AC testimony, so before we go to proposals. Go ahead.
Chairman Burnett, members of the board, a brief staff introduction. To my far left is longtime area biologist Glenn Stout. He's been in that position for 25 years. And then to his right, our recently hired assistant AB, Kay Kellum. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. I'm Glenn Stout, and I'm the Galena area biologist. Seated with me is Cade Killam. He's the assistant area biologist. Cade graduated from UAF last year with his master's degree in wildlife biology and started with us last spring. We're very happy to have him on board. Also on the overview slide here, you'll see Yael Segal. She's our program technician, a seasonal program technician. She's in the Galena area office from August through January. The Galena area overview and proposal presentations can be found in RC4 tab 6.1. The proposal presentations are in 6.2. The Galena management area includes GMU's 21B, C, D, and all of Unit 24 and covers 51,134 square miles. We have 2 controlled use areas and 1 management area in the Galena area. The Keikuk controlled use area, the area in green, is in 21D and 24D. It prohibits airborne access for moose hunters. The Canute controlled use area, the pink area, is in 24B, and it also prohibits access for moose hunters, airborne access. There are no proposals for either one of these controlled use areas this year. The Dalton Highway Corridor Management Area is seen in blue and goes through Unit 24A. Motorized travel is restricted and hunting is by archery only by statute. The Dalton Highway is the only road access into the Galena area, and there are no proposals this year for the Hall Road. There are 3 advisory committees in the Galena Management Area: the Ruby, the Middle Yukon AC, the Keikuk River AC. The Western Interior Regional Advisory Council is the federal advisory entity for the area. There are 15 communities ranging from 5 to 472 people in the Galena area. The 2020 Department of Labor estimate was 2,432 residents. There are 5 federal conservation units in the Galena management area, and I'll start from the north and work my way south. First off, there to the far north in pink is the Gates of the Arctic National Park. Coming down south into 24B is the Canute National Wildlife Refuge. Further south in 24D and 21D in green is the Keikuk National Wildlife Refuge. A little bit to the south and east in 21B is the Nowitna National Wildlife Refuge. And then in the southern portion of 21D in blue, you can see the northern Anoka unit and portions of the main Anoka National Wildlife Refuge. Including BLM lands, which is not shown on this map, federal lands occupy 65% of the Galena management area. This is a list of species that we're responsible for in the Galena area, and I'll go through each species and provide a general status report. First on the list are black and grizzly bears. We don't survey black or grizzly bear populations, but we believe they are relatively stable at moderate densities. We continue to receive anecdotal reports that black bear numbers are decreasing and grizzlies are increasing. We often hear this from hunters who hunt dens for black bears and are encountering grizzlies in traditionally used black bear den sites. Black bears are an important food species in the Galena area, and we get a great deal of feedback from the public about their status. Based mostly on that feedback, There appears to be a changing dynamic between black and grizzly bears, but the degree to which this may be happening is unknown. In 2015, there appeared to be a pronounced decline in black bear numbers based on hunter reports and what we typically see during our spring twinning surveys. We have no indication of what could have caused that apparent change, and it appears the black bear abundance is still low. There is one bear proposal the board will consider at this year's meeting. Moving on to caribou. We manage 4 small non-migratory caribou herds from the Galena office. The Galena Mountain herd in 21D has about 90 caribou. The Wolf Mountain herd in 21C has about 500 animals. The Ray Mountain herd in units 24B and 20F has about 900 animals. And the Hodzana Hills herd in units 24A and 25A has about 900 animals. All of these herds are relatively isolated, and we typically have a reported harvest of less than 15 animals a year from all of these herds combined. We've had relatively good success surveying these herds the past few years. The surveys we completed seem to indicate stability in the Ray and Hodzana herd, a possible increase in the Wolf Mountain herd, but the Galena Mountain herd numbers continue to decline, as I reported at the 2020 Board of Game meeting. Leading up to that meeting, we were counting no more than about 120 caribou in the Galena Mountain herd, and the most we've counted in the last year was 88 animals. When the Western Arctic herd is expanding in abundance, they will occur in units 24 and sometimes 21D during the winter, but that herd is managed by Region 5. The Central Arctic, Keshapuk, and porcupine herds also come into the northern and eastern portion of 21D. The last 3 winters, we have seen a substantial number of porcupine herd showing up in Unit 24A, and some of them have even crossed the haul road going as far east as eastern Unit 24B. We have 2 caribou proposals for this meeting, which are carryover proposals from the Region 5 Board of Game meeting, and they are focused on the Western Arctic herd. Moose are the primary species of our focus in the Galena area office. The population has been slowly declining in the high-density areas of the lower Kaikuk and middle Yukon. However, as a result of some large fires in 2005, moose are increasing south of the Yukon in southern 21D. Winter severity has been relatively moderate to severe the last 5 years. However, we have had a few areas with relatively deep snow and a few years with some localized icing events that were notable. So although the 2023 survey indicates a stable number of adults for most of the area, the calf counts were the lowest we've recorded in the last 20 years. There is one moose proposal we will discuss at this meeting. The next several slides that I'll show the moose survey and moose harvest data for the Galena area. This map shows the areas where we've conducted GSPE moose surveys in the Galena area. In general, moose concentrations are highest in the riparian zones of the Middle Yukon River, Lower Nowitna River, and Lower Kaikuk River. And you can see on this map, the hotter colors demonstrate higher densities of moose, and you can see where they occur along the Kaikuk and Middle Yukon River. Densities in the upper Kaikuk are often on the order of 0.3 to 0.4 moose per square mile, but dropping to less than 0.2 moose per square mile in the Berks Range. Densities in the lower Kaikuk are as high as 4 to 5 moose per square mile along the river and 0.3 to 0.5 moose away from the river. Densities along the Yukon and lower Nowitna are often on the order of 1 to 2 moose per square mile and 0.3 to 0.5 moose per square mile away from the river. We aren't able to conduct GSP surveys every year, but we do try and conduct trend count areas surveys every year. The blocks outlined in black are a few of the trend count areas that we count. These areas are high hunter harvest areas as well. Typically, we survey 10 to 12 trend count areas every year in cooperation with our federal partners. So for the next several slides, I'll present the trends in moose abundance in the Galena area, starting in the north and working my way south. This graph shows the Canuti GSP survey area in Unit 24B. As you can see, the trend has been very stable in the upper Kayakuk. This survey block includes a portion of the area where the 24B intensive management program was conducted from 2013 to 2018. As you can see, we did measure a small increase in moose counts in 2015 and 2017 surveys, but that increase was not statistically significant. It was modest and it was short-lived. I will discuss this graph again later in a few of the proposal presentations. Moving south, this graph shows the area in 24D near Huslia. This is one of the areas that is showing a slow decline of moose, due primarily, we believe, to advancing vegetative succession. Fire rejuvenation is needed in this area, especially within the riparian habitats. Just downriver from there, in the lower Kayakuk portion of 21D, the moose are more stable, but we're seeing similar habitat aging, especially in our willow communities. Portions of this sub-area, like the 3-day slough trend count area, have seen more pronounced declines. The bright spot in the Galena area is the Caillou Flats area in southern 21D. There were several large fires in 2005 and 2006 that promoted willow growth in the area, and the moose population is responding to those burns. Not surprisingly, we're seeing a change in local hunter distribution due to this moose increase. Many hunters from Nulato and Caltag, who used to travel up to the Kayakuk River during the hunting season, are now experiencing good hunter success on the Caillou Flats area. Moving over to Unit 21B. Unit 21B moose abundance has also been on a slow decline for more than 20 years. Unit 21B had a large fire in 2015, but it does not appear to be generating much of a response in forage production or the moose population at this time. Unfortunately, that burn did not get into the riparian area, so I'm not too optimistic about a change in the trend of moose abundance for 21B anytime soon. The next 4 slides will show the recent moose harvest history throughout the Galena area. The most notable point on all of these slides is the very stable levels of harvest that were maintained throughout the area. This is Unit 24. The estimated harvest is stable at just over 300 moose. This is Unit 21D. Moose harvest has, moose harvest has averaged almost 400 moose a year. The last few years have dipped a little, but I think that is partly explained as a reporting issue associated with the changing harvest demographics as local hunters have moved from the Kayakuk River to the Caillou Flats area. We also observed a harvest decline following the COVID travel restrictions. An additional possible explanation is that there appears to be more former Kayakuk controlled use area hunters, these are non-local hunters that I'm talking about, that are passing through the area and headed to the lower Yukon. One final explanation, at least for 2023, was the extraordinarily high water levels on the Kayakuk River that appeared to have reduced hunter success. Fortunately, however, this was offset to a degree by the improved access and high water that the high water created on the Caillou Flats area. This is Unit 21B harvest. Although harvest was relatively stable for many years, the last few years it has declined. I think the decline in the Nowitna moose abundance most directly explains this harvest decline. And finally, this is Unit 21C. Unit 21C harvest is relatively stable at about 25 moose per year. So moving on from moose, I'll briefly talk about Dall sheep. Dall sheep in the Galena Management Area is located primarily in the Gates of the Arctic National Park in Units 24A and 24B. This map shows the Central Brooks Range sheep habitat within Unit 24B, which is shaded in pink, and Unit 24A shaded in yellow. There are approximately 23,051 square miles of sheep habitat between the elevations of 3,000 feet to 6,000 feet in the Central Brooks Range, and Units 24A and 24B account for approximately 20% of that area. We typically don't get harvest data for the sheep taken in the park. We do get sheep harvest data for the few sheep that are harvested outside the park, mostly in Unit 24A, east of the Hall Road. The Central Brooks Range population has declined since about 2011, and it appears that the population is still very low in Unit 24, apparently as a result of consecutive bad winters and habitat limitations. The department conducts sheep surveys in cooperation with the BLM in areas near the Dalton Highway Corridor Management Area in portions of Unit 24A and 25A. The Gates of the Arctic National Park staff have conducted distance sampling surveys in the park since about 2011. There are 4 sheep proposals that we will present at this year's meeting, which will overlap with the eastern interior area. Moving on from sheep, fur bears are generally believed to be stable within their range of normal fluctuations. However, we don't do any fur bear surveys. We do monitor harvest with ceiling reports through interviews with trappers, and we collect marten carcasses for assessing age, sex structure, and reproductive status of the marten harvest. There is one wolverine proposal you would consider this year. Small game population fluctuations appear to be very similar to the fur bear population trends. Hare populations appear to be in the low of the cycle in most of the area. However, grouse and ptarmigan numbers are increasing. Like fur bears, we don't conduct any small game surveys. There are no small game proposals specific to Galena area this year. Wolf populations are stable throughout the Galena area at moderate to high densities. Harvest is typically only about half to a third of what the allowable harvest could sustain. There are 3 wolf proposals this year, and there are 3 wolf predation control proposals. As you heard at the Region 5 meeting in January, muskox occur on the eastern boundaries of Units 22 and 23 and occasionally cross over into 21D and 24D, the Galena area units. A drawing permit hunt was adopted for the Galena units at the 2020 Board of Game meeting, and since its inception, 1 bull was harvested in 2022. There are no proposals for muskox this year. This chart shows the percent wolf harvest in Units 21B, C, D, and Unit 24 from RY 13 through RY 22. The blue bars are 21B, C, D combined, and the yellow bars are all of Unit 24. Reported harvest is typically low in the Galena Management Area, with an average of 34 wolves harvested per year in Unit 21B, C, and D, and 27 wolves harvested per year in 24. Although we have a hunting season that runs from August 10th to May 31st, only about 10 wolves per year were harvested from August through October, and less than 1 was harvested on average during the month of May. The trapping season runs from November 1st to April 30th. There are some wolves harvested that are not sealed and given away at potlatch or left in the field because they are of poor quality, so this harvest data represents minimum harvest estimates. In summary, from my perspective, the most pressing management issues in the Galena Management Area are the following. First of all, we're concerned about the decline in the Galena mountain caribou herd and whether that herd will remain a viable population. We're concerned about potential development in the Ray Mountain caribou herd range, especially on the critical calving areas. We're concerned about the decline of sheep abundance in the Brooks Range, the decline of moose abundance in units 21B, the northern portion of 21D and 24D due to vegetative succession. And we continue to experience warm, wet weather during the fall hunts and poor salmon runs in the summer. These issues have resulted in repeated requests for moose hunt extensions, which creates additional demand on our moose population where we have limited additional harvestable surplus. And finally, as I mentioned, I'm very interested in the changing dynamics of the black and grizzly bear abundance, and the public is very concerned about how that changing dynamic will affect our moose populations. That concludes my area overview presentation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Glenn. Do you have any reasons why the Galena herd can't grow?
Yeah, through the chair, Member Barrett. So in the presentation that I presented at last Board of Game meeting, I think there's probably a combination of factors. One of the concerns that we had, the Galena Mountain herd used to swim across the Melozitna River, and they would calve in the western portion of the Cochran's Mountains. With the changing climate and the increasing tree line going up in elevation on the Cochrane Hills, as they transition through that portion of the western Cochranes, they're having to go through a lot more treed areas in order to get to the calving area. And then, of course, within a day or two after they calve, they cross right back through there. And we've seen it as kind of a secondary effect of that. There's black bears and grizzly bears hiding in those trees, picking off quite a few calves. So I think to a large degree, we have poor recruitment in that area due to habitat and predation as a secondary effect.
Yeah, so in 21D to Coyote Flats, through public testimony, and I know some of those people out there, are the local people having an effect on increasing the moose population by their own ability to go hunt wolves steady, continually?
Through the chair, Member Barrett. Yeah, definitely, we get a lot of reports on the effort that's going on from communities, Kycook, Nulato, and Caltag, taking a lot of wolves. We don't have a great idea because, as you heard in some of the testimony, some of those poor quality wolves just don't get sealed, so we don't have a real good handle from our data what kind of harvest is going on, but we certainly get that as a comment often.
Great, thank you. I'll let.
Additional questions? Go ahead, Dave.
Thank you, Glenn, for your presentation. What type of development are you seeing in the Ray Mountains? Is it the mining, or what is that?
Through the chair, Member Loring. So there's two potential issues facing us in the Ray Mountains. One, it's alternative C in the EIS for the Ambler Road construction. And that basically goes right through the middle of the Ray Mountain area where our critical calving areas are. And then more recently, there was a land transfer where lands that were selected by the state were transferred over to the university with the expectation that those lands may be sold for mining interests.
Additional questions? Seeing none, thank you for your overview, and at this time we'll ask Michelle Quillen to come up and give the testimony for your AC. And unusually for an AC, she's going to show us some slides while she's doing it, so.
Good afternoon. My name is Michelle Quillen. I'll be giving the AC report for the Koyukuk River AC. Our AC minutes are on AC 10, and I don't have a RC number yet for the presentation, but I'll be able to share that later. So each slide is, it'll be RC 53. Thank you, Kyle. So each slide is basically one proposal per slide, and it just has the proposal number and whether or not we supported it, what it's changing, and then on the right just has bullet points of some of our discussion. But again, there's a lot of discussion that was left out, but again, those are in our minutes on AC 10. So for Proposal 139, to reduce the bag limit for the Western Arctic caribou herd, the committee endorsed the strategy taken by the Board of Game in Kotzebue of the resident bag limit with 15 caribou and no more than one, maybe a cow. That was supported unanimously by the committee. For Proposal 140, we voted to support due to unknown composition of the large bull component of the herd and the risk of further decline of the population in recruiting bulls to support a sustained yield harvest. Committee members added that a minimum bull-cow ratio of 35 per 100 cows must be maintained. And we strongly felt that there should be an absolute minimum of 6 to 7 large bulls aged 5 years or older per 100 cows within the herd. And the department does not have that composition data, and due to not having that information, the committee felt that there shouldn't be non-resident participation at this time due to the risk of harvesting beyond the sustainability of large bulls and risking the further decline of the population. We supported Proposal 141. Legal rams found in the survey conducted over the last 3 years are very little. The ewe-like population also continues to fall, and this demonstrated that there's not enough recruitment to stabilize the Dall sheep population. And the current population is far below carrying capacity and has been for the last 2 decades. The Dall sheep population was also discussed that it was declining from the corridor in units 24A and 25A West. And some further discussion from committee members who are familiar with GMU 24B stated that subsistence hunters from Ellicott and Alatna say that there are very few sheep also in the Alatna and John River drainages. Therefore, due to the absence of additional rams available to allow for more additional hunting opportunities outside of the normal hunting season, we agreed to close the sheep hunt in both subunits. For Proposal 142, we voted to oppose it. The committee had extensive discussion on the lack of any legal rams in the corridor since 2018, along with the lack of enforcement due to the vast area that has to be enforced, along with the high number of hunters accessing the area via the road. The committee discussed the massive volumes of increasing hunter participation and that the harvest reporting is not indicative of the high numbers of hunters. And we also discussed and agreed that this proposal does not do enough to protect the Dall sheep population in the described units. So we strongly urge the Board of Game to address the sheep decline with a management strategy that involves a limited drawing permit in GMUs 24A and 25A West. The committee voted to support Proposal 143. We had a thorough discussion about the importance of implementing further conservation measures for the Dall sheep within the Dalton Highway Corridor Management Area. The current extended harvest opportunity without limiting participation for an extended 15 days to October 5th cannot be supported for sustained yield. For Proposal 144, we voted to support only as amended. We discussed again the need for conservation and reduced participation for any hunting opportunity. We felt that this proposal was flawed as written in that all of the permits could be hunted in either subunit and in GMU 26B West of the Sag River or 24A. So we also felt that 10 draw permits were far too many for the very limited adult ram population in the described subunits. So our amendment, the committee modified Proposal 144 to delineate draw permits for 26B and 24A independently, with only 2 non-resident draw permits in each subunit. Especially because guided hunters have a very high success rate. There are only a few adult rams available, and each of those subunits and overall populations are falling. The committee does feel that the limited drawing participation for the units is the only way forward for bringing back populations to carrying capacity and sustainability. In the previous presentation that you guys saw, our area biologist described the healthy moose population in portions of Unit 21D of the Cayuse Flats. Therefore, we agreed that the moose population can support some antlerless cow harvest, so we voted to adopt the reauthorization. We took up Proposal 146 and 147 together, and we voted to oppose. We reviewed the IM management plans for GMUs 24 and 25A, and it was discussed the behavior of wolves following the porcupine caribou herd into the area in September, and then following the caribou back out when they migrate in March and April. And we also discussed that the resident wolf numbers have relatively high harvest rates by locals, especially in the described units. Therefore, we do observe populations of wolves have decreased significantly due to consistent harvest, as well as cannibalization after the snowshoe hare decline in 2020. And therefore, local trappers are against aerial harvest at this point in time. The committee opposed Proposal 148 due to the inclusion of GMU 24A, the sustained and consistent harvest of wolves by trapping, as well as harvesting of free-ranging fur bearers, as well as archery hunting, is the main reason that the proposal was opposed. The committee also voted against Proposal 149. We discussed the possibility of commencing wolf trapping on August 1st, but we also discussed the high possibility of incidental take of bears at that time as well. And at that time of year, they would have to be euthanized and then surrendered. So we had deemed it best that this time, the current season is best for harvesting wolves. The committee voted to oppose proposals 150 and 151. We discussed the value of hunting wolves into June, and the wolves are shedding their fur and therefore have very little value. And that is the reasoning behind our opposition. And this is a Koyukuk River AC proposal. Like Glenn had mentioned in his report, the brown bear population is not harvested currently at the minimum sustained yield. And we do believe that additional hunting opportunities can be given to residents of these subunits. The growing bear populations are affecting black bear and moose survival, especially with the decline of the Yukon River salmon. Therefore, we voted to support. And for Proposal 153, we voted to support this proposal. We discussed the biological parameters and the sustainability of their harvesting until April 30th. It was mentioned that it would be unlikely to harvest a female with a den under the snowpack, and that adult male wolverines would be the most likely to be harvested by the few trappers that continue to harvest wolves and beavers through April 30th. So we thought that the lengthening of the season would not have a significant impact on the wolverine population stability. For Proposal 154, there was a lot of discussion, but we voted to support only as amended. The committee opposes cow harvest during migration from August to September and suggests limiting cow harvest to 1 per resident hunter after October 1st. And that was due to a lot of entrainment and deflection of the herd's migration patterns from the lead cows of the herd. The committee felt strongly that the resident bag limit should be no more than 5 caribou, 4 bulls from July 1st to April 30th, and no more than 1 cow with a season for cow harvest from October 1st to April 30th. The non-resident season, August 1st to September 15th, with a bag limit of 1 bull caribou should be maintained in regulation. And again, the committee felt strongly that there should be an absolute minimum composition of 6 to 7 large bulls of age 5 years old and older per 100 cows to sustain the sustainability of the reproductivity and the caribou herd. And suppressing herds causes them not to migrate into wintering areas that are vast and unused on the south slope of the Brooks Range. And it was also discussed that there's a lot of misunderstanding regarding the ecology of caribou, what they eat annually, and harvest parameters for herds. The nutritional models used by managers for range depletion is incorrect and has not been quantified with field documentation. Therefore, the committee amended and modified Proposal 154. The committee revised the Proposal 155 to allow a resident bag limit of 5 caribou, but no more than 1 may be a cow, to be taken from October 1st to April 30th. For Proposal 156, we discussed the concerns regarding the increasing number of non-residents in Unit 26B. They have suggested the implementation of a drawing or registration permit system to regulate the situation. Currently, a significant number of non-residents are camping in the area for extended periods of time in Unit 26B remainder. Therefore, the committee has fully endorsed the proposal with unanimous support. And the last proposal that we had discussed was Proposal 207. The committee fully endorsed this proposal. We discussed the need to conserve the large fully mature rams, the breeding structures to bring back the sheep populations. There's a high participation of hunters unfamiliar with aging annual rings on sheep rams, and it's causing a loss of recruiting adult rams. It's imperative to repeal the criteria to count rings in the field before harvest, and therefore the committee felt strongly that this should have been a statewide repeal. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Is that questions from board members for Michelle? You made it pretty clear with, especially with the all written. Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just giving other board members a chance. Thank you, Michelle. I'm glad that you're still involved and you did a very well job, and that was a really nice presentation. But your AC did discuss several times about the conservation of sheep, and you had proposals on 24A and 25A, I believe it was. I was wondering, you know, those sheep, the federal subsistence side, you know, still allow you harvest 2 any rams or have a 3 sheep bag limit. And I was concerned, has your AC considered, you know, submitting a federal wildlife proposal to the Federal Subsistence Board? Because I don't know of any population that can recover if you're harvesting ewes and potentially maybe some young rams.
Through the chair, Member Barrett, thank you for the question. And I'm not aware of any harvest of ewes by people in our area. I think that the federal subsistence hunt of ewes is in the Arctic Village area that I know of, and I am not even aware of any of those community members that harvest ewes either.
Thank you. And I had one more on Proposal 153, which was lengthening the wolverine harvest. Your committee had made the comments that they weren't concerned with catching females because they were denning under snowpack. Was the AC under the belief that the females stayed under the snowpack during the denning season, which typically they get out and go look for food and come back?
Yeah, that was, through the chair, Member Barrett, thank you for the question. That was the discussion by the committee members, was that the females tend to spend more time under the den, under the snowpack. And so the take would be very little in comparison to the males of the wolverine population.
All right, thank you. Again, very good job, Michelle.
Additional questions for Michelle? Seeing none, okay, go ahead, Dave.
Thank you, Michelle. Did your committee get any information on possible U-take by Anahuac Pass residents under the federal subsistence regulations? They're a little bit closer to you than Arctic Village, and there are sheep there. So any information about Anahuac Pass folks taking sheep at all?
Yeah, that's outside of our AC's region. Anahuac Pass is further up. But similar to what I had answered to Member Barrett is that I don't know of any ewe harvests by community members at this time. Even if there is an open season, I don't think it's, I don't think people want to harvest ewes because they know that the population is so low. And also it's often discussed by even the previous testimony by a tribal member is that there is a self-moratorium as well on Dall sheep by a lot of community members.
Thank you. Seeing no more questions, again, thank you, Michelle, for your testimony. Very nicely done. I look forward to working with you on other issues. As soon as we get the department back, we should be able to get through a couple of proposals this afternoon. You may go ahead. Stosh?
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 39, reduce the bag limit for taking caribou in units 21 Delta, remainder, 22, 23, 24 Bravo, remainder, 24 Charlie, 24 Delta, and 26 Alpha to 4 caribou per year, only one of which may be a cow.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Department.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And as I mentioned before, a copy of this presentation can be found in RC 4, tab 6.2. Proposal 139 is a proposal to reduce the resident bag limit for the Western Arctic caribou in units 21D and 24B, C, and D. This proposal is a companion proposal to the Region 5 proposal number 2. This proposal would change the bag limit from 5 caribou today to 4 caribou per year, only one to be a cow. The proposal actually includes units 22, 23, and 26A also, but I'll only be speaking to the Galena area portions of that proposal. This map shows the Galena management area caribou seasons and the surrounding caribou seasons with the new Western Arctic herd regulation in blue, and that's the 15 caribou per year regulation, and the pre-existing Unit 26A east seasons for the Tashepuk caribou in yellow. The Galena area in red has a pre-existing 5 caribou per day regulation. The crosshatched red areas are the regulations for our small non-migratory herds, and those areas were not part of this proposal. Of note, Anaktuvuk Pass is on the boundaries of Unit 24B and 26A. They're in the northernmost portion of the Galena management area. Anaktuvuk Pass is the most reliant on caribou amongst the Galena communities, and they regularly harvest caribou from other herds. A detailed report on the biology, distribution, and harvest was given for the Western Arctic herd at the Region 5 Board of Game meeting in January. Region 5 manages the Western Arctic herd, so we won't repeat the information they provided at that meeting. However, I understand that Alex Hansen from Region 5 is on the phone and is available if you have any questions for him on that biological information. For the Galena management area, the most relevant issue is the limited occurrence of the Western Arctic herd in the area as the herd is receded and the limited harvest that results because of that limited occurrence. This table shows the reported harvest ticket data for the Western Arctic herd caribou in units 21D and 24 since 2013. As you can see, resident harvest is low. This is consistent with the low occurrence of that herd in this area. This proposal will likely have no effect on the harvest if it were adopted and will continue to be biologically insignificant if it were not adopted. Proposal 139 is a proposal to reduce the resident bag limit for the Western Arctic caribou herd in 21D and 24B, C, and D, and the department is neutral on this proposal.
Thank you. How are we identifying Western Arctic caribou when you're hunting there?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A lot of it depends on the location of the harvest that is reported by the hunter. We typically know, too, the time of year when the Western Arctic are there. And so, if, for instance, if we had a fall harvest way down in 21D, we could be pretty confident that it's not a Western Arctic herd occurring in the fall.
Okay, so the other herds are still at a population level to sustain the current regulations for harvest?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, the other herds have much different seasons and bag limits. They are not the 5 caribou per day, and their current seasons and bag limits are appropriate for those areas.
Okay, thank you. Okay, go ahead, George.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I indicated earlier, the all-RAC meeting happened a couple weeks ago, and we submitted RC 50, which is the executive summary of our OSM has changed the position. So what you see in PC 84 is incorrect. We have modified and updated. OSM supports the parallel proposal to the Federal Subsistence Board as modified by the Western Interior Seward Peninsula, Northwest Arctic, and North Slope Councils to change it to 15 caribou a year, of which one could be a cow. There's some carve-outs for 26A, but that's not the discussion. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, George. I think we caught all that. What we did in Kotzebue was the same thing that is supported by the Federal Subsistence Board, and doing it here the same would be supported by them.
Much more succinct. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Discussion from board members. And the proposal also speaks to 26A, and you should say the Region 5 biologist is on the line?
Yes, Mr. Chair, that's correct.
Okay. Discussion by board members. Okay, Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not going to support this proposal. Even if we did make changes there, it's still insignificant as the Western Arctic caribou herd is currently not migrating into 21D or the rest of 24B, C, and D. So, you know, as it was, the area biologist had testified, it has little to nothing, or insignificant to any harvest.
Thank you, and I have if the Region 5 biologist is on the line, I'd like to hear from him about the composition of the animals in 26A, because the proposal also speaks to 26A that are harvested.
Yeah, through the chair, this is Alex Hansen, Alaska Department of Fish and Game in Kotzebue. I'm the Western Arctic caribou biologist. And as was presented in the Kotzebue meeting, if we're looking at 26A, as the board did take action to amend 26A, that portion on the western side of 26A, to this 15-1 at that meeting. And of course, we went through with 22 and 23 as well. So as for composition, are you speaking to fall composition, bull-cow ratios, or are you talking about harvest
The
composition?
harvest composition of the various herds when the caribou are harvested there, whether it's the central herd or the Tehuantepec Lake herd or the Western Arctic herd.
Generally speaking, that 26A west portion, our understanding through the collar data and harvest data that was collected through the North Slope Borough Wildlife Department was that the majority of the caribou harvested in that western portion were Western Arctic caribou. And then there was a heavier reliance on Tehuantepec and then Central Arctic, so we moved to the east. So that was the reason why that amendment took place, to just address the needs to reduce harvest in the Western Arctic without affecting harvest from those other herds that were not in decline at the moment.
Thank you. Board members. Dave.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Back to the Region 5 biologist. Remind us, the Central Arctic and the Tehuantepec are either stable or increasing, is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Okay. Board discussion, Al?
Call the question.
Question's been called. Is there anyone else? I'm hearing no other discussion. We've had a lot of discussion about this at the Kotzebue meeting, and we had a tremendous amount of testimony from the folks from Manitowoc Pass who were there. So, go ahead.
Thank you, Ms. Question is, the board has heard no concerns from the public regarding cost to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you. Christie, would you pull the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on proposal 139. Mr. Cooney,
No.
Mr. Hoffman,
Yes.
Chairman Burnett,
No.
Mr. Fletcher,
No.
Ms. Cusack,
Yes.
Mr. Loring,
No.
and Mr. Brett.
No.
Proposal fails by a vote of 2 yeas to 5 nays.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt proposal 140, close non-resident caribou hunting in units 21 Delta, remainder 22, 23, 24 Bravo, remainder 24 Charlie, 24 Delta, and 26 Alpha.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Department?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 140 is a proposal to close the non-resident season for the Western Arctic Herd Caribou in 21D and 24B, C, and D. The department is neutral on this proposal. Once again, this proposal is a companion proposal to the Region 5 Proposal Number 3. As before, the proposal actually includes units 22, 23, and 26A also, but I will only be speaking to the Galena area portions of the proposal. This map shows the Galena Management Area caribou seasons and the surrounding caribou seasons with the Western Arctic Herd non-resident regulation in blue and the Unit 26A East season for the Teshepuk and Central Arctic caribou in yellow. The Galena area in red has the one bull non-resident regulation as well. As previously stated, the crosshatch red areas are the regulations for our small non-migratory herds that are not part of this proposal. Once again, a detailed report of the biology and distribution was given by Alex Hansen, and he's available if you have any questions on that. For the Galena management area, the most relevant issue is the limited occurrence of the Western Arctic herd in the area as the herd is receded and the limited non-resident harvest that results because of that limited occurrence. This table shows the reported harvest data, harvest ticket data for the Western Arctic herd caribou in 21D and 24 since 2013. As you can see in the third column, non-resident harvest is low. This is consistent with the low occurrence of that herd in this area. This proposal will have little effect on harvest if it were adopted and would continue to be biologically insignificant if it were not adopted. Proposal 140 proposes to close the non-resident caribou season for Western Arctic herd in 21D and 24B, C, and D, and the department is neutral on this proposal.
Thank you, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to make an amendment to Proposal 140 and move that we remove units 22, 23, and 26A due to the action that we took in Kotzebue.
Second.
Yeah,
Okay, go ahead.
I guess I gave the explanation away, but yeah, we took action on those 3 units in Kotzebue, so we can remove them and then talk about the remainder of the units in front of us.
Is there objection you have an amendment and a second? I'm going to call the roll on the amendment. Any discussion on, further discussion on it?
Call the question.
Sure, on the amendment to remove those units specified by Member Brett. Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Cooney?
Yes.
Mr. Brett?
Yes.
Mr. Loring?
Yes.
Ms. Cusack?
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher?
Yes.
And Chairman Burnett.
Yes.
That amendment carries 7-0.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. With those units removed and what's before us, with the very insignificant harvest of non-residents, I'm not going to support this proposal.
Thank you. Additional discussion, intent from other board members. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm following along with Member Barrett's comments. We had one non-resident take in 2013, one in 2015, one in 2016, and none since then. So in 10 years, we've taken 3 caribou by non-residents in these areas, so that's very little harvest, and the biologist has no problems with keeping the seasons where they are, so I'll go ahead and oppose this also.
Thank you. I'm also going to not vote for this. There's no biological concern. There's social concerns that have been expressed by people who live in the area, but reducing opportunity when there's no biological concern is not something that we generally do. Additional discussion.
Call the question.
Question's been called on proposal 140.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding costs of private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Okay, Christie, would you pull the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on proposal 140 as amended. Mr. Barrett?
No.
Mr. Cooney?
No.
Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
Ms. Chairman Burnett? Sorry.
No.
Mr. Fletcher?
No.
Ms. Cusack?
No.
And Mr. Laurie?
No.
Proposal fails by a vote of 1 yea to 6 nays.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt proposal 141. Close the youth sheep hunts in units 24 alpha and 25 alpha.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Hear from the department.
Thank you. Proposal 141 seeks to close the youth sheep hunts in GMU 24A and 25A that fall outside of the regular hunting season. The department recommendation is neutral on the allocative aspects and opposed on the loss of hunting opportunity. This was proposed by the public. GMU 24A and 25A have a positive finding for customary and traditional use of Dall sheep with an amount reasonably necessary for subsistence use of 75 to 125 animals. The youth sheep hunt runs from August 1st to August 5th, and it takes place throughout 24A and 25A. The youth sheep season applies to both residents and non-residents. If this proposal were to be adopted, it would remove all youth sheep hunting seasons in 24A and 25A. This map depicts the proposed affected area where the youth season would be removed. Unit 24A is 83% federal land. Federal Wildlife Special Action 2202 closed all sheep hunting on federal public lands in units 24A for regulatory year 2022 and 2023, already greatly reducing sheep hunting opportunity in 24A specifically. The youth sheep season was implemented in regulatory year 2016. Section 16.05.255 of Codified outlines the season and requirements as seen here. Regulations state that from August 10 to September 20th, aircraft may only be used by and for sheep hunters to place and remove hunters in camps, maintain existing camps, and salvage harvested sheep. These outlined flight restrictions do not apply to the youth season, which runs August 1st through August 5th. This figure shows the sheep harvest data from Unit 24A and 25A from 2016 to 2022. The red bars show total harvest, and the blue bars show youth harvest across the entire sheep season. Youth harvest accounts for approximately 2% of the total harvest from 2016 to 2022. From 2006 to 2015, a 10-year period before a youth-specific season existed, the youth harvested 1.1% of the total harvest in 24A and 25A. Removing the youth season would likely reduce the total harvest by approximately 2%. Recent sheep population declines were likely caused by severe winter conditions, and declines will not be mitigated by reduction in harvest. Harvest under the full curl management strategy is largely compensatory. And over the past few days, the board has heard a lot about the effectiveness and compensatory nature of the full curl management strategy, so I'm happy to kind of expedite these next few slides, which just talk about that, if that's okay. Okay, thank you. Once again, Proposal 141 seeks to close the youth sheep hunts in GMUs 24A and 25A that fall outside of the regular hunting season. The department recommendation is neutral on the allocative aspects and opposed on the loss of hunting opportunity, and this was proposed by the public. Thank you.
Thank you. Board members, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hey, just one question. Can you repeat what the ANS was for that area?
Through the chair, Member Cooney, yes, I believe it was 75 to 125 animals.
Okay, thank you. Board discussion, questions? Intent? Go ahead, Al.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just for clarification, I want to say, it's Kate?
Yes, sir.
Got it. Are we meeting our A&S obligations?
After the,
Oh, yeah, forget about it. I missaid that. I'll just go to my other one. So you noted that this was just a compensatory harvest, and you had very, very low harvest on it anyways, and so, with that being said, I won't support closing the youth sheep hunting opportunity in 24A or 25B. Again, it's compensatory, we're under full curl management, and I think it's a good opportunity for the youth.
Yeah, I'm gonna agree with Al on this one for a change, but, the youth hunt was something put in by the legislature specifically to get new hunters into the field, and we need new hunters in the field. The number of people hunting is not going up over time, and this is a cyclical thing, making changes to the regulations at a time when there's a cyclical downturn is probably not in our best interests in this area. Additional discussion from board members.
Call the question.
Question's been called. Go ahead before we,
Sorry, Al. Would have waited on the draw. What is the harvestable surplus, what is that in that area? I know it's, the population has dropped way down from surveys conducted recently, and we still have a harvestable surplus?
under the full curl management strategy, yes, sir, we do. Yeah.
Thank you.
okay, are we ready for the question? Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding costs of private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you. Christie, would you pull the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on proposal 141. Ms. Cusack?
No.
Mr. Loring?
No.
Mr. Barrett?
No.
Mr. Cooney?
No.
Mr. Hoffman?
No.
Chairman Burnett?
No.
And Mr. Fletcher?
No.
Proposal fails 0-7.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt proposal 142, change sheep hunting in portions of 24 alpha and 25 alpha to archery only.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Go ahead with the department.
Thank you. Proposal 142 seeks to establish a 15-mile wide corridor east of the Dalton Highway in units 24A and 25A in which only archery methods may be used for Dall sheep hunts. The department recommendation is neutral on the allocative aspects and opposed on the loss of hunting opportunities, and this was proposed by the public. GMU 24A and 25A have a positive C&T finding for Dall sheep with an ANS of 75 to 125 animals. The sheep hunting season inside the corridor runs August 10 through October 5th in 24A and 25A. Outside of the corridor, in those units, the season runs August 10 through September 20th. This map depicts the current corridor, which is shaded in blue on the left-hand side of the map. The red arrow is also pointing to it. Once again, Unit 24A is 83% federal land. Federal Wildlife Special Action 2202 has already greatly reduced sheep hunting opportunity in Unit 24A. The red polygon shown here in 24A reflects the proposed corridor. This proposed corridor stretches from the Dalton Highway 15 miles to the east. This figure shows the total number of sheep harvested in Unit 24A and 25A from 2012 to 2022. Red bars show firearm harvest, blue bars show harvest with archery methods. The average number of rams harvested is 64 rams per year from this data, and the average number of sheep harvested with archery equipment was approximately 2 rams per year. %3 of the total harvest in GMU's 24A and 25A was by archery methods. Moving to archery-only methods would potentially reduce the total harvest in 24A and 25A substantially. A reduction in harvest is insignificant to population growth or decline because of the full curl management strategy. Once again, Proposal 142 seeks to establish a 15-mile wide corridor east of the Dalton Highway in 24A and 25A in which only archery methods may be used to hunt Dall sheep. The department recommendation is neutral on the allocative aspect and opposed on the loss of hunting opportunity, and this was proposed by the public. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you know if that archery take is mostly or all confined to the Dalton Highway Corridor Management Area?
As quantified in this data, it's throughout the units entirely, not just in the corridor.
Yeah, is that area is only available for archery?
Yes, sir, that's
Already.
correct, the corridor, yes.
Additional questions? Go ahead, Dave.
So, correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is that right now, 5 miles either side of the corridor is closed to gun hunting, it's archery only. So this would add 10 additional miles on the east side to archery only. And then secondly, it wouldn't affect federally qualified subsistence users because they can hunt in the corridor already with rifles. So it'd just be the non-federally qualified subsistence users that would be restricted if it passed. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, your second question is correct. And then, I'm sorry, could you repeat the first question?
Or just that the highway already, the corridor already prevents gun hunting within 5 miles either side, so this would add 10 additional miles to the east.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay, go ahead, Cheryl.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Member Loring, it's my understanding that the corridor restrictions apply to all hunters, even federally qualified, but maybe I'll ask George to address that.
Mr. Chair, I'll take a look. I'll be right back with you.
Okay, we're waiting for the answer, but go ahead, Al.
As George's looking it up, I'll buy him some time. On Proposal 142, there was 3 personal comments that were in support of it, and there was 4 ACs that were opposed to it. I'll also be opposed to it. I think they've had opportunity. There is archery opportunity up there, except where the federal subsistence board deemed it closed to everybody.
Okay, thank you, and, this does have a positive C&T finding, and reducing methods and means here could reduce someone's ability to meet subsistence needs, so it would be inappropriate to do that. So I'm gonna not support this archery only. Okay, George, go ahead.
Sorry about that, Mr. Chair. Yes, federally qualified users in the corridor can use a firearm. Thank you, Mr. Chair, on federal public lands.
Could you repeat that?
Sorry, federally qualified users can use a firearm on federal public lands in that area. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
On federal public lands. Okay, thank you. Any additional discussion from board members? Intent, and go ahead.
Thank you. I won't be supporting this either. I think there is ample opportunity already for archery hunters during the regular season and within the quarter. And I just can't support that. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Call a question.
Question's been called.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The board shared no comments or no concerns from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you. Christie, would you pull the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on Proposal 142. Mr. Fletcher?
No.
Chairman Burnett?
No.
Mr. Hoffman?
No.
Mr. Cooney?
No.
Mr. Barrett?
No.
Mr. Loring?
Nope.
Ms. Cusack?
No.
Proposal fails 0 to 7.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 143, eliminate the extended season archery sheep hunts within the Dalton Highway Corridor Management Area.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Department?
Thank you. Proposal 143 seeks to align the Dall sheep hunting season inside and outside the Dalton Highway Corridor Management Area by reducing the season inside the corridor. The department recommendation is neutral on the allocative aspects and opposed on the loss of hunting opportunity. This was proposed by the public. Unit 24 and 25A have a positive CNT finding for Dall sheep with an ANS of 75 to 125. Unit 25B and C have a negative CNT finding for Dall sheep. The Dalton Highway Corridor runs through Unit 25D, 24A, and 25A, 24A and 25A inside of GMUs 24 and 25. The corridor in the map image is identified with the red arrow. The sheep season inside the corridor is August 10 through October 5th. The sheep season outside the corridor is August 10 through September 20th. I believe it's worth mentioning that the proposal would not affect the extended season inside the corridor in 26B, where the corridor continues. This proposal would reduce the season inside the corridor by 15 days and align the sheep hunting season inside and outside the corridor in all of GMUs 24 and 25. Once again, Unit 24A is 83% federal land. WSA 2202 has already greatly reduced sheep hunting opportunity in 24A specifically. This figure depicts the chronology of sheep harvest in Unit 24 and 25 from 2012 to 2022. Each bar reflects total harvest of that year. The average number of rams harvested is 76 per year in these two units. Mean harvest with archery equipment is less than 2 rams per year. From 2011 to 2021, there were 18 rams harvested with archery equipment in 24A and 25A. Of that harvest, the latest date of harvest is September 8th. This means that from 2011 to 2021, there was no harvest in the extended corridor season. The data referenced here reflects harvest in all of 24A and 25A, not just inside the corridor. Sheep hunting within the corridor is limited to archery only by state statute AS 16-05-789. Regulations state that from August 10 to September 20th, aircraft may only be used by and for sheep hunters to place and remove hunters in camps, maintain existing camps, and salvage harvested sheep. The limited range of archery equipment makes sheep hunting challenging and results in fewer harvest opportunities. Removing this archery-only season or the harvest of 2 rams per year is not biologically meaningful. Once again, Proposal 143 seeks to align the Dall sheep hunting season inside and outside the corridor by reducing the season inside the corridor. The department recommendation is neutral on the allocative aspects and opposed on the loss of hunting opportunity, and this was proposed by the public. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from board members? Discussion? Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also not be supporting this proposal. The proposal suggests that the decline is due to harvest, and that if we restrict harvest, it'll help increase the population back up. And I'll leave it at that for right now.
Thank you, and I'm on the same area as you are on this one. And there's no reason, it's not going to change the dynamics of this, it's not going to change the population. Why take opportunity away at this time? There's no biological need. Go ahead, Dave.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm on the same feeling with this. We've already voted down 2 other archery proposals to increase their seasons, and this one's been in place for a little bit. It's has very little impact on the sheep populations from the information from the biologists on the take. And we're under a full corral management strategy here, so I'm going to go ahead and oppose this also.
Thank you. Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, I'll also add to the record that the ACs were split on this, and the public comments that were submitted to us were split on this proposal.
Okay, thank you. Any additional discussion before we vote?
Call the question.
Question's been called, Dave.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The board shared no concerns from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you. And Christie, would you poll the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on proposal 143. Mr. Hoffman?
No.
Mr. Cooney?
No.
Mr. Barrett?
No.
Mr. Loring?
No.
Ms. Cusack?
No.
Mr. Fletcher?
No.
And Chairman Burnett.
No.
Proposal fails 0-7.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 144, allow non-resident sheep hunting by drawing permit only in portions of 24 Alpha and 26 Bravo and reduce the season.
Second.
The proposal's been moved and seconded. Department?
Thank you. Proposal 144 seeks to seeks to make all non-resident sheep hunting by draw permit only in subunits 24A and 26B west of the SAG and reduce the season length inside the corridor. The department recommendation is neutral, and this was proposed by the public. GMU's 24A and 26B have a positive C&T finding for Dall sheep with an ANS of 75 to 125 animals. Bullets presented on this slide represent important proposal details. If this proposal is implemented, non-resident sheep hunters will be limited to 10 drawing permits in subunits 24A and 26B west of the SAG. Non-resident sheep hunters would still be limited to 1 ram every 4 regulatory years. This proposal would also reduce the sheep hunting season inside the corridor by 15 days and change the season from August 10 through October 5th to August 10 through September 20th. This would align the sheep hunting season inside the corridor to the hunting season outside the corridor in units 24A and 26B. This is a map of the proposed affected area. In this map, Unit 26B is bisected using the Sag River. 26B east of the Sag is grayed out on this map. 26B west of the Sag is left in view. The portion of Unit 26B west of the Sag is where the proponent's drawing permit allocation will apply. Once again, Federal Wildlife Special Action 2202 closed all sheep hunting on federal public lands in Units 24A and 26B, already greatly reducing sheep hunting opportunity in these units. This figure represents sheep harvest in Unit 24 from Unit 24A from 2012 to 2022. The red bars represent non-resident harvest and the blue bars represent resident harvest. Non-resident average harvest is 8 rams per year and resident average harvest is 7 rams per year. It's notable in this figure that non-resident and resident harvest in 2022 dropped to 2 resident and 2 non-resident harvested sheep total due to the federal closure. The vertical thin red bar represents the implementation of WSA 2202. This is a similar figure representing the harvest in 26B from 2012 to 2022. Red bars again represent non-resident harvest. Blue bars represent resident harvest. Non-resident average harvest is 10 rams per year and resident average harvest is 15 rams per year. Approximately half of the harvest in 26B is west of the Sag River. Once again, it is notable in this figure that non-resident and resident harvest in 2022 dropped to 3 resident and 4 non-resident harvested sheep total due to the federal closure. Based on historical success rates, limiting non-resident hunters to 10 permits a year, we estimate will result in the harvest of 6 rams for units 24A and 26B combined. However, the federal closure has already reduced the harvest to 6 non-resident harvested rams in 2022. Therefore, this additional restriction is not biologically meaningful. This proposal does not specifically address permit allocation by subunit. The projected harvest of 6 rams would be less than the 10-year average non-resident ram harvest of 16 rams per year. Reducing non-resident permits will reduce harvest, although not in a biologically meaningful way. The season extension inside the corridor allows hunters an additional 2 weeks to harvest a ram with archery equipment. The average number of rams killed after September 20th, resident and non-resident, utilizing this season extension inside the corridor is less than 1 ram per year. Reducing season length will not result in a significant reduction in harvest and will not have a biological effect on the sheep population due to the full curl management strategy. Once again, Proposal 144 would make all non-resident sheep hunting by draw permit only west of the Sagamore-Ricktuck in subunits 24A and 26B and reduce the season length inside the corridor. The department recommendation is neutral, and this was proposed by the public. Thank you.
Thank you. Board members? Want to hear from other board members besides Al and I, so go ahead.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chair. How many non-resident hunters, could you, and on that graph, how many non-residents were successful sheep hunting there? Was it like 6 or something last year?
In 26B or 24A?
26B.
I believe it was 6, yes, yeah.
Do we have any idea how many were in the field pursuing sheep? How many non-residents? in the
Non-resident
26B?
hunters that year?
Yeah.
Yes. I can only approximate it right now, but less than 25, it looks like.
Has that been a downward trend of participation, kind of the same as the graph with harvest, would you guess?
Yes, as harvest has declined, participation has as well.
Thanks.
Thank you. Additional board discussion? Go ahead, Dave.
Thank you. So the non-resident hunters for sheep would have to have a guide, correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
So, looks like just from 2021 through the implementation of the federal action, harvest has dropped 50%. And so, generally with guided hunters, that success rate is pretty high compared to resident hunters. Do you have any idea of what the success rate is for the non-resident hunters with guides?
I could not speak to that number right now.
Thank you. Additional discussion on this, George?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. George, OSM. I don't think I've mentioned this meeting yet. We keep talking about the federal special action, WSA 2202. It's closed to everybody in that part of the world. There is a proposal, WP 2426. It'll be in front of the Federal Subsistence Board asking for an extension of 2 years of that closure. So that'll be on deck in 2 weeks. Just want to make sure that full disclosure, sir.
Okay, thank you. Jake?
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chair. Are the second degree kindred numbers included in the non-resident take?
Yes, sir, they are.
Do we have any idea what those numbers are, the breakdown would be? Is it pretty popular?
I don't think I could speak to that right now.
Okay, it looks like we don't know that information. Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll just put on record that there was 2 ACs in support of this and 5 public comments that were in support of it and only 2 opposed. And I'll add my intent is not to support this proposal. Shortening or adding a drawing hunt will not increase sheep populations, and it's not generally a tool we use to increase sheep populations.
Thank you, and I'm going to go with Al on this one again. Complicating management by doing this is unlikely to, in my opinion, to make a whole lot of difference to what happens up there, other than making it very difficult for people to run their businesses if they're running a guide business up there. And, you know, if we do this now and populations expand again, then we have to come back and deal with it. I'm just not there with making this a draw in this small area. Additional discussion?
Call the question.
Question's been called.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding costs of private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Christie, would you pull the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on proposal 144. Mr. Cooney?
No.
Mr. Hoffman?
No.
Chairman Burnett?
No.
Mr. Fletcher?
No.
Ms. Cusack?
No.
Mr. Loring?
No.
And Mr. Brett?
No.
Proposal fails 0-7.
Thank you, and at this time, you guys get to take the rest of the evening off, so you're ready for this next presentation, but we're gonna recess till 8:30 in the morning, but before people get up and leave, we have a special, we're recessed, but I do have a special guest here who happens to be our host at this hotel, who had a few words he would like to say to us, if you'd like to hear and stay and listen to him.